them for which they will keep quiet for 24 hours and let things pass till another incident happens. I would request every Indian, every right-thinking Indian to come out and condemn such incidents and let this be a wake-up call, as you very rightly said, for the society, the Kashmiri conscious, the Kashmiri people's conscious to wake up, and they should reject. It will be the Kashmiri people's call to reject such acts of terrorism, and then, as we say, khushhali tab aayegi. Peace will return to the valley when Kashmiri people themselves contribute for bringing the peace.
My final question to you, General Dhillon, as someone who's worked in Kashmir, led so many counter-terror operations, how do you change things that are happening in the valley? And I'm referring to the fact that you still have Pakistani jihadi elements active in Kashmir. You still have radicalization clearly happening. How do you de-radicalize on the ground?
This is handled at different levels. Security forces go in for the hard anti-terrorist operations, wherein they eliminate the people who are indulging in terrorist actions and keep the security situation at a manageable level and try and eliminate the terrorism completely. Whereas at the political, at the bureaucratic and at the government level, the various initiatives of infrastructure development, better education for the children, better job opportunities. You give a child a better education, he will get into a better school or a college, then he is not available as a cannon fodder for the terrorist organizations. Better education is a definite key to not being radicalized. I'll give a small example. In Kashmir Valley, Army runs 28 Army Goodwill schools. There are about 10,000 students at any one time who are studying in these schools. The teachers are local Kashmiri teachers. Students are local Kashmiri students, like any other school in Kashmir. And we carried out an analysis of the entire duration of these schools which are running for last 20-25 years. Not a single boy from Army Goodwill School picked up a weapon or joined any terrorist tanzim, ever. Now that only shows if you have a good education, you will get a chance to get into a good college or a university or a professional college, then your future is very clearly laid out. Now, if the education system is not good, if the education which you are getting is not good, and you are more than sure that you are not going to get into a good college, then you are available to these terrorists for recruitment in their tanzims. So first and foremost is bring up the education system. De-radicalization will happen on its own, and all the agencies of the government, all the departments should work together like a punch, and then only the punch will be delivered.
Words that the entire country, I'm sure, is listening to right now. Lieutenant General Dhillon, always a pleasure to have you here on India Today. Do appreciate you taking the time out and joining us here. You've got someone who's led counter-terror operations in Kashmir. They're speaking about what it really takes to make a difference in the valley and saying that this is nothing but a cowardly act, an act out of desperation to target a man in uniform when he was with his 9-year-old daughter. Thanks again, General, for joining us here on India Today.
Well, amid the radical Islamist jihadis that are killing innocent people in the valley, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is batting for terror convict Yasin Malik. On Tuesday, terrorists opened fire at 9-year-old child Safa after she tried to save her father, Constable Saifullah, in Srinagar, Soura area. Safa received bullet injuries in her arm while trying to rescue her father. However, her father, Saifullah Qadri, succumbed to his critical bullet injuries. Earlier, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, openly supported terror convict Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin has been pleading guilty in the 2017 terror case. The Prime Minister of Pakistan took to Twitter, urging the world to take note of the Indian government's mistreatment and called Yasin a political prisoner. Sharif has also alleged the terror charges on Yasin and the killings on the Kashmiris are fake. Does the terror sympathizer Shehbaz Sharif's heart bleed for this terrorist and not for the 9-year-old child who lost her father just right in front of her? Attack after attack bleeds the valley. Terrorists won't even spare children. There is no end to targeted killings in Kashmir, and the killings have been on the rise in the last 5 months or so. Take a look.
Rajouri, Bandipora, Baramulla, Sunjwan, Pakistan-sponsored terrorism continues to bleed Jammu and Kashmir, molding itself into new forms such as hybrid terrorism and now narco-terrorism.
पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जो है पिस्टल यूज करता है। हैदरपुरा इनकाउंटर हो, चाहे हैदराबाद का इनकाउंटर हो या खनियार का इनकाउंटर हो, इसमें जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारे गए सारे के पास से पिस्टल मिला है। पिस्टल से इसको कंसील करने में ईजी होता है, मूवमेंट में दिक्कत नहीं होती है और टारगेटिंग करना ईजी होता है। तो ये हम लोग के लिए एक इमर्जिंग नया थ्रेट है।
In a span of just 5 months, targeted killings have been on the rise. Hindu minorities, security forces, all are in the line of fire. Not just the mode of terror, the network itself is getting a revamp. New terror outfits have sprung, which uses cadres of banned terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. While forces across the border are trying hard to revive terrorism with sustained operations carried out by our security forces, at least 145 terrorists have been killed this year alone. The Naya Kashmir that is taking shape will not bow to terror. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that report, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, we're getting you all the details. Qutub's truth from history. 1871 British ASI report settles the debate. What is this debate all about and how is this report settling it? We'll tell you more about that on the other side.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You are what? Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
A court in Mathura is going to be hearing Krishna Janmabhoomi case amid the Gyanvapi controversy. As the showdown over Gyanvapi dispute simmers, the civil court will hear the Krishna Janmabhoomi temple Idgah Masjid dispute. 3 pleas will be heard by the court today and tomorrow. The plea is related to right to worship at the Krishna Janmabhoomi. That's going to be heard today. A representative suit filed on behalf of the Hindu community seeking removal of the masjid from the disputed property will also be heard. On the 26th of May, the court is going to take up the petitions challenging the 1968 agreement that allowed the masjid to continue. The court on Thursday will also take up the cases on the issue of whether the 1968 agreement was obtained by fraud. Important hearings in a Mathura court today, where we're getting you details of 3 pleas that will be coming up gradually. 1 plea is going to come up, and this is from the Hindu side, essentially seeking removal of the mosque in the premises. The court is going to be hearing the Krishna Janmabhoomi case. This, remember, comes amid another controversy that is brewing in Banaras, and that is the Gyanvapi mosque controversy. As the showdown over Gyanvapi dispute simmers, the civil court will hear the Krishna Janmabhoomi temple Idgah Masjid dispute. 3 pleas will be heard by the court today and tomorrow. The plea is related to right to worship at Krishna Janmabhoomi. That's going to be heard today. Anisha is getting us more details on that story. Anisha, I believe that there are 3 pleas before the court. Which is the one that is going to be heard today? Just break that down for us. Explain this to our viewers.
Well, Sneha, in the Mathura court, as far as the Krishna Janmabhoomi temple issue is concerned, there are a number of petitions that are there. Now, there is a set of about 10 petitions which were filed earlier as civil suits on the right to worship and the idea that the compromise deed entered into in 1968 between the Ram Janmabhoomi Seva Sansthan and the Idgah Trust was in fact incorrect. It was falsified because the Seva Sansthan, which had the management of the temple, was not actually the owner of the temple property, and that is why the compromise which said that the Idgah will get a certain part of this land while the temple will get certain part of this land was incorrect. Now, those petitions are set to be heard tomorrow. Today, what is going to be heard before the district judge is yet another fresh petition that has been filed as a representative suit by a group of lawyers and law students from Delhi, Lucknow and other places. None of them are residents of Mathura. All of them have said that they are devotees of Lord Krishna, and they believe that since this compromise which allowed this temple and the masjid to coexist was incorrect, therefore the masjid should be removed, that the entire property should be given back to Lord Krishna as the Sri Krishna Virajman, as the presiding deity of the temple. Now remember, the question of whether there was a fraud or not is something that has been raised in the other petitions as well, and earlier also this issue had come up. The civil court has thrown out those petitions saying that these are barred under the 1991 Places of Worship Act because there is no proof as such. The district judge on 19th May passed an order saying that since there is an allegation that this allegation of fraudulent compromise should at least be heard by the civil court and then decided. Now, what is also interesting is that the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Seva Trust or the Sansthan or the Seva Sansthan, none of them have actually appeared before the court. So far the debate in the court has been between the Hindu devotees who are not in fact connected to the temple trust and the Idgah Trust. Back to you.
Anisha, thanks for getting us up to speed with all of those developments. We're coming back to you for more on that in a bit from now. The Mandir Masjid showdown in Karnataka's Mangaluru is escalating. Hindu group VHP will perform a puja near the disputed site. According to BJP MLA Bhatt Shetty, Hindu rituals will be performed near the site by locals to see if there's any power in the mosque. BJP has demanded a proper investigation by the Archaeological Survey of India. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed for 500 meters around the masjid till the 26th of May, till 8 a.m. A survey has been demanded after a Hindu temple-like architectural design was found underneath an old mosque during its renovation. Hindu groups claim that a temple existed at the site before the mosque was built.
There was an incident while renovating one of the masjid, the Juma Masjid near Tenkavulipadi Grama, Malalipet. There were like some structures similar to temples were found, and there were like some issue created within. Police and local revenue officials, they handled the situation. We conducted a cursory meeting, and even the masjid management committee, they have assured us they are like fighting that case in the court. Whatever rituals conducted by whatever organization, there we don't have to like hold it in a legal perspective. All these things will be looked after in the court. Court will take the appropriate decision.
One thing is the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have said the demolition should not take place and a proper investigation should be done. My stand as an MLA is also I am also of the same view that a proper survey by the archaeological department should be done. Every time you say a mosque is built or a temple, you go and hide behind the 1991 Place of Worship Act. No, it is not we. It is not like I am doing it or one organization doing it. This is the local wanted to do Tambula Prashne. We can't go and tell don't do it because it's a part of a culture here. It's a part of a belief system and they want to do it.
Our Karnataka is a global state. We all are living and there is no issues which have to be reckoned up. They are unnecessary because of the election. They are taking all these of issues in the coastal area and in the entire state. Chief Minister is in Davos. He is signing agreements with various minority institutions where other friends to come and participate here. Now, I think this BJP outfits are creating a lot of problems. It is a very big damaging to the state.
All these controversies are being manufactured by fringe elements just to polarize the society, polarize the state, and this is totally unwarranted. The BJP and their allies, they are involved in all these things. I condemn it.
Right now we are standing in the Bhajana Mandir, which is where the Tambula Prashne to be held, and we can see that all the leaders of VHP and Bajrang Dal is present, and in front of Gopal Krishna Panikar, the expert from Kerala who is conducting this particular ritual here. Also, he has been accompanied by the local Tantri called Polalagiri Prakash Tantri. The team is to find out whether the mosque or the inside the mosque is there any God's power or not. The procedure is to conduct till the evening, and the rituals is happening right now. We can see that the tambola, which have the betel nuts and betel leaves, has been exchanged already. Now keeping the Graha Deshe, where the Hindu, according to Hindu rituals, these things are important. Now it's a long procedure where the finding of God's presence in the mosque will be declared by evening. That is what it has been informed.
Some news just coming in, and this is an India Today exclusive showing Qutub's truth from history that shows ancient proof of Hindu past of Qutub. India Today has accessed 1871 British Raj ASI report, which is the Archaeological Survey of India, seeking to settle the Qutub debate. The report mentions Lakshmi idols, Hindu pillars and Anantnag in Qutub Minar Mosque. The British report says pillars erected by Hindu King Prithviraj. This is a never seen before British era Qutub fact check. Enough proof from 1871, which is the ASI report, I beg your pardon, that we're looking at, the Archaeological Survey of India report, settling the debate over Qutub. This is something that Muslims also, in fact, have been saying, that we have said in the past there is a possibility of there being a hybrid sense of Hindu structures coexisting with a mosque, in fact. Listening to the ASI director on what he's had to say about this report that dates back to 1871-72.
The report mentions that earlier it was not a mosque. All the evidences shows that it was a temple, and the evidences were hidden by the Muslims, and then they had set up a mosque over there just above the temple.
Quite likely that the corridor and the domical structure over it, the trabeate kind of domical structure, they are the elements of Hindu temple architecture that exist over there. But the core area, the sanctum sanctorum or the mukh mandap or vestibule and things like that, the core elements of the temple existing within that area, somewhere near the iron pillar, that whole area, the surface is all covered, so we cannot say. But the corridor as such, which we see, is the existing one, and now it is part of Quwaitul Islam Mosque, but quite likely it might be of the temple.
With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, a teen gunman kills 19 children. 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. We're getting you details of that horrific story in just 2 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted Metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
This is a horrific story we're getting for our viewers from the United States of America. This is a Texas elementary school shooting incident. It has shocked the world. An 18-year-old gunman opened fire inside an elementary school in Texas. A total of 21 people have been killed in the incident, including 18 innocent children. 3 teachers have been killed. The suspected shooter, Salvador Ramos, was shot dead by the US police. He was armed with a handgun and a rifle. According to the police, Ramos shot his grandmother before heading to school. Security was beefed up. Parents were asked to stay away from the campus. Students were transported to a safe location away from the elementary school as soon as the police got the information of this attack. All schools in Texas were locked down after reports of a gunman opening fire and barricading himself inside the Robb Elementary School started. US President Joseph Biden has condemned the deadly attack, ordering US flags to be flown at half-staff at the White House and also at other public buildings until sunset on the 28th of May as a mark of respect for the victims. He's called for Americans to stand up against the country's powerful pro-gun lobby. He said it's time to turn this pain into action for every citizen of the country.
These kinds of mass shootings never happen with the kind of frequency they happen in America. Why? Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action for every parent, for every citizen in this country. We have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act. It's time for those who obstruct or delay or block the common sense gun laws. We need to let you know that we will not forget. We can do so much more. We have to do more.
Enough is enough. As a nation, we have to have the courage to take action and understand the nexus between what makes for reasonable and sensible public policy to ensure something like this never happens again. To the people of Uvalde, please know that this is a room full of leaders who grieve with you. And we are praying for you, and we stand with you.
There are families who are in mourning right now, and the state of Texas is in mourning with them for the reality that these parents are not going to be able to pick up their children. Our job is multifold. First, to make sure we address exactly what happened at this crime scene, and then second, to make sure we take that information and do everything that is necessary to ensure that crime scenes like this are not going to be repeated in the future, and that we're going to be able to ensure the safety and security of our schools.
I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation, and at this point the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime. Families are being notified, and we are providing services to them as the district should.
There have been more mass shootings than days in the year. Our kids are living in fear every single time they set foot in a classroom because they think they're going to be next. What are we doing? This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here.
It's really, really sad that this is the kind of, this is just a sad moment for all of us. And this is a horrific incident that happened today. Because it's hard to imagine that we're getting up in the morning, sending kids to school, little kids to school, 9 and 10-year-olds are going to school, and we don't know, this is their safe haven. Are they really safe in a school? Not out of all the places, are they safe in schools anymore? We don't really know much about the shooter. His name has been identified as, Salvador Ramos, and he's the one who was targeting the school. And whether he ended up by chance, according to the law enforcement, or he drove there intentionally, that is still a bit unclear right now. And also, he didn't just go and stand in the hallway and start shooting, as we know. He actually went classroom to classroom, shooting kids over there. He first shot his grandmother, and then he ended up going to the school and shooting other people there.
With that report, it's a wrap on this bulletin. All news and updates are going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Do stay on with us.
I have seen, storytelling changing around this topic, the subject, is that people are getting more real now. They've stopped taking those shield of either the comedy or some other things to talk about the same gender love story. Now they can directly talk about it, and we've come to that stage that okay, this is also a part of us, and love should not be told differently for different people.
Right.
So emotions are emotions. So I guess it has come to this neutral level, and that's very interesting to see.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
So sorry.
रुपया गिरा रे हाय, रुपया गिरा रे इकोनॉमी के बाजार में, रुपया गिरा रे रूस यूक्रेन वाली वॉर में, रुपया गिरा गिरा रुपया गिरा हाय हाय हाय, रुपया गिरा रे इकोनॉमी के बाजार में, रुपया गिरा रे भैया हाय तेल रुलाए बढ़ जाए तेजी तेजी, नींबू बोले मैं महंगा हूँ कर गए सबको क्रेजी, अरे एलपीजी भी तो बाबा करती सी नाजोरी, लाख मनाया रुपये को रुपये ने जिद ना छोड़ी, रुपये ने जिद ना छोड़ी।
फिर क्या हुआ?
फिर अरे रुपया गिरा रे रूस यूक्रेन वाली वॉर में, रुपया गिरा रे इकोनॉमी के बाजार में रुपया गिरा रुपया गिरा हाय 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 रुपया गिरा रे।
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted Metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
Nine-year-old Safa inflames entire nation. Terrorist killed her father and shot her. India, don't look away from this child. Spare a moment for Safa's courage and tragedy. She is the face to the tragedy of Pakistan terror. Her attackers will be hunted. India promises that. Time for Terroristan to pay ultimate price. Justice for Safa.
We're keeping a very close eye on that story from Jammu and Kashmir, where a 9-year-old child has had to witness the murder of her father. She tried to save him. It's 9-year-old Safa. Thankfully, she is recovering, is what our ground reports are suggesting. We're getting you all the details. I'm Sneha Mordani. The headlines in this edition first. 9-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Cops now promised to bring the killers to justice. Pakistan's heart bleeds for terrorist Yasin Malik, but not for 9-year-old Safa. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif sympathizes with Yasin Malik. His duplicity on terror stands exposed. No stopping of the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. The heat is on the Stalin government. Mathura court to hear Krishna Janmabhoomi land battle case. Petition demands right to worship. Another plea seeks removal of masjid from the disputed property. Is it Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru? After Hindu temple-like architectural design was found allegedly beneath a mosque, VHP promises to perform puja near the disputed site. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs and firearms. Shooter Ramos Salvador also killed his grandmother before unleashing this horrific carnage. We have some news just coming in. This is Justice for Safa. Chorus which is growing now. Massive protests in Jammu. Safa targeted India's anger boils. India cries enough. Now it's time to make them pay. Sunil G. Bhatt is getting us more detail on the protests that have erupted. Sunil, what more can you tell us about the developments from Jammu at this point in time? The entire nation is shocked and is looking in horror at the developments in Jammu and Kashmir, especially this incident where a child, a 9-year-old, has had to witness the murder of her father by terrorists.
Absolutely, Sneha. The murder of a J&K policeman by terrorists in broad daylight in Srinagar has sent shockwaves across the country, and here in the streets of Jammu, Kashmiri Pandits are staging protests. This protest is being led by Kashmiri Pandits United Front, and they are saying that this spate of targeted killings must stop. The government must devise a new strategy to deal with hybrid terrorism. They are saying that time and again members of the minority communities as well as J&K policemen and army personnel are being targeted by the terrorists, and this targeted killings must stop now. You can see they are raising slogans against the administration, against the J&K government. They are saying that the government is not serious as far as combating terrorism is concerned. They want that government must take concrete steps to teach Pakistan a lesson, and they must also hold Pakistan accountable for the crimes it is committing in the Kashmir Valley. We will talk to some of the protesters here. Sir, there is no let-up as far as the targeted killings are concerned in the Kashmir Valley. Do you think it's government's failure?
Listen, Honorable LG had visited Sheikhpura in Badgam. He visited people who were terrorized. But he made 4 statements. Instead of saying that I am with you, you have strong protection, he said, Har saaye se dar hai. He said, SF are on top, lekin.
कल भी देखा गया कि एक जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस कर्मी को निशाना बनाया गया. लगातार टारगेटेड किलिंग हो रही, क्या कहेंगे?
हम तो सिलेक्टिव किलिंग का मजम्मत करते हैं. जो सिलेक्टिव किलिंग है, उनका चाहे उसमें पुलिस वाला हो, कश्मीरी पंडित हो, बाहर का कोई हिंदू हो, मुलाजिम हो, हम इसका बहुत ही इस दहशतगर्दी का हम.
We will also speak to some women protesters here. जी आप बताइए, लगातार जिस प्रकार से टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही कश्मीर में, क्या कहेंगे आप, क्या कदम सरकार को उठाने चाहिए?
हमने बया हुआ 86 की से यही देखा है. पहले 86 की इसमें कश्मीर में मंदिरों को जलाया, हिंदुओं को मारा, फिर उसके बाद 2-3 साल थोड़ा सा अंदर से अपनी प्लानिंग कर रहे थे. 90 में वो हमको भगाया वहाँ से. अब वहाँ से भाग के आए, फिर हमको लालच दिया गया कि पीएम पैकेज में आपको ये देंगे वो देंगे। हमारे लिए कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा है। उनको बोला हम वहाँ आपको अकोमोडेशन देंगे, कुछ नहीं।
अभी एक पुलिसकर्मी की हत्या की आतंकवादियों ने।
जी क्या बोल रहे हो?
कल भी एक पुलिसकर्मी की हत्या आतंकवादी।
बस सारी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फेल। हम तो यही बोलेंगे, हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं कर रही है गवर्नमेंट। हम
चाहे वो हिंदू है, हर किसी को टारगेट बना के मार रहे हैं। यहाँ तो पुलिस को मारते हैं, या तो आर्मी को मारते हैं, या तो कश्मीरी पंडित को मारते हैं। हर किसी को बलि का बकरा बनना है। अब हमें उम्र भर यही देखना है। जब से हम बड़े हुए हमने तो बस यही देखा है।
So Sneha, you can just hear that the protesters here are saying that vulnerable sections of the society are being targeted in the Kashmir Valley, and they are paying the price of the lackluster attitude of the government. That's what they are alleging. They are saying that the government is not serious as far as mitigating the sufferings of the innocent people are concerned. They want that government must take concrete steps to deal with this recent spate of targeted killings. They are saying that how long innocents are going to suffer, how long innocents are going to be targeted by the terrorists. Enough is enough now. Time has come to teach Pakistan a lesson, and the government must devise a new strategy to deal with hybrid terrorism. Sneha, back to you.
Sunil, a word from the people who are protesting there, demanding justice. Do talk to them about what they think about Pakistan shedding crocodile tears for Kashmiris. But when it comes to incidents like these, they are mum on this entire issue. They can, in fact, cry for Yasin Malik or seek justice for Yasin Malik, including the Pakistan Prime Minister. But when it comes to Kashmiris and their problems and incidents of this nature, horrific incidents of this nature, there is complete silence from Pakistan.
Okay, Sneha, I will just try and get a word from the activists here who are leading the protests.
अगर हमको नहीं बचा पा रहे हैं ये लोग, इनको इसके लिए कोई संज्ञान लेना पड़ेगा।
जी आप बताइए, जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान जो है, पाकिस्तान यासीन मलिक के लिए उसका जो है दिल पिघल रहा है। पाकिस्तान कह रहा है कि यासीन मलिक को फेक केसेस में फंसाया जा रहा है, जबकि एक मासूम बच्ची को आतंकवादी निशाना बना रहे, उस पर पाकिस्तान चुप है।
देखिए सुनील जी, आपने जो मेरे से सवाल पूछा, मुझे लग रहा है कि इस सवाल का जवाब हमारे वजीर दाखिला के पास ज्यादा बेटर मिलेगा, लेकिन मैं भी एक आम नागरिक इसका जवाब दे सकता हूँ। पाकिस्तान का एक ही काम है, पाकिस्तान का एक काम है कि किसी तरह हिंदुस्तान को खत्म करे। ये जो हमारा हमसाया मुल्क है, इनके पास सुई बनाने का ताकत नहीं है। हमारा सवाल है होम मिनिस्ट्री से, ये उग्रवादी आते कहां से है इधर? अगर ये आते हैं यहाँ पे, कश्मीरी पंडित सलाहियत रखता है, कश्मीरी पंडित के पास एबिलिटी है, इसको एम्पावर कीजिए।
You feel that it's a failure of the government?
It is 100% इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर, और इसका समाधान है हमारे पास। हम कहते हैं कश्मीरी पंडित को हम आर्म्स नहीं मांग रहे हैं, हम पत्थर नहीं मांग रहे हैं, हम कह रहे हैं हमें एम्पावर कीजिए। बिकॉज
कैसे
मैं बताऊंगा आपको, हमें पॉलिटिकल एम्पावरमेंट दे दीजिए। अभी आप कहेंगे मेरे को कि आपको अब 2 निश्चितें हमने दी है, वो निश्चितें नहीं है, वो आई वॉश किया है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ। हमें मंडेट होना चाहिए किसी बंदे का, 3 बंदों के लिए हमें मंडेट होना चाहिए जो तर्जमा नहीं कर पाए।
कई राजनीतिक पार्टियां जो कश्मीर घाटी में राजनीतिक दलों के नेता है, वो पाकिस्तान का नाम लेने से कतरा रहे हैं, क्या समझते हैं?
नहीं, वो तो जो राजनीतिक दल है, मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि शायद जो मेन स्ट्रीम पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज भी है, अगर उनका धड़कता है दिल उनके साथ, तो उनको तो लग रहा है ना कि क्या हशर हो रहा है उनके साथ। उनको तो साइड लाइन कर दिया, यहाँ के लोगों ने उनको रिजेक्ट कर दिया है। हमने वजीर आजम जो है हिंदुस्तान का, कश्मीर में कश्मीरी पंडित की बात कर रहा हूँ, उनका फोटो हमने पूजा रूम में सजा के रखा है। कोई कश्मीरी पंडित ऐसा नहीं है जिसके घर में प्रधानमंत्री का फोटो नहीं है। हमारा लेकिन रिक्वेस्ट है उनसे, हमारी अपील है उनके साथ कि मन की बात तो आप करते हैं, लेकिन मन की बात के में ये ऐड कर दीजिए कि कश्मीरी पंडित को पॉलिटिकल एम्पावरमेंट मिलना चाहिए, बिकॉज कश्मीरी पंडित इज हैविंग द कैपेबिलिटी एंड कैपेसिटी टू डाइल्यूट हार्ड लाइन।
जी आप बताइए, अभी हाल ही में राहुल भट्ट की आतंकवादियों ने हत्या की, और कल एक जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के पुलिसकर्मी सैफुल्लाह कादरी की भी हत्या की गई, और उनकी बच्ची पर भी गोली मारी गई, क्या कहेंगे?
इस पर यही कहता हूँ कि इंसानियत शर्मसार है। ये हम पहले बोले, जब ये सिक्योर नहीं है तो आप कश्मीर में जो वहाँ सेवा के लिए गया, वो कहाँ से सिक्योर? गवर्नमेंट को पहले सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि सिक्योरिटी और सेफ्टी, उसके बाद ही बाकी कोई डिसीजन होगा।
पाकिस्तान का तो दिल धड़क रहा है यासीन मलिक के लिए। वो कह रहे हैं कि यासीन मलिक को फर्जी केसों में फंसाया जा रहा है, लेकिन एक बच्ची पर गोली मारी जाती है, उस पर पाकिस्तान चुप।
पाकिस्तान को दिल धड़कना 47 से ही है, मगर बात वो नहीं चलेगी। यासीन मलिक मिलिटेंट था, मिलिटेंट है, मिलिटेंट रहेगा, उसको सजा होनी, सजा होके रहेगी, चाहे पाकिस्तान उछल भी कोई हो, मगर उसको सजा मिलेगी।
आप क्या समझते हैं कि सरकार को अभी क्या कदम सरकार को उठाने चाहिए ताकि वहां पर पुलिसकर्मी सुरक्षित हो और माइनॉरिटीज के लोग सुरक्षित?
डेफिनेटली नहीं तो ये गया।
तो क्या करना पड़ेगा
सरकार को सोचना पड़ेगा, इसमें कुछ चेंज लाने पड़ेंगे इनके लिए। जो माइनॉरिटी वहाँ है उनके लिए भी पहले सिक्योरिटी चाहिए। वो 10 साल से इधर उधर बह रहे हैं, कभी उधर कभी इधर। ये 12 साल में एक मतलब कॉर्ड नहीं बन पाए, ये भी एक इनकी नालायकी है।
तेरे कातिल जिंदा है, उनको खत्म करना चाहिए। हमारे पीएम पैकेज जितने भी कश्मीर उनको वापस लाए जम्मू।
और जो लगातार टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही, कल एक पुलिसकर्मी की भी हत्या हुई है, उस पर क्या कहें?
उनको भी क्या बोल सकते हैं, किलिंग हो रही है, आप क्या कर सकते हैं? जैसे हमारे कश्मीरी पंडित की किलिंग हो रही है, कहीं और भी जगह किलिंग हो रही है, मिलिटेंट सब। हमारी जो सरकार तो क्या कर रही है? हमारी सरकार को भी कुछ करना चाहिए कि हमारे लोगों को जो कश्मीरी पंडित है उनको सिक्योरिटी दी जाए, उनके रिलीफ बढ़ा दिया जाए, सब कुछ बढ़ा दिया जाए।
We will talk to some more protesters here. जी आप बताइए, कल एक पुलिसकर्मी की भी हत्या आतंकवादियों ने की है, लगातार टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही, क्या कहें?
ये तो कश्मीरियत वालों की बात है, जो कश्मीरियत की बात करते हैं, जो कश्मीरियत की वो पार्कों में बैठे हैं, उनसे पूछे कि आप ये कश्मीरियत में क्या हो रहा है, क्योंकि इस वक्त किलिंग बहुत हो रही है, क्योंकि वो बैठे हैं, वो कश्मीरियत के ग्राहक अपना रहे हैं, जो कश्मीरियत के राह अपना रहे हैं, उन्हीं की वजह से ये किलिंगें हो रही है। और इस वक्त बहुत ही चिंताजनक पूर्ण की हम एलजी साहब से गुजारिश करते हैं कि जितने भी एम्प्लॉयज माइग्रेंट एम्प्लॉयज पैकेज के हैं उनको वापस किया जाए।
So Sneha, you just heard from the protesters here. They are very angry. They are saying that government seems to be totally non-serious as far as the security of the minorities and the vulnerable sections of the society is concerned. They want that government must seriously look into the security issues of the minorities as well as other vulnerable sections of the society. They are saying that how long innocents are going to suffer, how long innocents are going to be targeted like this, because this recent spate of the targeted killings has sent shock waves across the country. People are outraged, people are saying that this has to stop now. Innocent lives are being taken out. Terrorists are targeting innocent people who have nothing to do with anything. Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted. Jammu and Kashmir policemen are being targeted. Children are being targeted, and terrorists have stooped to new low level in Kashmir, and they want.
As is evident, Sunil, we'll come back to you for more on that. Thanking you for the moment, Sunil Ji Bhatt, tracking all of those developments where those protests are ongoing. TRF, remember, has claimed responsibility for the attack that killed Safa's father and injured the 9-year-old. A shadowy Pakistan-backed terror outfit. It calls itself the Resistance, was believed to be a Lashkar front formed by the LET after the 370 purge in Jammu and Kashmir. Its main role is to take credit for terror attacks. It has claimed a role in killings of Kashmiri Pandits. It regularly targets off-duty Jammu and Kashmir army men. Cops also claim attacks on para-commandos. It has been issuing threats against the annual Amarnath Yatra. Its presence is on social media, and many analysts believe it has no terror operative on ground. Gaurav Sawant, our executive editor, is joining us live for more on that. TRF essentially, Gaurav, looks like a group that is only seeking attention. Undoubtedly, it is Pakistan-backed. What more can you tell us about this group?
The Resistance Front is actually an attempt to take away the focus from Lashkar-e-Taiba. Lashkar-e-Taiba is a UN-designated global terrorist organization that's based out of Pakistan. Since the Financial Action Task Force has tightened the screws on Lashkar-e-Taiba and its founder Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, who incidentally is one of the most respected citizens of Pakistan, they came up with this organization called the Resistance Front. Also, they wanted to take away from rather Islamic names like Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Muhammad or Hizbul Mujahideen. So they came up with a name like the Resistance Front so that they would find wider acceptability in the West. Since the West is also now waking up to Pakistan-backed radical Islamic terror. The Resistance Front is actually just a another name for Lashkar-e-Taiba. The terrorists are the same, their commanders are the same, the leadership and the directions come from Pakistan, and these are targeted killings. Now this, Sneha, is actually an attempt, a new phase of terror. What is this new phase of terror? Hybrid terror means during the day, a lot of these terrorists could be working in any, maybe even a government job, maybe in the private sector, maybe a school teacher, maybe somewhere else. And they're radicalized so extensively that they are given instructions, given a pistol or a small weapon, they go carry out the terror attack, hand over the weapon back to the handlers and get back to their day life. Now, this hybrid terror is extremely difficult to track because, one, intelligence is limited. The intelligence agencies have very limited knowledge about their whereabouts. And two, extremely significant, they operate under the radar. They, in a way, could also often operate as overground workers of various organizations. That is why, in this new phase of terror, there have been targeted killings, not just of Kashmiri Pandits, but brave Kashmiri Muslims, including, Constable Saifullah, who are working to strengthen the country and against Pakistan-backed radical Islamic terror.
Gaurav, there are concerns. Given that terror groups, the resistance front that we are talking about has been issuing threats, talking about how blood is going to spill, given that the Amarnath Yatra is coming up. There have always been concerns, but right now, there is a sense of fear, especially because the manner in which even Kashmiri Pandits are getting targeted, the spate of violence in this region has increased in that sense. Give us an idea about the current situation and the kind of measures the government, the central government also would be taking to ensure that there is no untoward incident as far as the Amarnath Yatra, the holy Amarnath Yatra is concerned.
So, compared to the start of terrorism, in the early 1990s, where hundreds of terrorists would walk into Jammu and Kashmir from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir with rocket launchers and higher caliber weapons, the situation is way better today when terrorists are perhaps down to their last couple of hundreds in the valley. A larger number, of course, remain these hybrid terrorists. Pakistani terrorists are also much lesser in number, and the moment they are on the radar, either of the intelligence agencies, the army, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, which incidentally, the Jammu and Kashmir Police remains the backbone of India's war on Pakistan state-sponsored terror. That is where these hybrid terrorists are extremely critical. You need to catch not just these terrorists and prosecute them, but you also need to prosecute, and this is where better intelligence and operations are required. You need to prosecute the enabling environment, those who shelter these terrorists, those who hide these terrorists, those overground workers who often, moonlight also as political party activists. So they need to be prosecuted with evidence. Those who provide funds for terror. It's not just Hawala. There is an incident which is under investigation that they took money for a child's admission in a medical college outside Kashmir. So they said, don't worry, whatever money had been taken out by the parent for the child's admission, they said, you give that money to us, and Hawala operators in the other state would provide money for the child's admission. So that is how this Hawala nexus operates to a large extent, and cracking down on that is easier said than done.
Gaurav, thanks for getting us all of those details. Gaurav Sawant, putting that story into perspective. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more on that. And we're staying with this. Remember, we're talking about a Jammu and Kashmir police constable who was killed while his 9-year-old child, his daughter, was injured when terrorists opened fire on them in Soura area outskirts of Srinagar. According to sources, the constable was going to drop his daughter for her tuition classes when they were attacked. Here's what happened.
This is 9-year-old Safa. Blooded by terrorists in Kashmir while her father was shot dead. On Tuesday, terrorists fired indiscriminately at Saifullah Qadri, constable of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, who was on leave. He was targeted right outside his house in Soura's Ganai Mohalla in Srinagar. Watching the shots fired, this 9-year-old girl ran to save her father, clung to his arms as he battled for life. Heartless terrorists did not spare the child either and fired at her. Both received critical gunshot injuries and were rushed to the hospital, where the policeman succumbed. The child has suffered heavy blood loss, but is said to be stable at present. The area around Ganai Mohalla is cordoned off and a search is on to nab the terrorists. The police have vowed to bring the killers to justice.
पूरी सोसाइटी कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए.
One more innocent life has been snuffed out by radicalization and terrorism in Kashmir. Bureau Report, India Today.
Ashrafani is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from Srinagar right now. Ashraf, an atmosphere of fear, unfortunately, in the valley after this targeted killing. And there is a pattern to all of this. This has been happening for a while, where policemen are being attacked, army men off duty are being attacked. There seems to be a pattern to this, isn't it, in the last few weeks or so?
Absolutely, Sneha. Basically, that is the major concern for the security agencies here in the Kashmir Valley. In fact, we have seen yesterday evening when this policeman Saifullah Qadri was targeted with his daughter in the Srinagar heart, that is the outskirts of Srinagar city, Soura. Then since then, all the security forces are carrying out many operations. In fact, currently when I am talking to you, encounter is underway in the Creedy area of Baramulla in Patan, and that is also being linked to this yesterday's killing, that since yesterday evening many operations launched by the security forces so that can nab these terrorists who were responsible for the killing of the cop. But really a challenge for the security forces, as Gaurav was saying, that hybrid terrorism, that is the biggest challenge for the security agencies, particularly Jammu and Kashmir Police, where these young boys without any past, without any on any intelligence radar, they come, commit crime, commit terrorism, and then mingle with the common population across the Kashmir Valley. And not only that is the solution. In fact, many of the experts who are in the Kashmir Valley, they believe that there should be some kind of a strategy. That could be a political strategy, that could be some kind of other strategies to deal these kind of issues. Otherwise, more and more problems, not only for the common people in the Kashmir Valley, but in fact for the whole population. That is the focus of the security agency so far. But as far as the yesterday's incident, the killing of a police constable, there is a fear in the area. In fact, in the other among the other people, that is the only motive of these militants to attack the specifically targets, and these are to be curbed by the high hand of the security agencies. And as I said, that police is saying that they are tracking the case, and probably very soon they are going to book or bring the culprits to the justice who were responsible for the killing of Saifullah Qadri here in the Srinagar West evening. But one good news only, the daughter, she is recovering, she is now stable, but still being treated in the hospital and not aware that what happened with the father. Now the focus is that how that little girl, 9-year-old girl, is being treated and taken care of. That is the responsibility of the society as well as of the Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Will absolutely be with us, Ashraf. I'll just come back to you for more, and then I'm going to go across straight to my colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt, who is also joining us from this site where protests are taking place. The people, the residents of this region, Jammu and Kashmir, are extremely upset. Sunil, and in your conversations, they continue to say that it does sound like the administration too is very unsure about what to expect next, given that the number of these killings have only gone up.
Well, Sneha, I couldn't listen to, I was not able to hear.
You that the protesters there, the residents, the armed janta, say that they are extremely worried about what to expect next. There is a sense of fear that is looming large, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, you can see that protests are taking place here in Jammu, and you can see that the members of the Kashmiri Pandit community are raising slogans against Pakistan, and they are raising slogans against terrorism. They are saying that enough is enough. This spate of targeted killings must stop, and the government must take concrete steps so that this hybrid terrorism, this new wave of hybrid terrorism is tackled. They want that the government should be approaching this problem with a very serious attitude. They are alleging that the government is totally non-serious as far as combating terrorism is concerned in the Kashmir Valley. They are saying that members of the Hindu community have been targeted, J&K policemen have been targeted, and other vulnerable sections of the society have been targeted, and now the government must take serious note of this and devise a new strategy. We will talk to some protesters here. जी, अब लगातार टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही कश्मीर में. कल शाम भी हमने देखा कि एक पुलिसकर्मी की हत्या आतंकवादियों ने की और उसकी 9 वर्ष की बच्ची को भी नहीं बख्शा गया, उस पर भी गोली मारी गई.
इन लोगों का काम ही है, अब ये टेररिस्ट का यही काम है, ये किसी न किसी को तो उसका शिकार बनाते ही जाएंगे. अब इनको पहले ये लगा था कि कश्मीरी बड़े डरपोक हैं, वो डरते हैं, वो बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे, ठीक है. अब जो इसमें राहुल जी के मरने से जो हो गया ना, वो कभी रुकेगा नहीं और कभी थमेगा नहीं. हम इसका बदला तो लेके रहेंगे, और साथ में जो भी इनको वहाँ पे मरते जाएंगे उनका भी खून का बदला हम लेते रहेंगे. उनको क्या लगता है कि हम एक को मारेंगे तो हम बचेंगे?
इस समय अगर देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह आपको सुन रहे हो, देख रहे हो, क्या कहेंगे आप?
उनको अगर वो देख रहे हैं, वो सुन रहे हैं हमारी बात, तो उनको इस चीज के लिए एकदम से कदम उठाना चाहिए. देखो सर, एकदम से तो सब कुछ होगा नहीं. अब इतने सालों से चल रहा है, फिर भी कश्मीर में बहुत हालात सुधर गए हैं. उनको और थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा अभी इस चीज को और सुधारने में, थोड़ा टाइम तो लगेगा. अब ये हम कहेंगे कि अभी भरोसा सारा, वो तो होगा नहीं. थोड़ा टाइम समझते हैं.
सरकार को क्या करना है?
सरकार को हम क्या बोलेंगे, सरकार को कोई एक्शन लेनी चाहिए. जब तक कश्मीर की हालात ठीक हो जाएंगे तब तक वो वहाँ से जो कश्मीरी हिंदू है या हिंदू है, कोई भी जो पंडित है, उनको वापस लाना चाहिए. जब
हत्याओं का सिलसिला नहीं रुक रहा है, क्या
कोई सुरक्षा नहीं है वहाँ पे, तभी नहीं हत्या रुक रही है. सरकार कुछ देख ही नहीं है, सरकार चुप करके बैठ.
सरकार तो कह रही है हालात काफी सुधर गए.
नहीं सुधरे, अभी कोई हालात सुधर नहीं रहे हैं भैया, अभी कोई हालात वहाँ पे सुधर नहीं रहे हैं.
So Sneha, you just heard from the protesters. They are saying that the government may be making tall claims about normalcy in Kashmir Valley, but the fact is that all is not well in the Kashmir Valley. People are being targeted, innocent people are being killed, and the government may be busy portraying a rosy picture of Kashmir, but that is not true. The security situation has deteriorated. That's what the people are saying here, and they want that the government must tackle this problem with a very serious attitude. They must also show empathy towards the victims' families. They want that the relief should be provided to the families of the victims, and the killers who are behind the targeted killings must be eliminated as soon as possible. They are saying that the government must also provide foolproof security to the vulnerable sections of the society in Kashmir Valley, whether it's the minority Hindu community or Jammu and Kashmir policemen, because Jammu and Kashmir policemen are being seen siding with India, Indian democracy, and that is why they are being targeted. Yesterday also we saw that a selection grade constable was killed in broad daylight by terrorists, and the terrorists even did not spare his 9-year-old daughter. She was also fired upon.
Yes,
now there is outrage across the country over this, and here in the streets of Jammu you can see that the Kashmiri Pandit community has hit the streets. They are raising slogans against Pakistan. They are raising slogans against terrorists, and they are saying enough is enough.
Repeatedly there are targeting of Kashmiri Pandits as well as policemen in Jammu and Kashmir. Also against army men who are off duty. That is a pattern that has unfortunately been established. Sunilji Bhatt, Ashraf Vani, Gaurav Sawant, I'm thanking all my colleagues for getting us all of those details. In fact, I'll continue to ask Ashraf to be with us. Meanwhile, we have India Today speaking exclusively to Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon over the killing of Jammu and Kashmir Police Constable Saifullah Qadri by terrorists. Remember, his 9-year-old daughter was injured in the attack. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
General Dhillon, this kind of an incident it shocks you. We're all heartbroken by what's happened, but it also makes your blood boil. A 9-year-old girl standing with her father, a cop, is shot at. The terrorists, seeing this little girl there, continue to shoot brazenly at the father. She is covering, she reportedly was holding the hand of her constable father, was covering herself with her arm, and that's what's led to her sustaining bullet injuries. You know, it's, like I said, heartbreaking, but also gets you so angry and riled up that this kind of an incident can even happen right now in the valley.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to pay my condolences to the family of Constable Saifullah Qadri, a very brave soldier from a very brave force, that is the Jammu and Kashmir Police, who is fighting the terrorism head on. And at the outset, I would like to say this is an act of desperation. This shows the inhuman face of terrorism, and it also shows that they have no qualms or no empathy for the children, the women, and the weaker sections of society. No religion teaches killing of children, innocent women, and this is not the first time this has happened. This has happened in the past. If you remember, in February 2019, they had killed a young woman and made a video of it. They shot her point blank when she was pleading for her life. Then again in month of June 2019, they killed a SPO, Nagina Jan, at her home. I would like to say now recently in Tral, they killed a policeman, his wife and his daughter. Now what type of jihad is this? Are we getting into a society where we can kill innocent women and children or injure them and then claim that we are achieving our aim? Is this the propagation of the idea of ISI in Kashmir? The Kashmiri society, which is a very alert, very aware, very intellectual society, has to take a call. Is this the Kashmiriyat? Is this the way Kashmiri society was? Or is this the way to go forward, where our mothers, sisters and daughters are not safe, where they can be killed at any place? What was the fault of Saifullah Qadri? His fault was that he wore uniform. He was earning a bread for his family. What was the fault of this young girl? Her fault was her father was a policeman. So is this the way society has to work? And my condolences again to the family. And this is how I feel about this incident. This is not justified in any civil society for whatever the cause.
In the last 24 hours, there's been a tweet that's been put out by the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, where he's condemned the conviction of a terrorist. He's condemned the conviction of Yasin Malik, but not a word mentioned about this young girl, about 9-year-old Safa. Are you really surprised by that?
Absolutely. There is no surprise in this. This is exactly how the Pakistan has been behaving. They would speak about everything else other than what acts they are doing. Why talk about Pakistan politicians, our own politicians in the valley? Do they ever speak against such acts? Do they ever name a terrorist or do they ever name Pakistan? They would, if at all, they would give a wishy-washy statement, the violence and this and that. They never come out clean and openly and say bluntly, this is an act of terrorism by Pakistan. Our own politicians need to be made aware of these things, and this is how the Kashmiri people should understand. When innocent Kashmiris are getting killed, no one is raising a voice about them other than the security forces.
Some news just coming in, we'll go straight through that. 3 Pakistani terrorists have been killed. 1 JKP personnel also killed in Baramulla encounter. Incriminating materials including arms and ammunition have been recovered, is what we are learning. 3 Pakistan terrorists have been neutralized in Baramulla. Unfortunately, 1 cop has also been killed in this encounter, is what we are learning. Arms and ammunition have been recovered. Amid the radical Islamist jihadis that are killing innocent people in the valley, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif bats for terror convict Yasin Malik. On Tuesday, terrorists opened fire at 9-year-old child Safa after she tried to save her father, Constable Saifullah, in Srinagar, Soura area. Safa received bullet injuries in her arm while trying to rescue her father. However, Saifullah Qadri succumbed to his critical bullet injuries. Earlier, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is batted for terror convict Yasin Malik. Yasin has been pleading guilty in 2017 terror case. The Pakistan Prime Minister took to Twitter, urging the world to take note of Indian government's mistreatment, calling Yasin a political prisoner. Sharif has also alleged that terror charges on Yasin and the killings of the Kashmiris are fake. Does the terror sympathizer Shehbaz Sharif's heart bleed for this terrorist and not for the 9-year-old child Safa, who's had to witness the gruesome murder of her father? A Delhi court is set to give the quantum of punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik. The JKLF leader is being produced in court. Malik, remember, accused of killing Kashmiri Pandits. An Indian security forces earlier pleaded guilty of all the charges, including those under the stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act or UAPA in a terror funding case. Special Judge Praveen Singh had on the 19th of May convicted Malik and had directed NIA authorities to assess its financial situation to determine the amount of fine likely to be imposed. Malik is facing a maximum punishment of death penalty, while the minimum sentence for the offences committed by him is life imprisonment. Quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik, convicted terrorist, is going to be announced by a Delhi court. That is expected today, is what we are learning. Remember, Yasin Malik has been supported time and again by Pakistan. Imran Khan, the former president, has gone on to call him a freedom fighter. The current Prime Minister of Pakistan also seems to be supporting him. With him, in fact, talking about how India has mistreated Yasin Malik. A court, an NIA court, is to deliver quantum of sentence to Yasin Malik today. Shreya Chatterjee is getting us more details on that. The news is tightening around Yasin Malik. Life imprisonment is what he could be facing. Give us an idea about the case and also about the quantum of punishment. The announcement of the same, Shreya, is expected today.
Well, yes, Sneha, today the NIA court will be pronouncing the quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik in the terror funding case that was lodged by the NIA in 2017. Now, on May 19th, in the last hearing, it was posed that today the quantum of punishment will be decided. A maximum of a death penalty and at least a life or a life imprisonment is something that Yasin Malik is right now looking at. Remember, on May 10th, it also pleaded guilty in the same matter, including all the charges under UAPA. This is the terror funding case that the NIA had lodged in 2017, where an atmosphere of terror was created across Jammu and Kashmir after the killings of terrorist Burhan Wani. And there was the allegations that shell companies were created by one Zahur Watali, from where terror funds were gotten from Pakistan as well as UAE. There was involvement of Hafiz Saeed that was also established by the NIA, and the fact that Yasin Malik had received the funds from Zahur Watali, which he used to create an atmosphere of terror in Jammu and Kashmir across 2016 and onwards. And in 2017, the case was registered. It's the same case in which the NIA court will today announce the quantum of a sentence for Yasin Malik.
And, Shreya, the fact of the matter is that this terrorist has told the court that he is not contesting any of the charges that have been leveled against him. But we see support really pouring in from Pakistan for this man. Just go back to Shreya in a bit from now. We're getting you details of Yasin Malik, where quantum of punishment is going to be pronounced for him by an NIA court. He's facing death penalty or life in jail. Remember, this is the man who's been hatching a criminal conspiracy, waging a war against the country, creating so much unrest in Jammu and Kashmir, has been convicted of disturbing the peace in the valley. With that, it's time for a quick break here. On the other side, no stopping horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary has been hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city.
are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Following a spate of murders in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader in Tamil Nadu was hacked to death by 3 miscreants on Tuesday. 30-year-old Balachandra was murdered brutally by an unknown gang in Chennai's Chintadripet. Balachandra was receiving death threats and was later provided with a personal security officer to ensure security. This incident occurred when he was on a street speaking to a few men when a security officer had gone to have tea. At that exact moment, 3 men surrounded him, brutally hacking him to death. The gang that got into 2-wheelers escaped from the spot before Balakrishnan, who was Balachandra's security, could return. The death of another BJP functionary has raised critical questions about the law and order situation in the city. On the 18th of May, two spine-chilling murders, all of it. Both of these incidents were caught on camera. Opposition leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy has criticized the law and order situation, claiming that Chennai had been turned into a murder city, as 18 murders have occurred in the last 20 days.
அதுக்கப்புறம் லாஸ்ட் வீக் 3 days பிஃபோர் வந்து என் தம்பியை வழியில பார்த்து உங்க தம்பியை விட மாட்டேன் உங்க தம்பி சாவியை கேட்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு மிரட்டுறாங்க. மிரட்டினோடனே சண்டே நைட்டு நாங்கள் வந்து எஃப்ஐஆர் போடுறோம் அவங்க மேலே இது மாதிரி மிரட்டுறாங்க கொலை முயற்சி பண்ணுறாங்கன்ட்டு. எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்ட இன்னும் அவனுக்கு பிடிக்கவே இல்லை. ஆனால் என் தம்பி தான் உயிர் விட்டான் செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை. என் தம்பி உன்னை பிடிச்சிருந்தா என் தம்பி செத்துருக்க மாட்டான். உன்னை பிடிக்கல இன்னும் தேடிட்டே இருக்கிறாங்க அவங்கள.
இந்த கேஸில் நம்ம தற்சமய இன்வெஸ்டிகேஷன் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் அண்ட் வீட் ப்ரொடெக்ஷனுக்கு தனியாக டீம் போட்டிருக்கோம். 3 டீம் 4 டீம் தகவல் படி வெளியே போயிருக்காங்க. மொத்தமாக 7 டீம் இருக்கு. டிசி நம்ம முதல்ல இந்த பந்தோபஸ்தில் எல்லாம் போட்டிருந்தோம். அவர் வெளியே எடுத்ததை இந்த வேலைக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலாக வச்சுருக்கோம். அங்கே கூட ஆள் தனியாக போட்டோம். இன்னும் இன்ஸ்பெக்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஏசிஸ் வர சொல்லியிருக்கோம். இந்த ஏரியாவில் வேலை செஞ்சனால தேவைப்பட்டால அடிஷ்னல் அந்த டீம் நம்ம பயன்படுத்துகிறோம்.
சார் அந்த சிசிடிவி பொறுத்த வரைக்கும்
This is not the first instance of such a brutal murder taking place in broad daylight on the streets of Chennai. The DMK government is doing precious little to ensure the law and order of the state and particularly of Chennai is maintained. In fact, today, the entire Dalit Lives Matter lobby is eloquently silent and not raising a single question, perhaps because it is inconvenient to do so.
On Tuesday evening, a gruesome murder occurred in the Chennai city, one of the most populated area called Chindadripet. The person's name was Balachandran, who was the president of Central Chennai SC/ST wing. This acts is absolutely shocking because on one side, the opposition leader claimed that in 20 days there have been 18 murders. If you include this, that will become 19 in the city. But the Commissioner of Police, Shankar Jiwal, said that this is only the 11th murder. Still, the number is too high for 20 days. Balachandran was surrounded by 6 people who hacked him to death, even though Balachandran was provided with a PSO, who apparently on that period had gone to have a tea, thinking that it's a crowded spot and nothing would happen. For this unfortunate incident, we have Balachandra's father with us. எங்ககிட்ட பேசுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி. என்ன நடந்துச்சுன்னு கொஞ்சம் சொல்ல முடியுங்களா?
ஐயா, இது வந்து தொடர்ச்சியாக நடந்துனேக்குது ஐயா. இது விடிவு காலமே இன்னொன்று முல்ல. ரெண்டாவது வந்து தொடர்ச்சியாக வந்து பிஜேபியில் சேர்க்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஆர்வம் காட்டி இது பண்ணானுங்க. அவனா சொல்ல ரவுடி பசங்க சேர்த்து கட்சி நாசமாக போடும், கட்சியில் எனக்கு கெட்ட பேர் ஆகிடும், அதெல்லாம் வந்து பிஜேபியில் சேர்க்க மாட்டாங்க சொன்னாங்க. அதெல்லாம் வந்து நீ என்னங்களும் சேர்க்க மாட்டீங்களா, எல்லாரும் சேர்க்குறீங்க கட்சியில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு SC Pradeep Sanjay.
So he claims that there was a certain kind of enmity between Pradeep, Sanjay and Balachandra, including regarding the BJP party and various issues. இவங்க என்ன மிரட்டினாங்களா அவங்க பையனை
மிரட்டாங்க. என்ன வந்து கட்சியில் சேர்க்க முடியும், ஒரு கட்சியில் சேர்த்துட்டு வந்து ஏதாவது கொலை பண்ணிடுவானுங்க. இப்போ அந்த கட்சியில் போய் அடகலம் பண்ணிட்டு தப்பிச்சுவானுங்க. அது மாதிரி பிஜேபியில் சேர்த்தாங்கன்னா எனக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஒரு எதிர்காலம் இருக்குது, நீ ஏன் சேர்க்க மாட்டேற, நீ தானே எல்லாத்தையும் சேர்க்குற அப்படின்னு ஒரே பிரச்சனை.
But he says that Balachandra denied to take him into the party because they had bad name and he didn't want any kind of bad name to come for BJP. இவங்க வந்து ஏதோ துணி கடையில் மாமூல் கேட்டு இதெல்லாம்
துணிகள் அது தனி சார். அது துணிகளில் வந்து மாமூல் கட்டானுங்க. இவனுங்க வந்து ஜெயிலுக்கு போட்டு வந்தானுங்க. ஜெயிலுக்கு போட்டு வந்து 10 ட்ரெஸ் விட்டு 5 ட்ரெஸ் விட்டுன்னு கேட்பானுங்க. அது காசு இல்லாமல் முதல் இல்லாமல் வந்து காசு இல்லாமல் துணி எடுக்குது. துணி
கேஸ் கொடுத்தாரா?
இல்லை, பாலச்சந்தர் வந்து எங்கள் என்ன சார் சொல்லுவாங்க, பெரிய மாப்பிள்ளை சின்ன மாப்பிள்ளை. நாங்கள் எங்கள் சம்சாரத்தோடைய அக்கா பசங்க வந்து கடை வச்சுருக்கிறாங்க. அந்த கடையில் போட்டு துணி கேட்கறது, இவங்க பேரில் ஏதாவது வரும்போது துணி கேட்கறது. துணி இல்லைன்னொடனே ஒரு 10,000 ரூபாய் 5,000 ரூபாய் துணி எடுத்துது. இப்போ நான் வெளியே வந்து போய் தரேன் போன்னு சொல்லுறது. இது வந்து பாலச்சந்தர் வந்து தம்பிக்காரன் இது பண்ணும்போது நான் கமிஷனர் ரிப்போர்ட் கொடுத்து நம்ம டைட் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க.
So he claims that these perpetrators has gone ahead and sought money as extortion or clothes from Balachandra's cousin's family, and Balachandra tried to help them by approaching the police, and this is where the issue occurred. In fact, his sister Sharmila has also mentioned that already a complaint was given and police said that they will capture these 3 perpetrators, and had they been caught at the time, Balachandra would be alive now. This is the house of Balachandra, who was murdered on a busy area Tuesday around 6:30 p.m. Even though Balachandra had a PSO, nothing could protect his life, and that's the reason several questions are being asked about the law and order in the city of Chennai. This is Dhillon, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
Pramod Madhav is getting asked more details on that horrific story. Pramod, 20 days 18 incidents of brutal killings on the streets of Chennai. For somebody who's not living in Chennai to even listen to what's really happening in the city is mind-boggling. It's a scary, scary situation.
It absolutely is, and it's actually sending shockwaves only. In fact, I'm currently at the location where the murder occurred. On the left side, where you see all the vehicles parked, that's where the murder occurred. In fact, they have put M-sand over it to cover the blood spots. This is a place called Chintadri Pet. In fact, I would like to show the surrounding area. This is a marketplace. You have CCTVs over here. You have people, they'll be here 24/7. And even after that, the perpetrators were bold enough to block the person and attack him. 6 people over here surrounded Balachandar, and they attacked him and they murdered him. That point, the PSO who was supposed to be with him 24/7, that PSO was not there. So Chennai police definitely has a lot of questions to answer. Just like you mentioned, the opposition leader claims 18 murders. However, the Commissioner of Police is trying to provide an explanation saying that it's only 10 murders, including Balachandran's. It's 11 murders. That too is not acceptable. Commissioner of Police claims that compared to last year, the statistic shows 25% less. What is 25% less? Even after that, it's 8 murders in 20 days, which means 1 murder at least in 2 days. Definitely not acceptable. The police force definitely have to answer about the law and order situation and the protection for the public they are providing it. This is the spot where the murder occurred.
Prabhu, thanks for getting us up to speed with those developments. We're talking about street murders in Chennai city on the 18th of May. There were 2 that were caught on camera. And now we're talking about a BJP functionary being murdered on the streets of Chennai just yesterday. Horrific story developing from Chennai city. The report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the Metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The Metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the Metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with LG Refrigerators, stunningly stylish. Nine-year-old Safa inflames entire nation. Terrorist killed her father and shot her. India, don't look away from this child. Spare a moment for Safa's courage and tragedy. She is the face to the tragedy of Pakistan terror. Her attackers will be hunted. India promises that. Time for Terroristan to pay ultimate price. justice for Safa.
Getting you all the details of that big story. A 9-year-old child, remember, has had to witness the murder of a father. A police constable was only doing his duty by terrorists sponsored by Pakistan. That's a top focus right here. A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. The headlines in this edition first. 9-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for a recovery. Anger erupts over targeted killings of innocents. Pakistan's heart bleeds for terrorist Yasin Malik, but not for 9-year-old Safa. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz sympathizes with Yasin. His duplicity on terror now stands exposed. No stopping horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on Stalin government. Mathura court to hear Krishna Janmabhoomi land battle case. Petition demands right to worship. Another plea seeks removal of masjid from the disputed property. Is it Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru? After Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque, VHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs and firearms. Shooter Ramos Salvador also killed his grandmother before unleashing this carnage. A court in Mathura is going to be hearing Krishna Janmabhoomi case amid the Gyanvapi controversy. As showdown over Gyanvapi dispute simmers, civil court is going to hear the Krishna Janmabhoomi Temple Idgah Masjid dispute. 3-week pleas to be heard by the court today and tomorrow. The plea is related to right to worship at Krishna Janmabhoomi. That's going to be heard today. A representative suit filed on behalf of Hindu community seeks removal of masjids from the disputed property, and that's also going to be heard. We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Hearing in the Krishna Janmabhoomi case has been adjourned. Remember, the court in Mathura was to hear this matter. What we're learning is that the hearing in the Krishna Janmabhoomi case has for the moment been adjourned. The next hearing is going to be on the 31st day of May is what we are picking up. The court in Mathura was to hear this matter. This has been adjourned. The hearing in the fresh plea on the Mandir case. Anisha Mathur is telling us more. Anisha, first take us to the reasons why this matter has been adjourned up until the 31st day of May.
Well, Sneha, it's a very simple point. Now, today there is a fresh petition that was filed by a group of lawyers and law students who are not residents of Mathura, saying that they are devotees of Lord Krishna and as such are representative of all Hindu devotees, and their petition should be heard as a representative suit, and all other matters that are pending should be heard along with all of these petitions. Now, the court, the district judge, the additional district judge, as soon as the matter came up, has asked, how is this even applicable? Tell us what case law there is, what law there is under which you are saying that you can even be heard. Now, when the lawyer then said that he needs some time to file detailed submissions, to file detailed arguments. Now, remember, the legalities, most of these petitions in the Mathura case have been stuck on very important legal technicalities about who can file a petition, who is even appearing before the court, whether they have the right to challenge anything or not. And that is once again what the court has asked, that how can you as a lawyer say that other petitions should be heard with your petition as a representative suit. And now on this issue of whether this group of lawyers can be heard as a representative of all Hindus will be now heard on May 31st. Back to you.
Anisha, just take us to the details of the 3 pleas before the court. Just break this down for us. What exactly are the 3 pleas?
Well, Sneha, if you look at what is there in the Mathura case, there are not just 3 pleas. There are multiple petitions. This petition that was up for hearing today is about the 11th or 12th petition that is being filed with regard to the with regard to the Krishna Janmabhoomi Eidgah Masjid matter. Now, all of these petitions are predicated on 2 points. One, that there is a right to worship, and the petitioners, that are the Hindu devotees, their right to worship has been violated because the actual Krishna Janmasthan, which is the Karagar or the jail cell where Krishna is believed to have been born, is still under the Eidgah Masjid that was built by Aurangzeb in the 1500s after breaking the original temple that existed. The second petition is the second line of argument, if I may correct that. The second line of argument is saying that in 1968, when the Krishna Janmabhoomi Seva Sansthan, which was managing the Krishna Janmabhoomi temple, they entered into a compromise with the Eidgah Trust and said that this entire premises is about 13.5 acres. We will keep 10 acres. You can keep 3.5 acres. So at the moment, after the 1968 compromise, a new temple was built in the 10 plus acres which are available with the Krishna Janmabhoomi Trust, and the Eidgah has remained where it was in the 3.5 acre premises. Now these petitioners are saying that the 1968 compromise was a fraud, that the Seva Sansthan was only managing the temple. They did not have the ownership of the land because the land belongs to the god, the deity himself, and the land was also purchased from the British by the Krishna Janmabhoomi Trust. So that is why these petitioners have now come in and said that the compromise should be dismissed and the Eidgah should be demolished and the entire land should be given back.
The matter is going to be heard on the 31st of May, is what Anisha is in fact telling us. Anisha, thanking you for the moment. Now let's talk about another controversial issue that has come up, and this has got to do with the Qutub Minar. This is an India Today exclusive. We're showing you Qutub's truth from history that shows ancient proof of Hindu past of Qutub Minar. India Today has accessed 1871 British Raj ASI report that seeks to settle the Qutub debate. The report says Lakshmi idols, Hindu pillars and Anantnag in Qutub Minar mosque were found. The British report says pillars erected by Hindu King Prithvi Raj has been there. This is a never seen before British era Qutub fact check.
The report mentions that earlier it was not a mosque. All the evidences shows that it was a temple, and the evidences were hidden by the Muslims, and then they had set up a mosque over there just above the temple.
Quite likely that the corridor and the domical structure over it, the trabeate kind of domical structure, they are the elements of Hindu temple architecture that exist over there. But the core area, the sanctum sanctorum or the mukh mandap or vestibule and things like that, the core elements of the temple existing within that area, somewhere near the iron pillar, that whole area, the surface is all covered, so we cannot say. But the corridor as such which we see is the existing one, and now it is part of Quwaitul Islam Mosque, but quite likely it might be of the temple.
Anisha Mathur is getting us more details on that. Anisha, I just wanted to recap. This matter is in Delhi's Saket Court, and take us to the developments as far as this particular case, the Qutub Minar case, is concerned.
Well, Sneha, we need to and make sure that we see the legal differences in all of these matters. In the Qutub Minar case, the petition has been filed again by a group of Hindu devotees and Jain devotees saying that this entire premises was built using the demolished remains of 27 Hindu and Jain temples. Now, on the other side is not a Muslim petitioner. On the other side is the Archaeological Survey of India, which is a government agency, which is saying that there has been no worship in that place, that is the Qutub Minar premises, for the last 800 years. More importantly, the ASI is saying that for the last more than 100 years, this has been a protected monument where neither Hindus nor Muslims have been allowed to worship, and now asking for the right to worship or asking for restoration of those demolished temples is not possible, because this is a protected area and you can't suddenly demand a right over a protected area which is under the Archaeological Survey. What is also interesting, and what the guest that we just heard also said, is that yes, the ASI has admitted, and there is no doubt about the fact that there are remains of Hindu gods and goddesses, Jain Tirthankars, there are Hindu and Jain religious symbols all over the premises. And it is in fact an inscription in the Qutub Minar premises itself that the Quwwatul Islam Mosque was built using the demolished remains of these temples. But what the ASI is now saying is, yes, this happened 800 years ago, but now you cannot get it back. You cannot say that you rebuild that temple or you demolish that mosque, because no one has touched that place for 800 years, and for the last 100 plus years it has been a protected monument. It is a protected heritage structure, and that is why neither Hindus nor Muslims can claim a right to worship there. Now, whether the petitioners of course are saying that no, since 800 years ago there was a temple, since it is an admitted fact that the temple was demolished, therefore we want that temple to be restored. We are not saying that you demolish the minar itself, we are saying that the premises should be turned into a temple. The ISI in its argument in the Saket court yesterday, and even the judge yesterday, has questioned, how can you say that an 800-year-old monument, a preserved monument of the Archaeological Survey, something that is a heritage site, how can you ask for that to be changed and returned to a temple? Particularly when the ASI says, and that is what our guest right now also said, that we don't know which temple was where. We don't know whether those temples were actually at that spot or were those remains brought from other areas. We don't know whether the iron pillar was also at that spot or was it moved, because it is a fact of Indian history that the conquerors have demolished temples, they have moved structures around. So a lot has been said by the ASI, and now it remains to be seen what the court is going to say. Back to you.
Anisha Mathur getting us all of those details. The ASI has made its arguments in court already. Anisha, I'm thanking you for the moment. Well, the Mandir Masjid showdown in Karnataka's Mangaluru is escalating. Hindu group VHP is going to perform a puja near the disputed site. According to the BJP MLA, Rohit Shetty, Hindu rituals will be performed near the site by locals to see if there's any power in the mosque. BJP has also demanded a proper investigation by the Archaeological Survey of India. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed for 500 meters around the masjid till the 26th of May 8 am. A survey has been demanded after a Hindu temple-like architectural design was purportedly found underneath an old mosque during its renovation. Hindu groups claim the temple existed at the site before the mosque was built.
There was an incident while renovating one of the masjid, the Juma Masjid near Tenkavulipadi Grama, Malalipet. There were like some structures similar to temples were found, and there were like some issue created within. Police and local revenue officials, they handled the situation. We conducted a cursory meeting, and even the masjid management committee, they have assured us they are like fighting that case in the court. Whatever rituals conducted by whatever organization, there we don't have to like hold it in a legal perspective. All these things will be looked after in the court. Court will take the appropriate decision.
One thing is the Vishwa Parishad and Bajrang Dal have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have said the demolition should not take place and a proper investigation should be done. My stand as an MLA is also I am also of the same view that a proper survey by the archaeological department should be done. Every time you say a mosque is built or temple, you go and hide behind the 1991 Place of Worship Act. No, it is not we. It is not like I am doing it or a one organization doing it. This is the local wanted to do Tambula Prashne. We can't go and tell don't do it because it's a part of a culture here. It's a part of a belief system and they want to do it.
Our Karnataka is a global state. We all are living and there is no issues which have to be reckoned up. They are unnecessary because of the election. They are taking all these of issues in the coastal area and in the entire state. Chief Minister is in Davos. He is signing agreements with various minority institutions where other friends to come and participate here. Now, I think this BJP outfits are creating a lot of problems. It is a very big damaging to the state.
All these controversies are being manufactured by fringe elements just to polarize the society, polarize the state, and this is totally unwarranted. The BJP and their allies, they are involved in all these things. I condemn it.
Shija is getting us more details from Mangaluru. Shija, in fact, as far as the situation is concerned, unfortunately, there is a possibility that there could be some disturbances vis-a-vis law and order, and for that the administration is taking the necessary steps. But the sentiment really is that all of this is being done keeping an eye on polarization and the electoral benefits of it, isn't it?
Yes, this question was earlier asked to many of the VHP leaders actually. However, they were clearly said that there is no politicization of this entire thing. They have taken it on their hands and they say that it is just a matter, social matter, and we want justice for Hindu sects because there are many temples around this area which is which has been hidden and it was been known in the Daiva Aradhane, that is one kind of a puja held in coastal districts. So during this time, they were saying that there were many temples which was there earlier, but it was not found right now. So these people, Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad strongly believes that these temples are right now inside the, beyond the mosques. So many such, whatever is going on, it will be taken as a campaign further, and all the mosques which has been built above the temple in the past will be retained. So this is what they say. There is no politicization according to them. Even MLA of this area is also cleared that some groups like Congress and JDS is trying to put it as a agenda for the upcoming election, but that was not the truth according to them.
All right, Shija, I'm thanking you for the moment. That's a story that is developing in Mangaluru. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Some news coming in. A Delhi court is all set to give the quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik, Kashmiri separatist leader who's been convicted. The JKLF leader is being produced in court right now. These are pictures, in fact, on your screens of Yasin Malik. These are exclusive pictures, first and exclusive on India Today. Malik, remember, the man on your screens has been accused of killing Kashmiri Pandits and Indian security forces. He's earlier pleaded guilty. He says he's not contesting any of the charges that have been leveled against him and that he indeed is behind waging a war in Kashmir. Shreya Chatterjee is getting us more details on that. Shreya, any time the quantum of punishment, it could be life or it could be a death penalty that could be pronounced any time from now by the NIA court against Malik.
Well, yes, absolutely, Sneha. He's already been produced in the NIA court, and any time from now, we will get a clarity on what the quantum of sentence is. As you rightly pointed out, it could either be life imprisonment or a death penalty. Remember, on May 10th, he had pleaded guilty for all the charges, including UAPA. This is a case that was filed by the NIA in 2017, a terror funding case where Yasin Malik, with the help of others, had actually fueled in an atmosphere of terror in the Kashmir Valley following the death of, remember, terrorist Burhan Wani. Now, there were allegations and proof that the NIA has gathered that shell companies were created and then money was transferred from Pakistan and UAE for the likes of Hafiz Saeed. Remember, the shell companies were created by businessman Zahur Vatali, and there was a link that was established by the NIA that this money was transferred to Yasin Malik, who then pumped in this money in the Kashmir Valley. Remember, during that point of time, 89 cases of stone pelting was also registered in Kashmir Valley. This is a case of 2017, a terror funding case that he is being charged. He had pleaded guilty on May 10th, and right now the court is hearing. He's been produced, and any time from now the quantum of punishment will be out. We will get to know what Yasin Malik's fate is, and it either could be death or life imprisonment.
You know, Shreya, even as we discuss this issue today, and the NIA court is going to pronounce the quantum of punishment for this man who's been convicted under the Stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, we have Pakistan still batting for this man, wanting to take this issue up at international forums, seeking world intervention, saying that he's a political prisoner being ill-treated in India.
Well, when it comes to Pakistan, they will definitely try to shield their allies they had used to create an atmosphere of terror in the country. But right now, our agencies who had worked round the clock to crack the case has incriminating evidence against Yasin Malik, because this is a very serious case. Remember, Sneha, terror funding, nothing less, which was got in from Pakistan. Shell companies were created, then money was diverted through these shell companies into the valley to create an atmosphere of terror. Following 2016, remember, we saw how there was unrest in the valley. There were multiple cases of stone pelting that counted to the number of 89. There were killings that took place in the valley, and definitely in 2017 the case was registered by the NIA. They had established connections between Yasin Malik and how the money was transferred from the likes of Syed Salahuddin, Hafiz Saeed. In the same case, we also saw many other leaders who were part of the Hurriyat, for the likes of Asia Andrabi, who were also arrested in the same case. But today, if we talk about, it's about Yasin Malik. His quantum of sentence will be decided, because he was the mastermind who was behind stitching the entire plot. He also got all the separatist leaders together on the side to create the atmosphere of terror in the valley following the death of Burhan Wani. Remember, and NIA finally got the evidence of the charges that were leveled against Yasin Malik, where he indeed did fuel in all the atmosphere in the valley. We remember the likes of Zahur Vatali, the businessman, who had actually pumped in the money, creating shell companies. The money had come from Pakistan, from UAE, and then it was used in Kashmir to finally create an atmosphere of terror. Stone peltings took place. There were killings in the valley, and NIA was successful in gathering all these evidences. They had produced the same before the court. And remember, that's also one of the reasons why we saw Yasin Malik himself plead guilty on May 10th, and then finally today the hearing is taking place where the judge will pronounce the quantum of sentence.
Shreya, also take us. Okay, we have in fact some news just coming in. We're going to be shifting focus to that in a bit. We're getting you all the details of Yasin Malik, the quantum of punishment to be pronounced by the NIA court today. We're getting you the story of a huge blow to the Congress party. Kapil Sibal has filed nomination for Rajya Sabha from Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh Yadav and Ram Gopal Yadav are present alongside Kapil Sibal, a veteran Congress leader who's been an MP with the Congress party. He's also been a sitting minister in UPA 1 and 2. Has quit the Congress and joined the Samajwadi Party. Remember, he's been extremely vocal about a leadership change within the Congress party, talking about the need for a new face, a non-Gandhi to lead the party. He's been extremely vocal about this. Today, he's filing a Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi Party ticket. Kapil Sibal has joined the Samajwadi Party. He's emerging as the member fielded by the Samajwadi Party to go to the House of Elders, to the upper house. He's quit the Congress party and joined the Samajwadi Party. This comes at a time when there have been series of leaders who've been associated with the Congress party for decades together, who've left the Congress. He's a Congress heavyweight, undoubtedly. He's lost the previous election in 2014 where he was contesting from Delhi's Chandni Chowk. He's also been a member of parliament in the past, also a sitting minister in UPA 1 and 2. Very recently, Kapil Sibal was in fact extremely vocal about his thoughts about leadership change within the Congress party, talking about the need for a non-Gandhi to lead the Congress. Abhishek Mishra has more details on that. The Samajwadi Party has in fact given this seat, offered this seat and are sending Kapil Sibal to Rajya Sabha. Undoubtedly a setback to the Congress party.
Well, certainly, we can certainly say that, this nomination has come up as an advantage for Kapil Sibal because the numbers Congress party has in Uttar Pradesh is not valid enough. There's only 2 MLAs and without the support of any other partner, it was not possible for Kapil Sibal.
Okay, we'll just go back to Abhishek in a bit from now, but we have pictures now of Sibal filing Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi Party ticket. Undoubtedly, it's a huge setback. Sibal is a leader who's been associated with the Congress party for decades together. He's been a sitting member of parliament, not for the moment though. He lost his Lok Sabha seat from Chandni Chowk. Previously, he's also been a minister in both UPA 1 and 2. He's been fairly vocal when it comes to a leadership change in the Congress party, talking about the need to have a non-Gandhi at the helm of affairs. He also skipped the all-important Congress Shivir in Rajasthan. And that led to a lot of speculation on what next for the veteran Congress leader. This comes at a time when there have been many leaders, some of them associated with the Congress party for decades together, leaving the Congress, both young and new. Sunil Jakhar, for example, has been the last one before Sibal to quit the Congress and move to the BJP. We have Kapil Sibal now quitting the Congress and in fact winning a ticket for Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party. He's filed the nomination on the Samajwadi Party ticket. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, you were telling us about the Samajwadi Party sending Kapil Sibal to Rajya Sabha. Abhishek, if you can hear me, I was asking you how the Samajwadi Party has chosen to send Kapil Sibal to Rajya Sabha. Okay, we'll just try and go back to Abhishek Mishra in a bit from now. But remember, Sibal is getting support from the Samajwadi Party. This was being speculated. And now Samajwadi Party has chosen to send Kapil Sibal to Rajya Sabha from its own quota essentially.
राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं, पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं, बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा।
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं। वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से। पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास, एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
अब ये जो 2 नाम और हैं बचे हुए जो
बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे, बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
All right, that's Akhilesh Yadav. Now, with polls scheduled for 11 Rajya Sabha seats from Uttar Pradesh out, it appears that Kapil Sibal, likely to be fielded by the Samajwadi Party, comes as a huge jolt for the Congress Party, undoubtedly, if this is confirmed. Of course, this is a confirmation that's needed on this. Kapil Sibal likely to be fielded by the Samajwadi Party for the Rajya Sabha. In fact, we heard Akhilesh Yadav just speak. Kapil Sibal there files a nomination for the Rajya Sabha from the SP, Akhilesh and Ram Gopal present alongside. So this confirmation needs to come from Kapil Sibal himself. Has he bid adieu to the Congress Party? The confirmation needs to come from him. But clearly here, a big message sent out as Kapil Sibal files his nomination as part of the SP, the Samajwadi Party from Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav also accompanying Kapil Sibal. A very old party member, Kapil Sibal, has been often a critique of the Gandhis. Literally floated the G23, where a bunch of senior Congress leaders were quite apprehensive with the Congress's prospects and with the way the organization has been functioning ever since the BJP came to power. In fact, here Kapil Sibal has time and again hit out at the Gandhis for not making stern decisions, not making organizational changes, for not appointing the right person to lead the party. According to him, the Gandhis aren't it. Here is Kapil Sibal, after much of the revolt within the Congress party itself, seems like he's finally made his way out. Kapil Sibal now decides to possibly join the SP because he's now already filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha from the SP, but no formal declaration coming in from Kapil Sibal as yet. So far, we've heard Akhilesh Yadav. He was, in fact, accompanying Kapil Sibal while he filed the nomination for the Rajya Sabha. This is undoubtedly a huge jolt. You also see a few leaders in the past, like Hardik, who just quit the Congress ahead of polls in Gujarat. A big Patidar face within the state of Gujarat, a big Congress face, undoubtedly. He left the party right amid...
Therefore, abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया। क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं।
अरे भैया, आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है। सारी उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए, आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था, पिछली बार भी उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था।
Kapil Sibal, Congress heavyweight, now decides to dump the Congress, formally joins the SP as he files his nomination as part of the SP for Rajya Sabha. This is, remember, the Samajwadi Party pushing for 3 of their candidates to file the Rajya Sabha nomination, and one of them, it appears, they've batted for Kapil Sibal, who's a staunch, tall Congress leader so long, seems to have now dumped the Gandhis. After much of the dissent within the party itself, Kapil Sibal time and again pointing fingers at the Gandhis for not trying fixing the fissures within the grand old party. Now finally seems like he's decided to dump the Congress and join the SP. He's already filed his nomination as an SP candidate for the Rajya Sabha. Let me cut across to Abhishek Mishra joining us for more details on that. Abhishek, certainly not expected. Kapil Sibal, we know, has constantly been a critique for the Congress party. He floated the G23, gathered all the senior leaders of the Congress who were very unhappy with the Gandhis and the way the grand old party was functioning. And now, without any alert or information, Kapil Sibal files nomination as an SP candidate for the Rajya Sabha. A huge blow to the Congress indeed. We're going to try and patch Abhishek on that, but Kapil Sibal now filing his nomination as part of the Samajwadi Party. This certainly comes as a big blow to the Congress party. Kapil Sibal has been the man fronting the G23, time and again has pointed out the fissures and the kind of unorganized way of functioning that he accuses the Congress party of. He's in fact always said that the Gandhis have not been able to lead the party in the right direction. And considering that he's been a vocal critique of the Congress party, was no surprises that Kapil Sibal would one day possibly bid adieu, and now it seems like finally the decision has been made. He's filed his nomination as a Samajwadi Party Rajya Sabha candidate. Let me cut across to Shiv Arur joining us for more on that. Shiv, Kapil Sibal, the man who floated the G23, a vocal critique of the Congress party, has now decided to call it quits from the Congress. Goes right ahead, files his nomination as an SP candidate for the Rajya Sabha.
You know, this is only the latest in a series of bolts from the blue for the Congress party. In many ways, Kapil Sibal's disgruntlement and discontent has been the most explicit, as part of this separatist G23 faction. But Kapil Sibal actually making that move, Nabila, stepping out of the Congress and filing his nomination, with the Samajwadi Party is a huge blow to the Congress party. They won't see it as a huge blow materially speaking, because let's face it, Kapil Sibal is an old, washed-out leader. He's not a mass leader by any stretch of imagination, but he is a prominent face. He's been a former loyalist. He's been a former union minister and a very, high-profile, recognizable face of the old guard of the Congress party. So my sense is that the Congress party is not going to, pay very much attention to this. But obviously, it does look bad. You've had Hardik Patel leave. You've had Sunil Jakar leave. In their wake, you've had a lot of other people leaving before that as well, all high profile. And Kapil Sibal is a big heavyweight Congress leader. Old loyalist, old guard, former union minister, someone who was seen to be close to the Gandhis at one point of time, but in the last couple of years has been the face of the disgruntled rebel faction, which is identified as the G23. So this definitely harms the Congress. It is very much a manifestation of the continuing sort of tatters in which the Congress finds itself. Rahul Gandhi sitting in London and waxing eloquent about India that is on fire. There are constitutional problems. While that is a separate issue altogether, let's remember that the Congress has just held an extensive Chintan Shibir in Udaipur, where they were supposed to consolidate and get their flock together and present a united front. And the fact that Kapil Sibal was the only person who was conspicuous by his absence over there, even while the rest of the G23 made their presence felt in the front rows of that Chintan Shibir, Nabila, makes this exit by Kapil Sibal even more conspicuous and even more damaging than it is electorally. Because let's face it, electorally speaking, it doesn't really matter much. Kapil Sibal was a Lok Sabha MP a long time ago. He's lost a lot of his political vitality in terms of being any kind of a appeal for voters, especially of the new generation. So my sense is the Yuva faction of the Congress party or the Rahul Congress, won't make a big deal out of Kapil Sibal leaving. They'll probably say this is, dead weight that has exited the party. But the fact high-profile face has chosen to exit so soon after the Chintan Shibir just shows that the G23 hasn't managed to do very much. Questions should also be asked about whether the presence of the G23, of which Kapil Sibal was a part, entrenched itself in that Chintan Shibir, basically signaled to Kapil Sibal that, he had gone out on a limb too much. He'd shown too many of his cards, against the Gandhis, and therefore he had no real option left but to make an exit in this manner.
Right. Shiv, from what we see, Kapil Sibal has so long been organizing dinner parties. He's in fact hosted several events at his home independently of the Gandhis. Have not invited them, but invited all the Congress rebels. So he's the man who led the delegation of the G23, who's constantly criticized the Congress party, has pointed fingers at how the party is
independent.
आपने बताया कि आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया है, आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया है कांग्रेस पार्टी से?
दिया 16 मई को मैंने इस्तीफा दे दिया।
तो इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पर समाजवादी पार्टी की सदस्यता लेंगे?
अरे भैया जब बोल दिया कि दोबारा बोले
आप
दोहराए जो बात
आजम खान साहब को बाहर लाने में आपने जो मदद की उसको लेकर के काफी कृतज्ञता जताई है आजम खान। साफ तौर पर कपिल सिब्बल जिन्होंने इस वक्त नामांकन दाखिल कर दिया है, इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पे नामांकन है, समाजवादी पार्टी से अभी फिलहाल सदस्यता नहीं ली है, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी से इस्तीफा दे दिया है और उत्तर प्रदेश के रास्ते अब वो एक स्वतंत्र तौर पर प्रत्याशी के तौर पर राज्यसभा जाने की तैयारी में है। लखनऊ से कैमरामैन रोहित के साथ अभिषेक मिश्रा, आज तक।
All right, that's Abhishek Mishra there who's tracking those developments. Kapil Sibal looks very jubilant, very happy, seems quite content. He just nearly completed his Rajya Sabha term, and it appears that now with the help of the SP, with the support of the SP, he now is all likely to be pushed back to the Rajya Sabha. Let me cut across to Maushmi as well. Sneha also joining us from the newsroom. Maushmi, who's been tracking the Congress. Maushmi, here is Kapil Sibal, who seems quite happy with the decision he's made. He completes his term in the Rajya Sabha, and now he possibly is voted back with the support of the Samajwadi Party. He's been a strong support to the Samajwadi Party so long, since 2017, helped the SP regain the bicycle symbol, fought in court for them, helped Azam Khan get bail, whatnot. So he's been really supporting and backing the Samajwadi Party despite being in the Congress for years now. So it's quite natural that the SP has now fully backed him to be re-elected in the Rajya Sabha.
Nabila, first things first, that this is the same Kapil Sibal who said that he will be in the Congress party till his last breath unless he's thrown out of the party. And there was a lot of tussle before you saw Kapil Sibal right there in Lucknow. And apparently there was a lot of push and shove because after he gave the Chintan Shivir a miss, the Jharkhand government, in fact, the GM and the alliance of the Congress, in fact, readied Kapil Sibal for the candidate from Jharkhand, one seat that was coming to the kitty, and they said you get the party symbol, and the Congress party, the party high command was not ready to back Kapil Sibal despite the alliance partner ready with Kapil Sibal's name. They suggested other names like Subodh Khan Sahai, Ajoy Kumar, and Furqan Ansari, and said they were not ready. The Congress was not ready to support Kapil Sibal, their own leader, candidature. There are multiple reasons for that, and the frontal one being that he is the biggest critic of the Gandhi family. He's led a rebellion, and he's been a part of the rebellion even after a peace has been brokered between the G23 rebels. It seems Kapil Sibal refused to remain silent, and that's one reason that you see that Kapil Sibal has now joined the rank and file of the Samajwadi Party. Many were speculating the Shiv Sena, the RJD, the Samajwadi Party, and the JMM all were ready to back Kapil Sibal because Kapil Sibal, being a veteran lawyer, his stature, he was never a problem for the alliance partners, not only the BJP government, perhaps somewhere the allies also saw the relevance of Kapil Sibal because he was, attacking Rahul Gandhi, and the alliance partners are not very happy with Rahul Gandhi, so they thought that perhaps their voice and their purpose was served if Kapil Sibal kept on continuing with the Congress party.
You know, but Maushmi, as far as we see, Kapil Sibal clearly not a mass leader. He's not strong within his own constituency. At a time like this, he's still trying to keep a strong foothold in power. He's lost out on the Congress's support because he's been a vocal critique. Now he takes Samajwadi's SP's support entirely, the Samajwadi Party, to push him back to the Rajya Sabha. In fact, Abhishek Mishra, who's been following up on the movements of Kapil Sibal, Abhishek, he's filed a nomination as an independent candidate. That's surprising. Why did he not take the call to join the SP formally?
Well, absolutely, Nabila. This is quite interesting that the Kapil Sibal has filed the nomination as an independent candidate. We spoke to him and he said that he has not taken so far membership of the Samajwadi Party, but he has indeed resigned from the Congress Party. It's a clear indication that what is going to be the next step and the kind of politics which is emerging in Uttar Pradesh. We have seen also earlier that Congress was an ally partner of Samajwadi Party in the 2017 elections, but nothing happened. But this time the association is rather personal than the political, if we talk about the political relation. Azam Khan coming out of the jail and Kapil Sibal has a big role to play in it, and that is what something has played in his favor. It is quite like a damage control for what has been done as far as, all this information came out, whether Azam Khan was angry and he was not happy with the fact how he has been treated.
Right.
But with the fact that how Kapil Sibal...
Right. Stay with us, Abhishek. I'm going to quickly cut across to Kapil Sibal as he spoke right after filing the nomination.
एक निर्दलीय की आवाज उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया। क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं।
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारी उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था, पिछली बार भी उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था, आपको मालूम है। तभी हम अपनी आवाज उठाते थे और अब भी अगले 6 सालों में भी उठाएंगे। सीरियस कांग्रेस लीडर मैं अब नहीं रहा हूँ।
All right, there you have it. Kapil Sibal formally admitting that he's resigned from the Congress party back on the 16th of May itself. He's bid adieu to the grand old party after much criticism and pointing fingers at the dilapidated state of the Congress party. Kapil Sibal now resigns from the Congress. He says he's done it already on the 16th of May, and he today files his nomination as a Rajya Sabha member backed by the Samajwadi Party. He's filed it as an independent candidate. Akhilesh Yadav, who accompanied him, spoke to the media. Let's have a listen.
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Akhilesh Yadav very clearly saying Kapil Sibal is a man who needed our support, and we're wholeheartedly supporting him. Now, it's very interesting to note that Kapil Sibal, a strong, tall Congress leader, has decided to file his nomination as an independent candidate, has not formally joined the Samajwadi Party, but he's been fully backed by the Samajwadi Party. Back in 2017, he helped the SP, Akhilesh Yadav, retain the bicycle symbol. He fought legally for him, and then then now also for Azam Khan, an SP candidate, he managed to secure bail for Azam Khan. So in many ways, Kapil Sibal has been a man who's strongly supported the Samajwadi Party through his legal expertise. But here, Kapil Sibal formally resigns from the Congress and files his nomination as a Rajya Sabha member backed by the Samajwadi Party. Let me cut across to Sneha as well, joining us from the newsroom for more on that. Sneha, a huge embarrassment undoubtedly for the Congress Party, starting with Hardik Patel, then you had Jakar from Punjab, now Kapil Sibal, a tall senior leader who led the G23 delegation, now finally says enough is enough, I'm done.
You know, Nabila, it's not for the first time that any senior Congress leader has received support from another party to be sent to Rajya Sabha. In the year 2018, when Abhishek Manu Singhvi received support from the TMC and was sent by the TMC to Rajya Sabha, you know, as a matter of courtesy is what TMC had said, because of the legal services essentially that he had rendered to the Trinamool Congress. Congress was not happy about it because the messaging is not very good here. But this case is different. Here Kapil Sibal is saying that I have quit the Congress Party. I ceased to be a senior leader of the Congress Party. Abhishek Manu Singhvi in the year 2018 was sent to Rajya Sabha on a TMC ticket but continues to be with the Congress Party. So these permutations and combinations and support from parties happens. Now Congress was not in a position to offer him a seat in the sense that it has just 2 MLAs in the state of UP. Where is the quota? That was a bit of a problem there, and hence Sibal would have thought, why not? Also Samajwadi Party, as is evident, is returning the favor in the sense of him fighting several cases for the Samajwadi Party and fighting them successfully is what is the indication. Now Kapil Sibal is somebody, like Shiv had also been saying, is not a mass leader. In fact, he lost the Lok Sabha elections in the year 2014, but previously he's been a troubleshooter, Nabila, for the Congress Party. He's been a face of the Congress Party, an excellent orator. He's been a lawyer. Also, he's been a minister. He's a minister with 2009. He was a minister even before that, both in UPA 1, UPA 2. He served as a minister of HRD. He served as a minister of law and justice. Troubleshooter in the peak of the Anna Hazare movement. He was somebody who was negotiating amongst the many ministers, along with Pranab Mukherjee at that point in time, also other leaders. You know, Salman Khurshid, for example, he was a part of that group that was troubleshooting for the Congress Party at the peak of the Anna Hazare movement. In that sense, the optics of this looks like we have stalwarts, we have leaders associated with the Congress Party for decades together, quitting the Congress Party, and the optics of this certainly isn't good.
And you know, Sneha, it sheds light on the success of the Chintan Shivir. As much as the Congress Party boasted on how the Chintan Shivir gave a dimension to the Congress Party, it's now set things right within the party. They're now trying to, you know, restructure the organization to try and give a boost to the party's prospects for 2024. But clearly, soon after the 3-day Chintan Shivir, it appears that another senior leader, Kapil Sibal, has now called it quits. But nonetheless, at the same time, we're also looking at Sibal trying hard to be entrenched in power. He completes his Rajya Sabha term. He knows he won't be backed by the Congress, so he's now taken the SP's help.
Well, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, if you're losing elections in states, that brings down your quota as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned. And there are many contenders who would be looking at re-election. Obviously, that wasn't an option for Kapil Sibal. He was a Rajya Sabha MP from UP in the past. He said that as well. But this time around, there isn't quota. And that's the reason why this offer is coming from the Samajwadi Party. He, like I said, has made it clear that he's quitting the Congress. He's been extremely vocal. In fact, amongst the G23 leaders, he was the most vocal to actually come.
Absolutely, and which is why this does not come as a huge surprise, undoubtedly. But stay with us, Neha. I'm going to cut across to Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP joining us. Shehzad, Kapil Sibal, another tall senior Congress leader, after much of the criticism, now calls it quits. He's been backed by the SP, though, for Rajya Sabha nomination. He's just filed it. He's come out and declared that he says bye to Congress. He files as an independent candidate for the Rajya Sabha.
Well, one thing is clear, that today the Congress party is no longer a party. It's only about Parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for Darbaris. And if you're not a Darbari, and if you're a dissenter, whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Jakar, whether it's Mr. Sibal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. But having said that, I would only say that this is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China. And therefore the Congress party, while it lectures the entire country about democracy, should perhaps check if there is any democracy, accountability or performance that is put above Parivar within the Congress party fold at all.
All right, Shehzad, thank you very much for joining us. Let me quickly cut across to Sanjay Jha, who was a former Congress leader. He could give us a perspective on what really happened. Mr. Jha, thank you very much for joining India Today. Here is Kapil Sibal, another tall senior Congress leader who's decided to call it quits. He's now been backed by the Samajwadi Party as he files his nomination for the Rajya Sabha. How would you look at this?
Well, I think undoubtedly a terrible loss for the Congress. He's been a formidable political asset for the party, not just as a great lawyer, but as a phenomenal parliamentarian, and somebody who I think has always stood for the right, secular, inclusive, progressive causes. You can see the battles he takes up in the Supreme Court. He was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. So, although he moves over to the Samajwadi Party, I think what is encouraging is that he will continue to kind of take on the current establishment, which in my opinion, where I agree with my very senior colleague that it is a very anti-democratic setup we have in India. And as long as Mr. Sibal succeeds in that crusade, I think the Congress party can still try and, kind of ensure that it doesn't lose more good people. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs that have hung in there. I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic because I know that at the core, ideologically, Mr. Sibal has been a very true congressman and somebody who I think has always believed that the BJP needs to be taken on. He's aggressive. Everybody in the Congress, I think, wants to stop this juggernaut.
Right. Mr. Jha, if you can hear me though, Kapil Sibal, of course, has been a vocal critique, but that wasn't received well within the Congress party because every time he raised a concern about the organizational defects of the mismanagement within the party, of how the party should restructure if they want to see brighter prospects for 24, doesn't seem like his word was ever taken well. He was always looked at as a betrayer for the Congress party. He was looked at someone who was trying to defame the Congress. And his points were never taken. Eventually, Kapil Sibal went on to be his own man. He led the G23 delegation. He hosted dinners for the G23 team. It almost became a parallel leadership within the Congress led by Kapil Sibal.
No, I do believe that, Mr. Sibal's heart is in the right place. Even though he's left the Congress party, I do hope people in the Congress recognize that, you got to have dialogue with people. I'm of the fundamental opinion that the leadership must engage with those who are actually questioning you, who are critical of you, because they only do that when they care. There are two kinds of people in politics in my experience. Those who remain quiet and are sycophantic and will never tell you the truths. And those who are vocal, who are critical, who care. And if you're going to ignore those very people who are putting their own political career in jeopardy because they believe that they're actually not doing anything wrong. But, if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy or, he's a conspirator or he's somebody who wants to disturb the paradigm, that's wrong. Challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about. So I do hope, the Congress leadership kind of wakes up to this reality that while you can lose a Hardik Patel who was there for a couple of years, losing Mr. Jhakar, who's, I think, in my opinion, a very committed congressman till he's now joined the BJP, unfortunately, I would say. But Mr. Sibal, I'm glad is staying on, at least with a party that too has been a Congress's political ally. And I know Mr. Sibal well enough to tell you with a lot of confidence that he is not going to compromise on his ideological stance. And that, to my mind, is a lesson for all those people in the Congress, that you need to stop these leakages. You got to work on it with the determination to say, listen, today I will make a list of 25 people in the Congress who are unhappy. Then we're going to reach out to all of them, listen to them with respect. You're not doing anybody a favor. If the Congress party is to defeat the BJP, it has to start by first getting its house in order. That's what people in the party want. That's what people like Manish Tiwari or Milind Devra or, Prithviraj Chavan, you talk of Shashi Tharoor. All these people are people who have a deep ideological commitment. They want a passionate, robust fight back by the Congress. But when you're going to lose people, how are you going to take on the BJP? I mean, they're a monstrous machine.
Absolutely, they are war horses, and you need a mighty opposition to really give a fitting fight for the BJP at this point. Now, Mr. Jha, Sneha has also been tracking those developments. She's, of course, tracked Kapil Sibal's career. His career graph over the years has been a really vocal critique of the Congress party. But Sneha, interestingly, Kapil Sibal, as Mr. Jha says, did not really join the Samajwadi Party formally. He still decided to go independent.
Absolutely. Nabila, thanks for that. Sanjay Jha, I want to ask you, given that Congress is losing elections, state after state, its quota obviously in the upper house is going to come down. I would expect more such desertions within the Congress party. It's happened in the past where Abhishek Manu Singh, we got a ticket from the TMC to contest the Rajya Sabha elections with the TMC support, but didn't quit the TMC here. Sibal has quit the Congress. He's no mass leader in that sense. He didn't win the Lok Sabha elections the last time around and even before that. But in one sense, this is a huge setback because this is the old guard of the Congress party, essentially. Troubleshooter during the Anna Hazare movement, sitting minister in both UPA 1, UPA 2. The optics of this is terrible for the Congress, isn't it?
It is. And I'll tell you something, one of the mistakes we very often make is to attribute a mass following only to if somebody is a Lok Sabha MP. Mr. Sibal is well known, perhaps more than many Lok Sabha MPs today. I mean, he's got an influence with large sections of India. He's known by many people, the young, the middle-aged, political community, everywhere. So, the following doesn't have to be necessarily at the ground level, although I agree with you that if you have that ability to influence millions of people, that's fantastic. But not everybody can be that pan-India leader. But Mr. Sibal's reputation is phenomenal. I mean, his extraordinary grasp of the legalese is kind of noted by one and all. But you're right. I mean, the Congress has to do something about it now. Now or it's never, because there must be so many other people within the Congress who are disillusioned or, kind of demoralized today, who are not speaking up. And, my concern is Mr. Sibal is leaving, and that's a headline. But what about the thousands of workers who are today joining the BJP or other parties at the ground level, unsung heroes who actually work for you at the booth level? Can you imagine that loss? You cannot replace losing anybody. A Congress ideologue has to be stopped from getting out of the door. And Mr. Sibal, well, of course, with Samajwadi support, he'll be there. So in the Rajya Sabha, the Congress will have somebody who will be fighting for a similar cause. But you need such people in your own team, formally, informally, in every sense of the word. Because, parties can only survive and thrive if they encourage a lot of conversation within, especially those that are critical of your failures, especially that question your leadership fault lines, especially those that actually tell you what could be an alternative way of looking at problems instead of following a status quoist approach.
Mr. Jha, stay with us. We also have Rajdeep Sardesai, who gives us an understanding on what this could really mean for the Congress party. Certainly a big blow, Rajdeep, for the Congress party. Kapil Sibal is constantly often demanded for an overhaul, for a strong leadership to lead the party to a victory in the upcoming elections. None of his words were taken well. He led the G23 delegation separately, has been a rebel extensively, hosting dinners and events at his home, sans the Gandhis altogether. And this man finally, after not being heard, says bye-bye. He now files his nomination as an independent candidate for the Rajya Sabha, backed by the SP.
That's right. What I am told is that Kapil Sibal met Sonia Gandhi around the 16th, and that's when he told her that he had decided enough was enough, and that he felt that he couldn't be part of the Congress in the way it was going. Remember, Mr. Sibal did not attend the Congress's Chintan Shivir as well. He claims that he cannot attend a meeting on grounds of principle, he says, because he cannot accept, he says, the leadership anymore of the Gandhis. He has been calling for change. Now, out of the entire G23 group, the so-called rebels within the Congress, Mr. Sibal is the only one who has directly attacked the Gandhis time and again. All the others who have been fence-sitters have now been accommodated. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, former Haryana Chief Minister, his man has been made Haryana Congress President. Ghulam Nabi Azad, Anand Sharma have yesterday been accommodated in this political advisory group that will work with Sonia Gandhi ahead of the 2024 elections. Mukul Wasnik has been put on an task force that has been appointed by the party for 2024. So what the Gandhis have tried to do is split in a way the G23 by accommodating a number of the old guard. Sibal is the one person who has stood up and taken the Gandhis on and was looking therefore at options. That option has come through the Samajwadi Party. Remember, Kapil Sibal appeared in the courts for Azam Khan, who's just got bail, the senior Samajwadi Party leader. There are other cases also in which he's appearing for the Samajwadi Party, a disproportionate assets case involving Mulayam Singh Yadav. He was also looking at an option from the JMM, which is a direct ally of the Congress, and that's where the problem came. Samajwadi Party is not an ally of the Congress. They had an extra seat. Mr. Sibal has taken their support in the past also to enter the Rajya Sabha. His aides are telling me that he has not joined the Samajwadi Party, but once he has in a way contesting now as an independent, this time he has chosen to depart, is the word being used, from the Congress. He has chosen not to sever all his links, but clearly has sent out a message to the Congress that he is now looking at a life beyond the Congress, since his rebellion or his anger against the Gandhi family has not got an echo within his colleagues in the party.
Right, Rajdeep, it's very interesting that he has not formally joined the Samajwadi Party. He has taken the independent route. In fact, right after he filed his Rajya Sabha nomination, he says it's very important to be an independent voice within the Rajya Sabha, because if you are an independent voice, then people will look at you with credibility. Then you don't have any party's weight or ideology to carry forward. You have your own independent voice to speak up. People will believe you then. That's what he says. What's the future of Kapil Sibal as an independent candidate as he files his nomination today?
Look, he will get elected because the Samajwadi Party has enough MLA support for getting Kapil Sibal elected from Uttar Pradesh to the Rajya Sabha. Will he be truly an independent voice? Possibly. But it also leaves a door open for him to return to the Congress one day, because Sibal says that his battle is not with the Congress party or its ideology. Now it's with the leadership and the way the party is being run. He was hoping to emerge as some kind of a magnet for this rebellion. That clearly has not happened. The Congress has lost. I mean, most Congress leaders who are questioning the Gandhis in private do not have it in them to question them in public or take them on in public or take them on in elections in August, September. And therefore, Kapil Sibal found himself to be almost a lone voice. Now, he is someone, remember, who's also lost elections in recent times to the Lok Sabha. In 2014, he was defeated from Chandni Chowk. He's not a mass leader. He has limited option. The one option he has is that he's a top-class Supreme Court lawyer and therefore has clients in every party. And he's used that to strike some kind of a quid pro quo with the Samajwadi Party, not leaving the Congress, thereby keeping a few options open, but at the same time making it clear that he's not joining the Samajwadi Party either. To that extent, you can claim he's an independent voice who can now speak even more strongly against the Congress leadership without attracting any disciplinary action.
Right, but Rajdeep, let's have it clear here. Kapil Sibal has resigned from the Congress party. Those are his words. He's come out to say that on the 16th of May itself, I've given out my resignation. A quick peek into what conversation he may have had with Sonia Gandhi. As per you said, you claim to have spoken to him. What do you think was the conversation that he may have had with Sonia Gandhi? And was there any attempt to pacify this man who's been upset for at least 2 years now?
No, there was no attempt made to pacify him. I think all bridges have been burnt because Kapil Sibal has been open and vocal in his view and his demand that the Gandhis step aside. That clearly is unacceptable to the Gandhi family at the moment. And what has disappointed him is what the others of the G23 have done. Most of them have tried to strike their own deals. We are told that Anand Sharma is hoping to get a Congress Rajya Sabha seat from Haryana. Ghulam Nabi Azad is also hoping to be accommodated in some form in Parliament. So with other leaders around the Gandhis who were questioning their leadership, also now getting accommodated, Mr. Sibal found himself as a lone voice. So he is disappointed, disillusioned, and I believe he has conveyed that disillusionment to Sonia Gandhi, saying that it is very clear that as long as the Gandhis, particularly Rahul Gandhi, continues to be seen as the face of the party, the Congress has no hope of defeating Narendra Modi and the BJP. So he has communicated his views very clearly, and the Gandhis for their part seem to have also decided that they also now need life without Mr. Sibal.
So you're saying, Rajdeep, that the Gandhis have made peace with his exit, or rather they were waiting for him to finally say goodbye because they have done dealing with a dissenter. They have really nothing to offer, it appears. And finally, Kapil Sibal left. Are the Gandhis more relieved, if anything?
Well, I don't know who's more relieved. Look, Kapil Sibal, like, as I said, being a top-class lawyer, has perhaps more options than most other congressmen would have. The professional politicians in the Congress party, they have no other option but to hang on to the Congress party and hope for the loaves and fishes of office. Look, the Congress also has very little to offer. There are barely half a dozen Rajya Sabha seats that the Congress can really give this old guard. There's one in Maharashtra, one in Tamil Nadu, which Mr. Chidambaram is eyeing. We don't know who they will give the Maharashtra seat to. They have no other seats in North India. They have one in Jharkhand that they can strike with in partnership with the JMM. They have one in Haryana, which we are told Randeep Singh Surjewala and Kumari Shelja are eyeing. They have a seat in Chhattisgarh. We don't know who that seat will go to at the moment. So they have a very few seats available at the moment. The grand old party simply cannot distribute the loaves and fishes of office to those who in the past hoped to use the Rajya Sabha route to stay relevant in politics. Kapil Sibal recognized this and therefore has decided that I might as well take this opportunity with the Samajwadi Party and retain my so-called independence by taking on the Congress leadership, not the Congress Party, but the Congress leadership. So a bit like Sanjay Jha, who's with you, I don't think Sanjay Jha is taking on the Congress ideology, but he has been taking on the Gandhis in particular.
Right, Rajdeep, it's also very interesting to note that the Samajwadi Party, who have barely 3 candidates that they can push to the Rajya Sabha, has decided to back Kapil Sibal as one of them. A man who's not even joined the Samajwadi Party formally, but just because of the kind of equation that he's had with Akhilesh Yadav, it appears they've fully backed him for Rajya Sabha as an independent. Rajdeep, stay with us. Moshmi has been tracking developments within the Congress. Moshmi, what's the reactions within the Congress Party? Have you heard from anyone? Are people reacting to this? Is the Congress more relieved than Sibal?
See, Nabila, clearly, the bandwidth of Kapil Sibal with his, he was a veteran lawyer, had fought many critical cases for the Congress party, was a big voice for the party in crucial critical scenarios as far as the legal battles is concerned. So that being set aside, the past few months saw a very, very tense relationship between the Gandhis and Kapil Sibal. The last nail of Kapil Sibal ending his association with the Congress came when the G23 rebels actually ignored and sidelined Kapil Sibal. And that was when Kapil Sibal actually had said that the Gandhis should step aside, attacking Rahul Gandhi, that if he was not interested in continuing leading the party, he should step aside. And that came just on the eve of the dinner of the G23 rebels. And perhaps the leaders realized that Kapil Sibal was simply out of control as far as even the rebellion, putting voice to the rebellion is concerned, because that was agreed upon that nobody would speak in the media. And thereafter, there were many attempts by Kapil Sibal to hold the dinner again with the G23 and other alliance partners, alliance leaders, but that didn't work out because the G23 perhaps
Mashmi, we're going to come back to you, Mashmi, and fix that line there. But here is Kapil Sibal, seemed quite happy and joyous right after he filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent candidate. Came out to speak to the media to say that he has filed his nomination as an independent candidate and he's always wanted to be an independent voice in the country. He says goodbye to the Congress on 16th of May itself. Kapil Sibal confirms.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
All right, Akhilesh Yadav there confirming that Kapil Sibal, with the help of the Samajwadi Party, has filed his nomination. In fact, Akhilesh there confirming that Samajwadi Party has wholeheartedly backed Kapil Sibal because the man...
ऐसा है कि जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं इधर उधर की टिप्पणी कर सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूँ, ठीक है ना, तो मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा।
आप सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर रहे, मतलब
मैंने बोला ना, जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं टिप्पणी कर सकता था, ठीक है ना। हम G23 में भी रहे। अब मैं कांग्रेस के बाहर हूँ, मैंने इस्तीफा दे दिया है। मैं नहीं समझता कि उचित है कि मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ कहूँ।
कुछ अफसोस कहीं सर है?
मैंने बोला ना, मैं कुछ देखिए, किसी के साथ संबंध रहे 30-31 साल, ठीक है ना, तो संबंध छोड़ना कोई आसान काम नहीं होता, इतना ही काफी है।
थैंक यू सर। कपिल सिब्बल जी हमारे साथ मौजूद है।
All right, that's Kapil Sibal, who says he wants to stay mum over the fissures within the Congress party. He does not find it within his rights at this point, considering he's quit, to speak of the Congress party and its organization or its leadership. He is out of the party and now wants to refrain from commenting on the kind of the issues that the grand old party may have. Kapil Sibal says it's also difficult for him to leave the party after 30 long years of association. It's not been easy, but he's now decided to be an independent voice. He's filed his nomination with the Rajya Sabha with the help of Samajwadi Party as an independent candidate, confirming that he's always wanted to be an independent voice, and now he finds the opportunity to be just that. In fact, Kapil Sibal was flanked by Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief. He was fully backed by him, but very interesting that he's not formally joined the Samajwadi Party. He stayed as an independent candidate while he's filed his nomination. Sneha has also been tracking those developments. Sneha, Kapil Sibal has not joined the Samajwadi Party. He's only quit from the Congress, has taken an independent stance here to file his nomination in the Rajya Sabha. So it appears that his fight here is not against the Congress anymore or the Congress's ideology. He seems to be very, or given up hope rather, over the Congress's infighting and the fissures and the factionism within the party itself, that he's now done and dusted with that. He wants to move on, be an independent voice. But it appears that his fight still remains the BJP as his central focus.
You know, what I think Mr. Sibal is trying to do, and I wish he'd answered that question himself, is that he's trying to use this to his advantage. The very fact that the Samajwadi Party is offering to give their side of the quota to him to enter the House of Elders, the upper house of Parliament, at the same time is leaving that little window of opportunity open as far as his decades-long association rather, with the Congress party, Nabila, is concerned. His problem has always been, and he's been very vocal about it, I told you earlier as well, among the G23 leaders, he is somebody who said, why can't we look beyond the Gandhis? He says it's on the record, he says it off the record. Not many leaders in the G23 have spoken about this on the record. Sibal does so time and again. Is he then trying to ensure that he doesn't really burn his bridges with the Congress party, and hence is expressing his disappointment by wanting to go as an independent candidate with some support from the Samajwadi Party, which has been forthcoming now. It was forthcoming earlier in the year 2016 when the Samajwadi Party had supported him even the last time around. I think that is an option clearly that Sibal, Nabila is looking at.
Right, I'm cutting across to Maushmi, who's with Pramod Tiwari, a congressman. Let's cut across. Maushmi.
Right, Nabila, we are joined by Pramod Tiwari, who is a senior leader of the Congress party and has worked closely with Kapil Sibal and all the veteran leaders of the Congress. Hardik Patel going, you have several leaders just leaving, you have Sunil Jakar and now Kapil Sibal, who goes to Lucknow and files his nomination from your state, from the Samajwadi Party.
मुझे इस पर कुछ नहीं कहना, क्योंकि मेरे पास विस्तृत विवरण नहीं है, इसलिए मैं इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं करूंगा। जहां तक आने जाने का सवाल, राजनीति में जाना भी लगा रहता है, आना भी लगा रहता है।
नहीं, अच्छा ठीक है, आप उस पर मत कहिए। उत्तर प्रदेश से उन्होंने भरा है नामांकन, आप उत्तर प्रदेश से आते हैं और समाजवादी पार्टी ने उनको समर्थन दिया, तो कांग्रेस क्यों नहीं दे पा रही थी? उन्होंने कांग्रेस छोड़ दी।
मैंने कहा ना, इस संदर्भ में जब तक विस्तृत विवरण सब नहीं आ जाता है, कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं।
समाजवादी पार्टी को सहयोगी दल मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते हैं? आप सहयोग, तो कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि सहयोगी दल के पास ही गए।
इस प्रकरण में जब तक विस्तृत विवरण नहीं आ जाता, तब तक मैं नहीं।
जी, तो यहाँ पे you are hearing what Pramod Tiwari is saying. We were trying to seek a reaction from the Congress leaders. Now, Pramod Tiwari is well aware of the local state politics of Uttar Pradesh. There's not even one seat that the Congress can actually get with its MLAs just dwindled to 2, and that's a very sorry state of affairs despite Priyanka Gandhi Vadra being in charge of Uttar Pradesh. And then you have a Neta, a veteran Congress leader who's been a law minister in the UPA government. He goes and he quits the Congress, joins the Samajwadi, in fact takes the ticket from the Samajwadi Party. He hasn't yet joined, but that speaks volumes about how dissension has rocked the Congress party, how, it had come, the end of the road for Kapil Sibal had come as far as his journey with the Congress is concerned.
Maushmi, while you're there at the Congress office, what's the sentiment among the Congress leaders? Because we know that Kapil Sibal, as much as he's been vocal, he's not got complete support from the party insiders either. So he almost was like a lone warrior within the Congress party trying to make his point, but not much support he received from the veteran leaders. None of them really had the courage to point fingers at the Gandhis or question the Gandhis' leadership. Kapil Sibal was the only man who really spelt it out time and again that one must look beyond the Gandhis. Do you think, considering that the Gandhis eventually sidelined him, was this a deliberate targeting that Kapil Sibal may have faced within the party because he questioned the leadership?
Nabila, I don't think it is in black and white, because even despite the G23 rebellion, there has been no disciplinary action against the G23 leaders. So it isn't that the Gandhis are going to throw him out or expel him from the party, despite his scathing attack at Rahul Gandhi. It is more about Kapil Sibal had lost friends in the party. He had lost friends even in the group that was raising.
Sibal lose strength within his own G23 delegation, which he was one to found.
Absolutely, yes. That's what I'm saying, that he lost friends in the G23. Nobody was returning his dinner invites. And somewhere they thought that Kapil Sibal was speaking out of turn. And he was not playing as a team player. It was more about when he wanted to speak, he would speak, despite an agreement between the G23 after Sonia Gandhi's outreach. So after falling out from the Congress leadership, if you remember, I still remember that in the Congress Working Committee, when the G23 were voicing their opinion, Kapil Sibal had put out a tweet saying that if Rahul Gandhi is saying that we are colluding with the BJP and we are acting at the behest of the BJP, and he named Rahul Gandhi in that tweet, then this is actually going too far. And Rahul Gandhi, in fact, saw the tweet in the Congress Working Committee that he never meant that the G23 were working with the cahoots with the BJP or working at the behest of BJP leaders. That's what happened during the Congress Working Committee that had a lot of fireworks with the G23 pressing for their demands. Right. And the Congress.
Right. You know, Mashmi, stay with us. Abhishek Mishra also joining us. He's speaking to someone there.
खास बात के लिए मौजूद है कपिल सिब्बल जी। आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया, आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे। पहली बात है, ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया अखिलेश?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त? किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आपको लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या
कहते हैं? जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था, अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है। मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है, आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही। ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है। इनके साथ तो खैर बहुत ही अच्छे।
उत्तर प्रदेश से आप करते हैं, हमारे साथ प्रमिला जी भी हैं। प्रमिला जी, आप उत्तर प्रदेश से तो आपका नाता है, ससुराल है एक तरीके से, किस तरीके से देख रहे हैं एक बार फिर से राज्यसभा का?
अब तो दूसरी बार आ रहे हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश से नाता टूट नहीं सकता। मेरी पैदाइश बरेली की है, मेरे फादर की पैदाइश बहराइच की है, वो यहाँ लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े, मैं लोरेटो में पढ़ी। तो संबंध वो जीवन भर का संबंध है, बाकी संबंधों का पता नहीं। पर यहाँ पर जो लखनऊ से मेरा संबंध वो जीवन भर का है।
सर, आखिरी सवाल लूंगा। आपने 2024 में गठबंधन को मजबूत करने की बात की है और आप उसमें सहयोग देंगे, क्या भूमिका हम देख सकते हैं? राज्यसभा तो आप जाहिर है
अभी वक्त है, अभी 2 साल बाकी हैं, अब दिखाते हैं आपको।
क्या ये गैर कांग्रेसी संगठन होगा कि कांग्रेस?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि ऐसी बातें इस समय जब मैं अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल करने आया हूं, ऐसी बातें उचित नहीं है।
साफ तौर पर कपिल सिब्बल सीधे तौर पर बात करते हुए, और आज जिस तरीके से नामांकन उन्होंने किया है उस पर सीधे तौर पर ये बात कह रहे हैं कि गठबंधन को मजबूत करने के लिए ये नामांकन किया जा रहा है, और साफ तौर पर कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की बात को सीधे तौर पर साफ नहीं कर रहे, और कह रहे हैं कि एक लंबा नाता रहा, लेकिन अब समय था कि वो कांग्रेस से अलग होकर के एक स्वतंत्र तौर पर राज्यसभा पहुंचे। लखनऊ से कैमरामैन।
All right. Abhishek Mishra there, who's tracking Kapil Sibal. He's just spoken to him, asking if what was the real reason and the grounds for him to resign formally from the Congress party. Kapil Sibal refuses to comment. He says a long association with the Congress for 30 years, he's stayed with one family. Ek parivar ke saath jude hue the. He says one family, he's been associated for 30 years. It's now time to go his own way. He wants to be an independent voice, and that's what he's done by filing his nomination as an independent candidate. Let me cut across to Karthik Aryan, who's currently with Maushmi right there at the Congress office in Delhi.
जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस में भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे
All right, Supriya there, India Today's correspondent, currently with Karthik Aryan. We're going to try and patch that connection there. Of course, Congress leaders reacting to this. It certainly has come as a big jolt because he was a legal beacon for the Congress party, undoubtedly. He certainly was one of their strongest voices, a great insight for the Congress when it comes to anything legal. Kapil Sibal was the man to look to. This strong senior Congress leader that once was has now decided to call it quits and disassociate from a family after 30 long years of association. He says, I want to cut away from the Congress party, from the family who've been at the helm of affairs after 30 years. It isn't easy, but I now want to be an independent voice. Let's take a listen again. In fact, Kapil Sibal, as he spoke, I'm going to cut across to what he said. For now, we're slipping in a short commercial break. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Pollution has killed over 2.3 million Indians in 2019. Nearly 1.6 million deaths were just due to air pollution. This is the latest Lancet report on pollution and health that's unveiled such data. The report also blamed pollution for 9 million premature deaths globally. According to that report, modern forms of pollution were particularly evident in South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. And India is one of the worst affected countries due to
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
All right, a massive blow to the Congress party. Veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 rebel group calling for Congress reforms repeatedly, has said that he quit the party on 16th of May itself. Today, he was accompanied by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing his nomination for the Rajya Sabha on an SP ticket in Lucknow. After filing nomination, he said that he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings. Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav. He also managed to secure bail for Azam Khan. He recently represented Azam Khan in the Supreme Court, helped him secure bail at a time when he was in need. He seemed to have stood up for the Samajwadi Party even in 2017 when he helped Akhilesh Yadav manage to secure the bicycle symbol for the party. This comes after Patidar leader Hardik Patel, Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakar have both quit the party. This is the third senior Congress leader who has given a big blow to the grand old party at this point. According to sources, in fact, we're looking at Hardik Patel, who is now currently mulling over joining the BJP, while Sunil Jakar openly was invited and joined the BJP with JP Nadda present as part of that induction ceremony there for Jakar. But now Kapil Sibal has filed his nomination as an independent candidate. He has not formally joined the Samajwadi Party, but has been fully backed by the SP.
पूर्व कांग्रेस नेता कपिल सिब्बल ने आज राज्यसभा का नामांकन दाखिल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी, आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया, आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे, पहली बात ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
ये तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी, तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया?
बिना किसी शर्त के कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद, लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहते हैं?
जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था, अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है, मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है, आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही, ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है, इनके साथ तो खैर बहुत ही अच्छे।
वी आर ऑल constrained
by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Well, one thing is clear that today the Congress party is no longer a party, it's only about parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for darbaris. Whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Chakad, whether it's Mr. Sibal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. This is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China.
All right, let me cut across to Supriya Bhardwaj, who's been tracking those developments there. She's spoken to some of the Congress leaders too. Supriya, do you believe that the Congress is possibly now saying good riddance? Who's more relieved, the Congress party or Kapil Sibal? What sense did you get from the senior Congress leaders you spoke to?
Well, Nabila, as far as Mr. Kapil Sibal is concerned, the Congress party leaders as well as workers who are present at the AICC headquarters where we are at the moment are saying that why only just for the sake of one Rajya Sabha seat Mr. Sibal has taken this step. When we spoke to a lot of leaders, they said that what not party has given to him. He was the minister, the union minister. He was coming from the Rajya Sabha from various states. At the same time also they are saying he was one of the tallest leaders in the party in last 10 to 15 years. And they are saying only just for the sake of a Rajya Sabha seat, he decided to leave the party and get fielded as an independent by support of Samajwadi Party in Rajya Sabha. What is really interesting is that Congress party leaders are maintaining that the party is going through a tough phase, and right now party people have to come together and ensure that party is strengthened more. Instead of that, they are saying if people are going to worry only about their personal gains, then that is not going to happen in future. They cannot say, because there will be leaders who will be leaving the party only for their personal gains. This is what the Congress party is maintaining. When we spoke to Tariq Anwar, he said categorically, Sibal Saab se ye umeed nahi thi. When we asked that why are you saying so, that he said that because party had given a lot to Mr. Sibal, there was a lot of respect. There was also the Rajya Sabha seats, the union minister post. Then Mr. Sibal, when party is going through a very tough phase, decides to leave and go just for the sake of Rajya Sabha, doesn't behave well. This is what Mr. Tariq Anwar said. When we spoke to other section of leaders, they said that there are many leaders in the party, there are many workers in the party who have been working for decades altogether, but party hasn't given them any post or position or ministership, but they are still associated with the party because right now the battle is all about the ideology. And at the same time, some of the leaders, Nabila, are pointing towards Rahul Gandhi's statement which was given yesterday in the Cambridge University, where he said that party is going through transition phase and they will be opening doors for millions and millions of youngsters, people who want to come and join the Congress party and fight this ideological battle. So they are saying that certainly what Tariq Anwar and other leaders we spoke to are maintaining that a lot of people will come, a lot of people will go. Party is not going to have a huge dent because of Mr. Sibal going, because they are saying
go
that
on, but at the end of it you're losing out on assets like Sibal. He could have been pacified, even if the Congress is looking at Kapil Sibal's move as hunger for power. At the end of it, Kapil Sibal was the same man who constantly pointed fingers at the kind of the dilapidated state within the Congress party. They could could have listened to him and rectified it maybe instead of sidelining him after one point, because we know he also lost out support from the same G23 delegation. So after no response and really no reaction from the senior leaders of the Congress, Kapil Sibal may have taken his decision. He's like, why stay here if I'm getting another opportunity to be part of the Rajya Sabha, even if that means I file as an independent candidate, even if that means Samajwadi Party has to support me. So he got a great chance, which he took an opportunity.
Well, Nabila, Mr. Sibal was invited at the Chintan Shivir, the Nav Sankalp Chintan Shivir, which was in a way being seen as a massive exercise by the Congress leadership to pacify all sections and to be battle ready for 2024. But Mr. Sibal didn't turn up there, and rather what is very interesting is in his statement that it was on 16th of May he resigned from the Congress party. On 15th May, the Chintan Shivir ended in Udaipur, and we know that the leaders came back to Delhi and there was a meeting going on at AICC headquarters as to what is going to be the road ahead. But Mr. Sibal, who was invited at the Chintan Shivir, didn't go there, and rather he said today that he had resigned on 16th of May. So the Congress party is maintaining that they had reached out to Mr. Sibal, that come, let's sit down and discuss the entire issue.
But was
just
Chintan
like in the
Shivir,
case of
was the Chintan Shivir the real place for the Congress party to pacify a leader who's been long upset with the party? Was that the space to actually try and reconcile? Not too sure about that. He may have needed special attention, at least for the moment, considering he's had that kind of animosity with the party, has been constantly pointing fingers at the senior leadership. He should have been invited for a separate meeting altogether instead of involving him with a crowd as part of that Chintan Shivir. These are just our views at this point. What could really have gone behind Kapil Sibal deciding to call it quits from the Congress party? But let's have a listen at what suspended Congress leader, political analyst Sanjay Jha had to say about Sibal's exit. Let me quickly cut across to Sanjay Jha, who was a former Congress leader. He could give us a perspective on what really happened. Mr. Jha, thank you very much for joining India Today. Here is Kapil Sibal, another tall senior Congress leader who's decided to call it quits.
You know, he was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. So, although he moves over to the Samajwadi Party, I think what is encouraging is that he will continue to kind of take on the current establishment, which in my opinion, where I agree with my very senior colleague that it is a very anti-democratic setup we have in India. And as long as Mr. Sibal succeeds in that crusade, I think the Congress party can still try and, kind of ensure that it doesn't lose more good people. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs that have hung in there. I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic because I know that at the core, ideologically, Mr. Sibal has been a very true congressman and somebody who I think has always believed that the BJP needs to be taken on. He's aggressive. Everybody in the Congress, I think, wants to stop this juggernaut.
Doesn't seem like his word was ever taken well. He was always looked at as a betrayer for the Congress party. He was looked at someone who was trying to defame the Congress, and his points were never taken. Eventually, Kapil Sibal went on to be his own man. He led the G23 delegation. He hosted dinners for the G23 team. It almost became a parallel leadership within the Congress led by Kapil Sibal.
Even though he's left the Congress party, I do hope people in the Congress recognize that, you got to have dialogue with people. I'm of the fundamental opinion that the leadership must engage with those who are actually questioning you, who are critical of you, because they only do that when they care. There are two kinds of people in politics in my experience. Those who remain quiet and are sycophantic and will never tell you the truths. And those who are vocal, who are critical, who care. And if you're going to ignore those very people who are putting their own political career in jeopardy because they believe that they're actually not doing anything wrong. But, if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy or, he's a conspirator or he's somebody who wants to disturb the paradigm, that's wrong. Challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about. So I do hope, the Congress leadership kind of wakes up to this reality that while you can lose a Hardik Patel who was there for a couple of years, losing Mr. Jakhar, who's, I think, in my opinion, a very committed congressman till he's now joined the BJP, unfortunately, I would say. But Mr. Sibal, I'm glad, is staying on, at least with a party that to has been a Congress's political ally. And I know Mr. Sibal well enough to tell you with a lot of confidence that he is not going to compromise on his ideological stance. And that, to my mind, is a lesson for all those people in the Congress, that you need to stop these leakages. You got to work on it with the determination to say, listen, today I will make a list of 25 people in the Congress who are unhappy. Then we're going to reach out to all of them, listen to them with respect. You're not doing anybody a favor. If the Congress party is to defeat the BJP, it has to start by first getting its house in order. That's what people in the party want. That's what people like Manish Tiwari or Milind Devra or, Prithviraj Chavan, you talk of Shashi Tharoor. All these people are people who have a deep ideological commitment. They want a passionate, robust fight back by the Congress. But when you're going to lose people, how are you going to take on the BJP? I mean, they're a monstrous machine.
Sanjay Jha, I want to ask you, given that Congress is losing elections, state after state, its quota obviously in the upper house is going to come down. I would expect more such desertions within the Congress party. It's happened in the past where Abhishek Manu Singh got a ticket from the TMC to contest the Rajya Sabha elections with the TMC support, but didn't quit the TMC here. Sibal has quit the Congress. He's no mass leader in that sense. He didn't win the Lok Sabha elections the last time around and even before that. But in one sense, this is a huge setback because this is the old guard of the Congress party, essentially. Troubleshooter during the Anna Hazare movement, sitting minister in both UPA 1, UPA 2. The optics of this is terrible for the Congress, isn't it?
It is. And I'll tell you something, one of the mistakes we very often make is to attribute a mass following only to if somebody is a Lok Sabha MP. Mr. Sibal is well known, perhaps more than many Lok Sabha MPs today. So, the following doesn't have to be necessarily at the ground level, although I agree with you that if you have that ability to influence millions of people, that's fantastic. But not everybody can be that pan-India leader. But Mr. Sibal's reputation is phenomenal. I mean, his extraordinary grasp of the legalese is kind of noted by one and all. But you're right. I mean, the Congress has to do something about it now. Now or it's never, because there must be so many other people within the Congress who are disillusioned or, kind of demoralized today, who are not speaking up. And, my concern is Mr. Sibal is leaving and that's a headline. But what about the thousands of workers who are today joining the BJP or other parties at the ground level, unsung heroes who actually work for you at the booth level? Can you imagine that loss? You cannot replace losing anybody. A Congress ideologue has to be stopped from getting out of the door. And Mr. Sibal, well, of course, with Samajwadi support, he'll be there. So in the Rajya Sabha, the Congress will have somebody who will be fighting for a similar cause. But you need such people in your own team, formally, informally, in every sense of the word. Because, parties can only survive and thrive if they encourage a lot of conversation within, especially those that are critical of your failures, especially that question your leadership fault lines, especially those that actually tell you what could be an alternative way of looking at problems instead of following a status quoist approach.
कपिल सिब्बल जी जो पार्टी के इतने वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उन्होंने पार्टी से रिज़ाइन कर दिया और जो है अब इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पे सपा के सपोर्ट से राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे ये अपेक्षा नहीं की जाती थी कि वो एक देश के माने हुए वरिष्ठ वकील भी है, तो उनसे ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं थी।
कितना बड़ा डेंट है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अब ये तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, नेशनल पार्टी है, लोग आते हैं जाते हैं, तो उससे कोई पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं।
Now, Kapil Sibal's exit is indeed a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. While at Cambridge just a few days ago, this is what Rahul Gandhi had to say about the state of flux and implosion that the Congress is currently in.
All political formations go through transitions, right? If you look at the record of the Congress party, everybody gets excited that, you know, we are now not in power for 7 years, we're in power for 70 years. Right? And we've played a significant role in developing the country and in bringing India to where it is. Of course, we need to reinvent ourselves.
That's right.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink what our role is. We need to rethink how we interact with the people.
So what would be the first thing you would think requires a rethink?
The first thing that requires rethink is opening the doors of the Congress party and bringing in millions and millions of youngsters into the party.
So a new,
Right. That's the first thing.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashwini Kumar, who was once part of the Congress party, joins us on the phone line on this. Ashwini, here is Kapil Sibal, a tall leader of the Congress, who's now called it quits, filed an independent nomination for the Rajya Sabha, backed by the Samajwadi Party. What do you think may have happened? Do you think the Congress failed to pacify him, or was it a bid for the Congress to send him off, and this was possibly the best? Kapil Sibal walked out himself.
Well, I think Mr. Sibal must have thought long and hard before he took his decisions. I've already said good luck to him. He's entitled to chalk out his own strategy and his own political future, and nobody should have any quarrel with it. Whether the Congress party was successful in retaining him or conducted itself in a manner that led to his leaving the party is in the realm of conjecture, and much has been known and said about it. I don't want to comment on it.
Right, but here, Mr. Kumar, we know that you yourself quit the Congress party. You weren't very happy with the way the party functioned at that point. So speaking of experience from your end, would you look at this as inevitable?
The situation speaks for itself. One after the other, senior Congress persons known for their long loyalties to the party are leaving the party. Obviously, something is not right. It is only for the leadership to look inwards and see why this is happening, and that these things are happening soon after the Chintan Shiva in Udaipur tells its own story. I don't think there is any rocket science in determining why these things are happening. But I still wish Congress party the best of luck, and I wish all my colleagues who are charting a new political path for themselves also good luck.
Right. Mr. Ashwini, a quick word. Is dissent taken well? Is criticism taken well within the Congress party? From your experience, have you raised a red flag on the functioning of the party? Was it ever received well?
Well, what I did and what I did not do when I was a member of the Congress party, I would not like to comment on it. I did speak out, and I was listened to as well. Whether things happened in a particular way or should have happened in a different way is now history, and I would like to reopen that.
All right, Mr. Ashwini, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Well, here we're looking at a string of exits. The latest, Kapil Sibal now resigns from the Congress, joins as an independent candidate for the Rajya Sabha backed by the Samajwadi Party. This comes just days after Hardik Patel from the Congress Gujarat called it quits, and then you had Punjab's Sunil Jakar, who bid adieu, joined the BJP, certainly coming as a big embarrassment for the Congress party ahead of the big 2024 poll battle. We're going to continue tracking those developments. It's now time for a short break. Our continued focus here on the big setback for the Gandhis as Kapil Sibal now dumps the Congress. More details up next. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
In association with LG Refrigerators, stunningly stylish.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal. Our top focus here, Kapil Sibal quits the Congress party. In fact, a huge embarrassment coming in as he files the Rajya Sabha with the help of the SP. Here are the top headlines. He has a big setback to the Congress party as Kapil Sibal, the tall Congress leader, now goes independent, files his nomination with the help of the Samajwadi Party. Is it Gyanvapi's redone in Karnataka's Mangaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? BHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. No stopping horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before the Prime Minister Modi's trip in the city. Heat on Stalin government. 9-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over targeted killings of innocents. Pakistan's heart bleeds for terrorist Yasin Malik, but not for 9-year-old Safa. NIA court to pronounce a quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik in terror funding case at 3:30 p.m. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers. Right, here's a massive blow for the Congress party as veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 delegation calling for Congress reforms repeatedly, said that the party eventually he decided to quit the party on the 16th of May itself. He says he's given out his resignation. Today he was accompanied by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing the nomination for Rajya Sabha on the SP ticket in Lucknow. After filing the nomination, he said that he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings. Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav. He also recently represented SP's Azam Khan, who was jailed in fact, in the Supreme Court. He managed to secure Azam Khan an interim bail. This comes after Patidar leader Hardik Patel and Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakar have quit the party. According to sources, Patel is now mulling to join the BJP, while Jakar has already joined the Saffron camp.
पूर्व कांग्रेस नेता कपिल सिब्बल ने आज राज्यसभा का नामांकन दाखिल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी, आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया। आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे, पहली बात है ये सब फैसला क्यों, इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
ये तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त, किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहते हैं?
जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है। मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं, और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है। आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही। ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है।
Now, will Sibal join the Samajwadi Party? For now, he said that he has filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent candidate. Let's take a listen to what Akhilesh Yadav said on that.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties, and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Now, we spoke to Sanjay Jha, who is one of those Congress leaders who was suspended. He also had his own animosity with the Grand Old Party. Here's what he said after Kapil Sibal resigned.
You know, he was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the, linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful. because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs and have hung in there. I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic. But if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy, or he's a conspirator, or he's somebody who wants to disturb the the paradigm, that's wrong. I mean, challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about.
कपिल सिब्बल जी जो पार्टी के इतने वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उन्होंने पार्टी से रिजाइन कर दिया और जो है अब इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पे सपा के सपोर्ट से राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे ये अपेक्षा नहीं की जाती थी कि वो एक देश के माने हुए वरिष्ठ वकील भी है, तो उनसे ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं थी।
कितना बड़ा डेंट है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अब ये तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, नेशनल पार्टी है, लोग आते हैं जाते हैं, तो उससे कोई पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं।
Well, one thing is clear that today the Congress party is no longer a party, it's only about Parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for Darbaris. Whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Jhakar, whether it's Mr. Sibal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. This is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China.
All right, let me cut across to Supriya Bharadwaj, who's reporting from Delhi, tracking the Congress and the reactions coming in from the party. Supriya, you spoke to some of the party leaders. It appears that seemingly the Congress may be just relieved that Kapil Sibal has quit the party. They didn't have to do much. The man walked out himself. Good riddance. Is that what you believe the Congress is thinking right now at this moment? We know Kapil Sibal's sentiments. He's displayed it and expressed it explicitly all along.
Well, Nabila, it seems that the separation is amiable because Mr. Sibal didn't attack the Congress party. He said that whatever issues he wanted to raise, he has raised within the Congress party's platforms. And now because he has left the party, he doesn't want to talk about the party. On the other hand, when we spoke to a lot of Congress leaders now, they are saying that good luck to Mr. Sibal. This was a time when the party is struggling. He should have stayed with us and fought for the ideology. Party has given him a lot of position, post and man-samman across the country. He has made the party has given Mr. Sibal, the party made him the union minister also. But now when he has decided to part ways with the Congress party, they are saying that only thing that they can do now is wish him luck for his future endeavours. But one thing is for sure, that as far as the Congress party is concerned, the leaders we spoke to, they said that the message is loud and clear when in Chintan Shivur, Congress president has said the time has come to pay debt to the party. And they said now, because the party is going through a very tough phase, people have to come together and fight for the ideologies, and people have to stick around. There are many leaders and workers who have been working for the party for decades altogether, but they haven't got either the post, the position or the ministerial berths, but still they are fighting day in and day out with the Congress party. Also what we are hearing from the sources is that a lot of leaders are saying that the finalization of the names of Congress party's Rajya Sabha nominees will also take place within a couple of days, and they are also referring, Nabila, to the statement which Rahul Gandhi gave yesterday in Cambridge University, saying that the transition is happening, a lot of young blood would be brought in, a lot of people with the ideological background will be pushed into the system. As far as we know, in the Chintan Shivir, this was one main issue as to how to stop this desertions which are taking from the Congress party, and to ensure that good leaders and people from various sectors are brought into the Congress organization. And this is what the Congress leaders are referring to. They are saying that there is a transition phase going on. The only thing they can say is that this is the time for party to struggle, and they are also referring to what Rahul Gandhi has said in Cambridge University, that the party will be opening the doors to the youngsters, millions and millions of them. Also, what we are hearing from the Congress leaders is that within the fortnight, there will be massive changes coming into the picture. There will be a structural change in the party also, as it was decided in the Chintan Shivir. Yesterday only, there were 3 crucial committees which are set up, one being the Political Affairs Committee, second being that of the task force, and third being that for the committee which is going to look into the Bharat Jodo Yatra. So they are saying that people will come and go. The organization, the strengthening of the organization is the topmost priority of all the leaders as well as the workers as far as Congress party is concerned.
Right, Supriya, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, let's take a listen. Sibal, as soon as he filed his nomination as an independent candidate backed by the SP, flanked by Akhilesh Yadav, here's what he said on his exit from Congress.
2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद, लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था। मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है। अच्छा, निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है। और मैं आभारी हूँ अखिलेश जी का कि उन्होंने मेरा समर्थन दिया है। As an independent, I'll be going to the Rajya Sabha after scrutiny and everything is in order. I have always wanted to be an independent voice in this country, and I'm glad that Akhilesh ji understands why that is so.
Now, Kapil Sibal's exit is certainly a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. Now, while at Cambridge a few days ago, this is exactly what Rahul Gandhi had said about the state of flux and implosion within the Congress.
All political formations go through transitions, right? If you look at the record of the Congress party, everybody gets excited that, we are now not in power for 7 years, we've been in power for 70 years, right? And we've played a significant role in developing the country and in bringing India to where it is. Of course, we need to reinvent ourselves.
That's right.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink what our role is. We need to rethink how we interact with the people.
So what would be the first thing you would think requires a rethink?
The first thing that requires rethink is opening the doors of the Congress party and bringing in millions and millions of youngsters into the party.
So a new,
Right. That's the first thing.
All right, now shifting focus here to Tamil Nadu. Following a spate of murders in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader in Tamil Nadu's Chennai has now been hacked to death by 3 miscreants on Tuesday, 24th of May. 30-year-old Balachandar was murdered brutally by an unknown gang in Chennai's Chintadripet. Balachandar was, in fact, said to have received death threats, was later provided with a personal security officer as well to ensure security for him. The incident occurred when Balachandar was on a street speaking to a few men when his security officer had gone to have a cup of tea. At that exact moment, 3 men surrounded him, brutally hacked him to death. The gang then got onto their 2-wheelers, escaped from the spot before Balakrishnan, who was Balachandar's security guard, could even return to save him. The death of another BJP functionary has raised critical questions here about the law and order situation in the city. On May 18th, 2 spine-chilling murders occurred in the capital. Both were caught on CCTVs. Opposition leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy has also criticized the law and order situation, claiming that Chennai had turned into a murder city, as 18 murders have occurred over the last 20 days alone in Chennai.
Another murder in Tamil Nadu's capital, raising the question if Chennai is becoming the murder capital. This is a word from the opposition leader Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, who said that within the past 20 days there have been 18 murders, 19th being on Tuesday around 6:30 p.m. at this location of a BJP functionary. Balachandran, who was the Central Chennai president for SC/ST wing, was brutally hacked to death at this spot. This is one of the busiest spots in Chennai called as Chindadripet, where he was hacked to death by 6 people. The shocking part is that Balachandran is also being provided with a PSO as he had threat to his life. And in this area, when he was talking to a couple of his friends, he was surrounded by 6 people who hacked him to death within a couple of seconds and escaped in motorbikes. The shocking part here is that this area is under CCTV surveillance, which you could see on that junction. There are multiple CCTVs over there, and not just that. As we are showing the CCTV on the right side of this road, from this area, not even 200 meters, you have the Chindadripet police station, thereby raising questions about exactly what is happening to the law and order situation in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, the Commissioner of Police, Shankar Jiwal, says that in the past 20 days, only 10 murders have occurred. If you need to include this, it will become the 11th, and police are doing whatever they can. But the bigger question is that how come gangsters and such elements have become bold, and how come such murders are occurring in broad daylight? In fact, on 18th of May, 2 murders occurred in Chennai. Both were captured on CCTV. Brutal murders, 2 men hacked to death with sharp weapons, sickles, and even now the strange part is that the Tamil Nadu police is claiming that they are trying everything to make sure that the public is safe. But the question is, are the public safe? This is Vivian, Pramod Madhav, Point today.
All right, now coming up on the other side of a short break, a teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. More details up next. Stay tuned.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
There's a big breaking coming in. Fresh plea in the Gyanvapi case. Fast-track court, a fast-track plea now. Seeking for prayer at the mosque. The plea sought mosque be handed over to the Hindu side. The plea for immediate prayer, a darshan at the Gyanvapi mosque has been made. A fresh plea in the Gyanvapi case. fast-tracked. The court fast-tracks the plea seeking prayer at the mosque. Remember, there's been much talk about the court taking up this matter. First of all, deciding on the maintainability of the plea from the Hindu side, whether or not this case can be looked into as per law, considering there are obstructions like the Places of Worship Act 1991. While that said, here you have another plea now seeking for a fast-track decision on prayers or a darshan to be allowed at the Gyanvapi mosque. The plea asks for immediate prayer or darshan at the Gyanvapi mosque. This is a plea the Varanasi court has in fact fast-tracked. A plea now in the Gyanvapi case that now makes it all the more curious for the petitioners to find out what the court really has to say. The court fast-tracks this plea seeking for prayers at the Gyanvapi mosque. The plea has sought the mosque be handed over to the Hindu side. This is a massive development coming in at a time when there's much controversy and debate on whether lost Hindu heritage within the Gyanvapi mosque must be reclaimed. Now, of course, the Muslim side objecting to any kind of survey or intervention, considering or they're citing the Places of Worship Act of 1991, which does not allow for a religious character of a religious site to be changed, whatever that stood post-independence, post-1947. So since the law is in place, the Muslim side's condemning that the first place, the survey itself that was allowed was illegal. It was done against the law. Now a plea has been filed, another plea has been filed by the Hindu side, asking for the mosque to be handed over to the Hindu side and also asking for immediate prayers to be allowed, for darshan to be carried out within the mosque premises. We know that this is a sensitive issue. This has certainly raked up communal tensions, undoubtedly on both sides, the Muslim side and the Hindu side, both wanting to gain ground within this case, wanting to retain their control over the Gyanvapi complex. The Gyanvapi Gauri Shingar complex, as it's called. In fact, the survey that was carried out by the survey committee after the Hindu side had petitioned asking for a survey to be done to try and see what kind of Hindu symbolism is present within the Gyanvapi mosque. That survey managed to find several symbols like the shivling, like the damru, like the lotus, like the pan leaves inscribed on the walls of the Gyanvapi mosque on the basement. Many of these symbols really extensively signify that there possibly could have been a temple that may have been demolished for a mosque to be built. But remember, this is centuries ago during the Mughal period when the Gyanvapi mosque was built. At this point, now in 2022, we're looking at the Hindu groups claiming that they want to retain their lost Hindu heritage. They want to claim back their legacy, their cultural legacy, their religious lineage. And now that they've managed to find those religious symbols within the mosque premises, they're asking for prayers or a darshan to be immediately allowed inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Now the court, we believe, has fast-tracked this petition, has fast-tracked this plea now, which asks for the mosque to be handed over to the Hindu side. A huge development, and again, not surprising. One would have imagined that this would have come to this point where the Hindu side claiming that there are Hindu religious symbols found inside, including the shivling and several other symbolism. They want that place to be opened up for darshan or worship to be carried out at the Gyanvapi mosque complex. So this again was no surprises that an intervention like this would come up, a plea like this rather would come up. A request of this nature, of this ground would come up by the Hindu side, where they're now asking to give up rights, asking for the Muslim side to give up complete control of the mosque and hand over the mosque to the Hindu side. Huge development on the Gyanvapi mosque controversy, and this was expected. Now, even as the court decides to reserve the matter until the 26th of May, here is another plea that's been fast-tracked, asking for the Gyanvapi mosque to be handed over to the Hindu side. All right, that's it for now. For more news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. Our India Today Entertainment Special on the other side.
متحف المستقبل أول ككتلة هي كتلة غريبة بالنسبة للناس، وبعدين كسر لجمود الكتل الموجودة حوالينا في دبي على أساس أن يكون نوع من الجذب موجود فيها على مستوى العالم وعلى مستوى الدولة. العبارات المقروءة كانت نحن قدام تحدي أن تكون العبارات مقروءة مش مجرد عبارات منثورة، فالعبارات المقروءة دائما فيها نوع من التحدي، كيف تشبك هذه العبارات في
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And first up, let's get you details from the Cannes Film Festival, where jury member Deepika Padukone opted for an Ashi Studio creation for her 4th red carpet look. But the actress was kind of struggling to even walk, or for that matter, even stand in the gown at the Cannes Film Festival. Here's the complete story by my colleague Chetty Narula.
Member Deepika Padukone walked the red carpet in a dramatic Ashi Studio dress. Only that she couldn't walk, stand, or take photos without any help. It looked like the struggle was super real. One wonders if she wore the dress or the dress wore her. This orange custom-made dress was paired with green earrings to color block the attire. Interestingly, the heels were of the same orange color, but it was the dangling earrings that were used to color block the orange splash. The strapless orange taffeta gown with a floor-grazing hem and weightless drape around her shoulder wasn't as extravagant and maximalist like her 2018 attire from the same designer house. Her looks this year have been keenly watched, right from Louis Vuitton Somme to Sabyasachi and Ashi Studio. Her looks this year seemed like a course correction from the over-the-top Jim Batista Bali gown until this particular Ashi Studio attire that was probably and perhaps just meant for the mannequin. In New Delhi, Chetty Narula for India Today.
New footage of Ranveer Singh taking a casual stroll in the French Riviera and obliging fans with selfies are doing the rounds on social media. This comes a day after Deepika made her 3rd red carpet appearance.
Ranveer Singh, who joined wife Deepika Padukone at Cannes, made the most of his time in the French Riviera, and these latest photos as well as a video of him are proof of that. A day after the Cannes jury member Deepika made her 3rd red carpet appearance in a black Louis Vuitton gown, these visuals of her husband and actor went viral on social media. In the video, he's seen venturing out of his hotel to take a casual stroll, while other posts show him obliging fans with selfies. Earlier, several other photos of both Deepika and Ranveer made it to the internet. In the pictures, Ranveer was seen having a gala time at Cannes while posing for the camera along with Deepika at a Dior event. Accompanying the duo for the event was also Rebecca Hall, who was a member of the prestigious Cannes jury, just like Deepika. For the event, Deepika opted for a Louis Vuitton outfit, while Ranveer made an impression in an animal print shirt. According to India Today's sources, Ranveer's Cannes visit was apparently a last-minute decision. Sources further reveal, and we quote, Ranveer has been very busy promoting his latest release, Jayesh Bhai Jodhar, and also shooting for Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani with Alia Bhatt. This is his first break after the exhaustive promotional schedule. Ranveer, in fact, in an exclusive interview with India Today, mentioned that he's missing Deepika a lot as they've not been able to get time for each other due to their work commitments.
I'm really missing her. She's been busy shooting Pathaan. I've been busy shooting Rocky Rani.
It was on May 20th that Ranveer Singh left for Cannes, where the International Film Festival is being held. And now, after his first pictures, these new visuals from the French Riviera are breaking the internet. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The trailer of Kamal Hassan's Vikram has received a thunderous response at the Cannes Film Festival. The superstar is in the French Riviera to promote his film and has also rocked several looks since the time of his arrival.
Superstar Kamal Hassan, who is a part of the Indian delegation for the 75th edition of the Cannes Film Festival, has been making appearances in the French Riviera, and his new set of photos are going viral on social media. In the pictures, he can be seen making a strong sartorial statement in a custom-made black ensemble designed by designers Shantanu and Nikhil. The outfit featured a breezy kurta with an asymmetrical hem. The actor wore it with matching black trousers and a jacket that had patterns and dainty embellishments. Kamal Hassan arrived in the French Riviera to promote his upcoming movie Vikram, and in fact was seen doing the same when he flaunted the NFT poster of the film a few days ago in a plain white t-shirt which he teamed up with an ironed blue blazer and matching pants. Kamal Hassan has rocked several stylish outfits ever since he arrived for the 75th edition of the Cannes Film Festival, and this yellow suit is one of them. The actor also wore Gaurav Gupta's black suit for one of the events. The trailer of his film Vikram was also screened at the Cannes Film Festival 2022, and the video received a thunderous response from the audience present in the vicinity. Apart from Kamal Hassan, the film also stars actors Vijay Sethupathi, Fahad Fazil, Chemban Vinod and Narayan, and is directed by Lokesh Kanagaraj of Kaidi fame. Indian actor Surya Shivkumar of Jai Bhim fame is also a part of the film and plays a pivotal role in Vikram, which has been produced on a grand scale by Kamal Hassan and producer R. Mahendran. Vikram will hit theatres on June 3rd with special premiere screenings in the United States on June 2nd. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Vikram. Vikram.
Vikram! Let's fly 7 seas across to Hollywood and check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our fully foreign segment.
Kids, get your popcorn now. Let me tell you the story of the space Viking, Thor Odinson. He was no ordinary man. He was a god. After saving planet Earth for the 500th time, Thor set off on a new journey.
The trailer of Thor Love and Thunder is out, and it shows Thor going back on track and becoming worthy again of his ex-girlfriend Jane, played by Natalie Portman, and steals his thunder in more ways than one.
As the one and only Thor. Oh, spoke too soon. Jane?
With sparks of their old romance being rekindled.
The old ex-girlfriend.
What's it been, like 3, 4 years?
8 years, 7 months and 6 days, give or take.
Am I, sensing feelings?
Well, you're right.
The new trailer is significant because it introduces Christian Bale's Gore, the God Butcher in white robe, white makeup and stark yellow eyes, and also gives a glimpse of Russell Crowe's character.
So this is my vow. All gods will die.
You are not like the other gods of kill. Because I have something worth fighting for.
Thor: Love and Thunder is the fourth in the franchise after Thor.
Now.
Thor: Dark World.
All yours.
Anyone else?
And Thor: Ragnarok in 2017. The film, which released in theatres in July 8, has been directed by Taika Waititi, who also plays the role of Korg.
He's just my first bad guy.
You never forget your first.
Let's see who you are. I take off your disguise. And flick.
Oh, you flipped too hard, damn it!
Shall we help him? And eventually, grape.
Lloyd. I got an urgent locate and destroy.
That could be fun. The man's got some street cred.
The makers of Grey Man have finally released the trailer, and it gives a sneak peek into the world of spies and espionage. The film explores the story of Ryan as CIA operative Corey Gentry, who goes by the codename Sierra 6, who is hunted by his former CIA worker. It is based on the novel The Grey Man by Mark Greaney.
Of killing the infamous Sierra 6.
Directed by Anthony and Joe Russo, the film stars Chris Evans, Ryan Gosling, Dhanush, Anna de Armas, and Billy Bob Thornton, among others. The action thriller film will roll out in theatres on July 22. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Maybe not anybody.
It's the Platinum Jubilee celebrations for Queen Elizabeth II in June, and on this special occasion, the Sotheby's is hosting a special show called Power and Image Royal and Aristocratic Tiaras, where the tiaras from the royal family will be put on display. Chetin Arola gets you this special report.
It is Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebration in June. There is always much intrigue about the British royal family, and especially Princess Diana. The public interest in Diana has always been stupendous. Sotheby's is hosting a special show called Power and Image Royal and Aristocratic Tiaras. This exhibition will feature approximately 50 tiaras of aristocratic and royal provenance, with some pieces exhibited publicly for the first time ever. Biggest draw here is Princess Diana's priceless wedding tiara. The show is all set to feature 40 striking pieces of fine jewelry from the royal family. This ornate diamond tiara that Princess Diana wore for her wedding to Prince Charles in 1981 at the St. Paul's Cathedral will be on display for the first time ever in decades. This envied piece will be showcased for the first time since the 1960s. Reportedly, it was the go-to accessory for Diana, who wore the piece 7 times between her marriage in 1981 and her death in 1997. This Spencer tiara features a garland-style design. It has a heart-shaped motif set with diamonds, star and trumpet-shaped flowers, also set with diamonds. It was originally created in 1987. The design is known to have changed over the years as it was passed down in the Spencer family. This is one of the most important pieces of the Spencer history. The tiara is being loaned to Sotheby's by Earl Spencer, the late Diana's brother. This is not it. Many who have loved the history of the British royal family will get a first-hand view of Queen Victoria's most ostentatious crowns. Even the tiara worn by Queen Elizabeth for her 1953 coronation will be on display. Tiaras continue to gain popularity even today. Whether it is popular culture or auction sales, the collectors are always ready to add to their collections. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Time for us to slip into a short break here on In the Club, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so don't go anywhere.
You are watching.
Karthik Aryan, who's basking in the success of his film Bhool Bhulaiya 2, visited the Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi to seek blessings along with T-series honcho Bhushan Kumar. His film is breaking all records at the box office. The Anees Basmi directorial managed to rake in over 70 crores in just 5 days of its release, making it Karthik's career's biggest opening and this year's highest grossing Hindi film.
15 साल बाद इस दरवाजे ने फिर दस्तक दी है। इसके पीछे कोई साधारण आत्मा नहीं है, काला जादू करने वाली मंजुलिका है।
I can see dead people. बचपन से भूतों के बीच पला बड़ा हूं मैं। वहां खड़े खड़े मेरा मुंह क्या देख रहे हो? देख लो। अभी से बात करो। आपके पीछे जो 2 आत्माएं खड़ी हैं, उनसे बात करो।
Bhool Bhulaiya 2, starring Karthik Aryan, Kiara Advani and Tabu, had a successful first weekend at the box office. After registering a good opening of 14 crore rupees on May 20th, it went on to see immense growth during the weekend. The film minted 18.34 crore on the second day and raked in around 23.51 crore at the box office.
इससे तो अच्छा हो तो बिग बॉस में चलो जाए तो कम से कम वहाँ पे बेइज्जती के पैसे तो मिले।
पंडित जी ने कहा है कि शुक्रवार को कुत्तों को खाना खिलाने से पुण्य मिलता है। लो लो, ठूस लो।
Taking its total first weekend collection to over 55 crore in 3 days of its release.
भूल भुलैया। बहुत सी आत्माओं से बात की होगी तुमने, लेकिन मंजुलिका सबसे अलग है रूहान।
चीचा, यस। जब से यहाँ आया हूँ मंजुलिका सुने जा रहा हूँ। Coming to get you, मंजू। तुम मंजुलिका कैसे हो सकती हो? डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के ट्वीट और चुड़ैलों के फीट हमेशा उल्टे ही होते हैं।
According to reports, Bhool Bhulaiya 2 has become Karthik Aryan's biggest opening till date.
मंजुलिका बाहर आ गई है, उसने मुझ पर हमला किया। अब भी मिलना चाहोगे तुम मंजुलिका से?
हमारी वजह से मंजुलिका बाहर आई है, सबकी जान खतरे में है।
तो भागते हैं यहाँ से।
हम ठाकुर हैं और हम मुसीबत से कभी भागते नहीं हैं।
हाँ तो हम भी रंधावा है, मुसीबत आती ना निकल लेते हैं।
किथे गई आए मेरे दिल दी शौरी, oh my god oh look दी हौरी, मैनू भी ओ कर गई नौरी।
His 2019 film Pati Patni Aur Wo had earned 35.94 crore, while 2019's Luka Chuppi had managed to collect 32.13 crore in its first weekend. What's more, Karthik's 2020 release Love Aajkal raked in 28.51 crore at the box office in its opening weekend. In 2018's Sonu Ki Titu Ki Sweetie, on the other hand, minted 26.57 crore rupees. Even his Pyar Ka Panchnama 2 could only collect 22.75 crore, and 2011's Pyar Ka Panchnama managed to earn only 3.25 crore at the ticket counters on the first weekend. Karthik Aryan, who is an outsider and has carved a niche for himself in the industry, left no stone unturned to promote Bhool Bhulaiya 2.
जब भूल भुलैया 2 की बात करता हूँ तो ग्रैटिट्यूड ही आता है, बिकॉज आई रियली फील कि यहाँ तक ये इंटरव्यूज में भी बैठना उस टाइम हमारे लिए बहुत प्रिविलेज था। इंटरव्यूज भी कि हमारे इंटरव्यू कर लो भी बहुत बड़ी बात थी। सो आई फील रियली हैप्पी एंड आई फील रियली प्रिविलेज नाउ कि ये सब हो रहा है। सो एंड आई फील कि और भी बढ़ता रहे सब।
Even after its release, the actor visited Gaiety Cinemas in Mumbai to not only meet his fans but also to watch his film, but found the show to be houseful. For the unversed, directed by Anees Bazmi, Bhool Bhulaiya 2 is a standalone sequel to Akshay Kumar and Vidya Balan's 2007 hit Bhool Bhulaiya. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And let's get you a roundup of what's keeping our celebrities busy. Here's all that's trending in Tinseltown.
Alia Bhatt's first ever production venture, Darlings, alongside Shah Rukh Khan's production house Red Chillies, has taken a digital route. The film will now be released on streaming giant Netflix. Alia took to social media to drop this announcement video as she confirmed the news regarding the same. In the video, the cast of the film, including Alia Bhatt, Vijay Varma, Shefali Shah and Roshan Matthew, can be seen talking about Darlings coming on Netflix in hushed voices.
Is it true? We heard Darlings is coming on Netflix.
What?
Sir, your next film, Darlings, is coming on Netflix, right?
Maybe not.
Shefali ma'am, could you tell us about your next project? We've heard it's coming on Netflix. Sir, can you please confirm the news?
To be or not to be is really the question. Not this.
Sir, आप नोट करोगे तो भी चलेगा.
They're here now for the meeting.
Netflix? Sir, Darlings?
अरे मेरे चाचा जी का नाम Netflix है.
Ma'am, Darlings is coming on Netflix, right? Darlings. Netflix. Darlings. Sir, I am Malayali.
क्या बोलना है सबको?
Ma'am, sir, ma'am, 1 second. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, अरे यार.
See you soon.
Touted as a dark comedy, Darlings is directed by Jasmeet Kareen and has a blend of soulful songs from Gulzar and Vishal Bharadwaj. For the unversed, Darlings marks Alia's debut as a producer, and when the actress started shooting for the film, she penned this special note on her social media. It read, "Day 1 of Darlings, my first film as a producer, but I will always be an actor first and forever. In this case, a very nervous actor. I don't know what it is. A night before I start a new film, I get this nervous, tingling energy all over my body. I dream all night about messing up my lines, become jumpy, read set 15 minutes before time, fearing I'll be late. I guess this feeling will never go away. And it shouldn't, because being nervous and feeling unsure means you really, really care." Meanwhile, Alia will be seen next in Ayan Mukherjee's much-anticipated mythological trilogy, Brahmastra, opposite her husband Ranbir Kapoor. Part 1 of the same will hit cinemas on 9 September 2022. She also has the Hollywood film Heart of Stone alongside Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan in her kitty. The shooting of Rohit Shetty's debut web show, Indian Police Force, is currently going on in Goa. The filmmaker took to social media to share this behind-the-scenes video of the same, where he can be seen filming a fight sequence with actor Siddharth Malhotra. The Cop First maestro captioned the post as, "It's weird how glass breaks, body hits and staircases fall as normal for us. By the way, the camera weighs 27 kgs. Apart from Siddharth Malhotra, this mega-scale action-packed cop series will also feature Shilpa Shetty and Vivek Oberoi in key roles. With Shilpa on board, she is now the first female in Rohit Shetty's cop universe. Earlier, the makers had also dropped the welcome on board posts for the key characters including Siddharth Malhotra, Shilpa Shetty and Vivek Oberoi.
अपन का दो बाप है, गॉड और जनता। दोनों ने बोला आने को, तो अब बुला रहा है।
It's a wrap for Tiger Shroff's next, Gunpat. The actor, who was shooting for the final schedule of his action thriller in Ladakh, took to social media to announce that he has completed the most challenging schedule of his life and that he can't wait to show it to his fans. Directed by Vikas Bahal, Gunpath also stars Kriti Sanon and Alia in key roles. The film is expected to hit cinemas in December 2022. Apart from Gunpath, Tiger also has Rambo and Bade Miyan Chote Miyan co-starring Akshay Kumar in his kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack for you in the show today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Mars exploration missions are exciting, but nearly 4 years after its launch on Mars, the InSight lander will have to end its activity. The US probe will soon be out of power. There's too much dust on its solar panels. Using an ultra-sensitive French-made seismometer called SEIS, InSight carried out its mission to map the interior of the red planet thanks to recording of 1,300 Mars quakes. Scientists are now able to confirm that the core of Mars is indeed liquid, that the thickness of the planet's crust is less thick than expected, and that it is probably made up of 3 layers. The seismic activity could be a result of temperature anomalies caused by the mantle of planet's crust. The InSight mission did experience one failure, with its heat flux sensor HP cubed. It had to be buried 5 meters below Mars' surface to measure its temperature, but it could not dig down far enough and the effort was abandoned.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
And thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start off this afternoon with the headlines first. Another big setback to Gandhi's. Kapil Sibal dumps the Congress party, files Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi Party ticket.
16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं।
Is it Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? VHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. No stopping the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on Stalin government. Nine-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over the targeted killings of the innocent. Pakistan's heart bleeds for terrorist Yasin Malik, but not for a 9-year-old girl. Safa NIA court to pronounce quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik in the terror funding case at 3:30 p.m. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. Shooter Ramos Salvador also killed his grandmother before unleashing the carnage. Massive blow to the Congress party. Veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 rebel group for calling for Congress's reforms repeatedly, said that he quit the party on 16th of May. Today, he was accompanied by Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing a nomination for Rajya Sabha on a Samajwadi Party ticket in Lucknow. After filing this nomination, he said he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings. Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav and Azam Khan. Recently, he represented Jail Khan in Supreme Court, helped him secure interim bail. This comes after Patidar leader Hardik Patel and Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jhakar quit the party. According to sources, Patel is mulling to join the BJP while Jhakar has already joined the Saffron camp.
पूर्व कांग्रेस नेता कपिल सिब्बल ने आज राज्यसभा का नामांकन दाखिल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी, आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया, आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे, पहली बात ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
ये तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त? किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पे खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहते हैं?
जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है। मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं, और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है। आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही। ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है। इनके साथ तो खैर बहुत ही अच्छे हैं।
Will Kapil Sibal now join the Samajwadi Party? For now, he said he's filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent. Listen in, rather, to what Akhilesh Yadav said about this.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties, and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है? आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
India Today spoke to suspended Congress leader Sanjay Jha, who had a reaction, and there are some more reactions coming in on this as well. Listen in.
You know, he was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the, linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs that have hung in there, I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic. But, if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy or, he's a conspirator or he's somebody who wants to disturb the, the paradigm, that's wrong. I mean, challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about.
कपिल सिब्बल जी जो पार्टी के इतने वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उन्होंने पार्टी से रिज़ाइन कर दिया और जो है अब इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पे सपा के सपोर्ट से राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे ये अपेक्षा नहीं की जाती थी कि वो एक देश के माने हुए वरिष्ठ वकील भी है, तो उनसे ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं थी।
कितना बड़ा डेंट है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अब ये तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, नेशनल पार्टी है, लोग आते हैं जाते हैं, तो उससे कोई पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को लीडर क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं, इसका निरीक्षण तो कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को करना होगा। चिंतन शिविर के बाद ऐसे कई लोग हैं जिन्होंने पार्टी को अलविदा कहा है। मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी इस पर कहीं ना कहीं विचार कर रही होगी। इस पर मैं टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। जहाँ तक किसी व्यक्ति विशेष के पार्टी छोड़ने का सवाल है, उन्होंने अपने विवेक के मुताबिक अपना फैसला किया है। मेरी उनको शुभकामनाएं हैं और हर व्यक्ति को ये अधिकार है कि अपने विवेक के मुताबिक अपनी रणनीति, पॉलिटिकल रणनीति तय करे।
Well, one thing is clear that today the Congress party is no longer a party. It's only about parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for Darbari. Whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Jhakar, whether it's Mr. Sibal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. This is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China.
Let's listen in again to what Sibal said after his exit from the Congress party.
2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है।
अच्छा, निर्दलीय का भरा?
निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है। और मैं आभारी हूँ अखिलेश जी का कि उन्होंने मेरा समर्थन दिया है As an independent, I'll be going to the Rajya Sabha after scrutiny and everything is in order. I have always wanted to be an independent voice in this country, and I'm glad that Akhilesh ji understands why that is so.
Sibal's exit is a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. While at Cambridge a few days back, this is what Rahul Gandhi had to say about the state of flux and implosion in the Congress party.
All political formations go through transitions, right? If you look at the record of the Congress party, everybody gets excited that, you know, we are now not in power for 7 years, we're in power for 70 years, right? And we've played a significant role in developing the country and in bringing India to where it is. Of course, we need to reinvent ourselves.
That's right.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink what our role is. We need to rethink how we interact with the people.
So what would be the first thing you would think requires a rethink?
The first thing that requires rethink is opening the doors of the Congress party and bringing in millions and millions of youngsters into the party.
So a new,
Right. That's the first thing.
millennium.
Now to an India Today exclusive showing Qutub's truth from annals of history that shows ancient proof of Hindu past of Qutub. India Today's access 1871 British Raj ASI report that seeks to settle Qutub debate. The report clearly mentions Lakshmi idols, Hindu pillars, Anantnag in Qutub Minar mosque. The report says pillars erected by Hindu king Prithviraj, and this is on never seen before British era Qutub fact check. Take a look.
The report mentions that earlier it was not a mosque. All the evidences shows that it was a temple, and the evidences were hidden by the Muslims, and then they had set up a mosque over there just above the temple.
Quite likely that the corridor and the domical structure over it, the trabeate kind of domical structure, they are the elements of Hindu temple architecture that exist over there. But the core area, the sanctum sanctorum or the mukh mandap or vestibule and things like that, the core elements of the temple existing within that area, somewhere near the iron pillar, that whole area, the surface is all covered, so we cannot say. But the corridor as such which we see is the existing one, and now it is part of Quwaitul Islam Mosque, but quite likely it might be of the temple.
The Mandir Masjid showdown in Karnataka's Mangaluru escalates. Hindu group Vishwa Hindu Parishad is going to perform a puja near the disputed site. According to BJP MLA Bhatt Shetty, Hindu rituals will be performed near the site by locals to see if there's any power in the mosque. BJP has also demanded a proper investigation by the ASI. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed for 500 meters around the masjid till 26th of May, 8 a.m. A survey has been demanded after a Hindu temple-like architectural design was purportedly found underneath an old mosque during the renovation. Hindu groups claim that a temple existed at the site before the mosque was built.
Right now we are standing in the Bhajana Mandir, which is where the Tambula Prashne to be held, and we can see that all the leaders of VHP and Bajrang Dal is present, and in front of Gopal Krishna Panikar, the expert from Kerala who is conducting this particular ritual here. Also, he has been accompanied by the local Tantri called Polalagiri Prakash Tantri. The team is to find out whether the mosque or the inside the mosque is there any God's power or not. The procedure is to conduct till the evening, and the rituals is happening right now. We can see that the tambola, which have the betel nuts and betel leaves, has been exchanged already. Now keeping the Graha Deshe, where the according to Hindu rituals, these things are important. Now, it's a long procedure where the finding of God's presence in the mosque will be declared by evening. That is what it has been informed.
There was an incident while renovating one of the masjid, the Juma Masjid near Tenkavulipadi Grama, Madalipeta. There were like some structures similar to temples were found, and there were like some issue created within. Police and local revenue officials, they handled the situation. We conducted a cursory meeting, and even the masjid management committee, they have assured us they are like fighting the case in the court. Whatever rituals conducted by whatever organization, we don't have to like hold it in a legal perspective. All these things will be looked after in the court. Court will take the appropriate decision.
One thing is the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have said the demolition should not take place and a proper investigation should be done. My stand as an MLA is also I am also of the same view that a proper survey by the archaeological department should be done. Every time you say a mosque is built or a temple, you go and hide behind the 1991 Place of Worship Act. No, it is not we. It is not like I am doing it or one organization doing it. This is the local wanted to do Tambula Prashne. We can't go and tell don't do it because it's a part of a culture here. It's a part of a belief system and they want to do it.
Our Karnataka is a global state. We all are living and there is no issues which have to be reckoned up. They are unnecessary because of the election. They are taking all these of issues in the coastal area and in the entire state. Chief Minister is in Davos. He is signing agreements with various minority institutions where other friends to come and participate here. Now, I think this BJP outfits are creating a lot of problems. It is a very big damaging to the state.
All these controversies are being manufactured by fringe elements just to polarize the society, polarize the state, and this is totally unwarranted. The BJP and their allies, they are involved in all these things. I condemn it.
Slipping into a break. When we return, no stopping horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked to death now. Details in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
watching India Today.
Following a spate of murders in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader in Tamil Nadu's Chennai was hacked to death by 3 miscreants on Tuesday, May 24. 30-year-old Balachandar was murdered brutally by an unknown gang in Chennai's Chintadripet. Balachandar was receiving death threats and was later provided with a personal security officer to ensure security. The incident occurred when Balachandar was on a street speaking to a few men when his security officer had gone to have tea. At that exact moment, 3 men surrounded him, brutally hacked him to death. The gang then got into two-wheelers, escaped from the spot before Balakrishnan, who was Balachandar's security, could return. The death of another BJP functionary has now raised critical questions about the law and order situations in the city. On 18th May, 2 spine-chilling murders occurred in the capital and both were caught on CCTV. Opposition leader Palaniswamy also criticized the law and order situation, claiming Chennai had turned into murder city as 18 murders have occurred within the past 20 days.
Another murder in Tamil Nadu's capital raises the question if Chennai is becoming the murder capital. This is a word from the opposition leader Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, who said that within the past 20 days there have been 18 murders, 19th being on Tuesday around 6:30 p.m. at this location of a BJP functionary. Balachandran, who was the Central Chennai president for SC/ST wing, was brutally hacked to death at this spot. This is one of the busiest spots in Chennai called as Chintadripet, where he was hacked to death by 6 people. The shocking part is that Balachandran is also being provided with a PSO as he had threat to his life. And in this area, when he was talking to a couple of his friends, he was surrounded by 6 people who hacked him to death within a couple of seconds and escaped in motorbikes. The shocking part here is that this area is under CCTV surveillance, which you could see on that junction. There are multiple CCTVs over there, and not just that. As we are showing the CCTV on the right side of this road, from this area, not even 200 meters, you have the Chintadripet police station, thereby raising questions about exactly what is happening to the law and order situation in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, the Commissioner of Police, Shankar Jiwal, says that in the past 20 days, only 10 murders have occurred. If you need to include this, it will become the 11th, and police are doing whatever they can. But the bigger question is that how come gangsters and such elements have become bold, and how come such murders are occurring in broad daylight? In fact, on 18th of May, 2 murders occurred in Chennai. Both were captured on CCTV. Brutal murders. 2 men hacked to death with sharp weapons, sickles, and even now, the strange part is that the Tamil Nadu police is claiming that they are trying everything to make sure that the public is safe. But the question is, are the public safe? This is Vivian, Pramod Madhav, Point Today.
In the case, we have investigation, hospital, and weed protection team. 4 team தகவல் படி வெளியே போயிருக்காங்க. மொத்தமா 7 டீம் இருக்கு. டிசி நம்ம முதல்ல இந்த பந்தோபஸ்தில் எல்லாம் போட்டிருந்தோம். அவர் வெளியே எடுத்துட்டு இந்த வேலைக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலாக வச்சுருக்கோம். அங்கே கூட ஆள் தனியாக போட்டோம். இன்னும் இன்ஸ்பெக்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஏசிஸ் ஒர்க் சொல்லியிருக்கோம் இந்த ஏரியாவில் வேலை செஞ்சனால. தேவைப்பட்டால அடிஷ்னல் அந்த டீம் நம்ம பயன்படுத்துகிறோம்.
சார், அந்த சிசிடிவி பொறுத்த வரைக்கும்
See, most of these cases, vengeance. As the BJP functionary must have been involved in any crime. So the tit-for-tat action is taking place in every part. Now police are very active. That is why so much of murder cases are coming to know to the public. DMK is not controlling police. Police is acting independently. And they are supposed to act independently in case of any crime. They have arrested even DMK men while they were also found guilty of some crime.
Lawlessness is there in DMK's blood. Whenever they come to power, the L&O, the law and order of the state, will go for a toss. And this is yet another testimony. I challenge DMK. If they were to give out the data, 1,000 deaths would have been so far after Stalin resumed power. It was 660 murders and deaths in 6th or 7th month of MK Stalin's rule. It's now 1 year, but I'm sure that it will be 1,000 plus. And every day, the law and order deterioration is at its peak.
This is not the first instance of such a brutal murder taking place in broad daylight on the streets of Chennai. The DMK government is doing precious little to ensure the law and order of the state, and particularly of Chennai, is maintained. In fact, today, the entire Dalit Lives Matter lobby is eloquently silent and not raising a single question, perhaps because it is inconvenient to do so.
அதுக்கப்புறம் லாஸ்ட் வீக் 3 days பிஃபோர் வந்து என் தம்பியை வழியில பார்த்து உங்க தம்பியை விட மாட்டேன் உங்க தம்பி சாவியை கையில அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு மிரட்டுறாங்க. மிரட்டினோடனே சண்டே நைட் நான் வந்து எஃப்ஐஆர் போடுறோம் உங்க மேல இது மாதிரி மிரட்டுறாங்க கொலை முயற்சி பண்றாங்கட்டு எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டேன். இன்னும் அவனை பிடிக்கவே இல்லை. ஆனா என் தம்பி தான் உயிர் விட்டா ஜவாகர். என் தம்பி உன்னை பிடிச்சிருந்தா என் தம்பி செத்துருக்க மாட்டான். உன்னை பிடிக்கல இன்னும் தேடிட்டே இருக்கிறாங்க அவங்கள.
We're slipping to a break. When we return, NI court to pronounce the quantum of punishment for Valley butcher Yasin Malik in a short while from now.
You are watching India Today.
Wearing a blue and grey hooded sweatshirt, silently watching the court proceedings from behind a reinforced glass box. This 21-year-old Russian soldier has been sentenced to life imprisonment for killing a Ukrainian civilian. The man he killed was 62 years old and unarmed. In the first war crimes trial being held in Ukraine since Russia's invasion, a young tank commander, Vadim Shishimarin, pleaded guilty to killing Alexander Shelipov. He was killed by the young commander on Feb 28th, 4 days after Russia's invasion. The Russians saw the elderly man riding a bicycle and talking on his phone. He killed the man to prevent him from reporting on their location. As per the judge, Shishimarin had fired several shots at the victim's head from an automatic weapon on the orders of a higher-ranked soldier. The judge stated, given that the crime committed is a crime against peace, security, humanity, and the international legal order, the court does not see the possibility of imposing a shorter sentence.
Шишимаріна Вадима Євгенійовича, 17.10.2000 року народження, визнати винуватим у вчиненні кримінального правопорушення, передбаченого частиною 2 статті 438 Кримінального кодексу України, та призначити йому покарання у виді довічного позбавлення волі.
While the baby-faced soldier showed no emotion upon hearing the court's verdict, his bowed head and shaky hands told a different story. The trial is of huge symbolic importance for Ukraine as it has accused Russia of atrocities and brutality against civilians during the invasion, claiming that there are more than 10,000 possible war crimes. The court reached its verdict 5 days after holding its first full hearing. There has been no response from Russia to the trial yet, previously stating that it has no information about the trial either.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
There's breaking news just coming in. Delhi court is set to pronounce quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any moment now. The JKLF leader is accused in a 2017 terror funding case. The NIA is pushing for a death sentence for Yasin Malik. That's the breaking news coming in any moment now. This particular quantum of sentence will be out. The NIA has demanded death penalty, remember, for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik, who had earlier pleaded guilty to charges, including those under UAPA in a terror funding case. The Delhi court is going to be pronouncing its verdict on the quantum of punishment. The time given was 3:30. It is 3:30 by the watch, exactly. So any moment now, we will hear what happens. The sentencing will be out any moment now. Arguments from what we're picking up has been concluded and the court is going to be giving a verdict any moment now. 3:30 was the set time, so a couple of minutes more and this verdict. This is a big story we're tracking today. The defense, in fact, has asked for life imprisonment instead of the death penalty, so it's a wait and watch in terms of what the verdict is. The Delhi court is going to be pronouncing the verdict any moment now. That's the big story you're breaking at this point. Delhi court set to pronounce quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any moment now. We will know what happens. We have Kamaljeet Sandhu joining us for the very latest. Kamaljeet, the 3:30 was when the quantum of punishment was going to be announced. Any moment now, are we going to be expecting the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik? And if you could just walk our viewers through the case as well.
Well, dramatic set of events which took place inside the court. The NI pleaded that he should be given death sentence, which is the maximum sentence. But Yasin Malik's lawyer has clearly contested that, saying a minimum punishment should be given. And when Yasin was supposed to speak, he basically said that he had given up, he had shunned the path of violence. He had given up the guns and taken up the Gandhian path. He also said that at least 7 prime ministers had met him, and that if he was somebody involved in terror activities, why would that be? So yes, now this is up to the sagacity of the judge as to pronounce the order. But clearly, in 3 decades of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, Yasin Malik has been an important leader of JKLF and then separatist leaders. He has pleaded guilty, under sections 16, 17, 18 and 20 of UAPA. There is waging war against the nation, which is the 120 BIPC. All this has been charged against him. But clearly, this is a case of terror funding of 2017, where the likes of Hafiz Saeed and the others have also been booked. But when it comes to taking action, I remember months before 2019, when Yasin Malik was being taken away, he'd almost banged his head against the wall, and many said this was done because he wanted to show the atrocities being done against him. But that sort of a thing did not go down. He has been serving in jail while this entire arguments have been put forth in the court. And today is obviously the big day. Another big turn of events came in when Digvijay Arvind Negi, who is the IO of the case, was himself arrested in another case of helping a Pakistani and passing on information in the Khurram Parvez case. But clearly, this is a larger case of terror funding, conspiracy, being part of terror activities, of terror funding.
Back to you, Kamaljeet, in just a bit. Hang on right there with us. Any moment now, we'll know what the court has decided. But Sunilji Bhatt also joins us from Jammu. Sunilji, what is the situation in the valley at the moment? Because I believe so that there are parts of Srinagar that were shut today ahead of today's verdict, and heavy security has been deployed on the back of this development.
Well, Cheti, Yasin Malik was the chairman of the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, and at one point of time he was one of the most dreaded terrorists in the Kashmir Valley, and he carried out some of the most horrific crimes in the Kashmir Valley in early 90s. He has murdered people, he has carried out killings, and right now I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna. She is the wife of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna. Ravi Khanna was one of those Air Force personnel who was assassinated by Yasin Malik in January 1990. It has been a very long battle, legal battle for the families of the victims. However, this case pertains to a terror funding case of 2017, but nevertheless, since Yasin Malik has been convicted in this case, it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims, who now hope that Yasin Malik will be brought to justice. He was somebody who had carried out, some of the most gruesome killings in the Kashmir Valley. His organization, terror organization, JKLF, they kidnapped people, they tortured people, they even indulged in rapes. And we have so many cases which are pending against the terrorists belonging to JKLF. And since Yasin Malik was one of the main commanders of JKLF at that point of time, he himself carried out killings. He carried out the killing of the then director of Doordarshan Srinagar, Lassa Kol. He even was involved in the kidnapping of Rubia Saeed.
the daughter of then Home Minister of the country, Mufti Muhammad Saeed. So Yasin Malik is not an ordinary criminal. He is one of the most dreaded terrorists. He carried out some of the most gruesome crimes in the Kashmir Valley, and now the families of the victims are hoping.
Delhi court sentencing on Yasin Malik at 4 p.m. today. That's the big breaking news coming in. Delhi court is going to be giving out that sentence at 4 p.m. The time given was 3:30, and now in half an hour from now, the Delhi court is all set to give quantum of sentence. That's the big breaking news coming in. Delhi court set to pronounce quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik at 4 p.m. now. 4 p.m. is the time given, viewers. The JKLF leader, who is accused in 2017 terror funding case, the NIA is pushing for a death sentence for Yasin Malik. All eyes now on what the Delhi court decides. Shreya Chatterjee joins us live for the very latest. Shreya, 4 p.m. is the revised timing. What have been the arguments for and against? If you could walk us through what happened in court.
Well, the hearing now, the order rather, will now be read out tentatively around 4 because the court is still writing the order. We do know that it was reserved earlier today when the NIA has sought a death penalty in the terror funding case for Yasin Malik. Now we have to wait and watch whether it's a death penalty or a life imprisonment that is in the fate for Yasin Malik. Remember, this is the 2017 terror funding case that was lodged by the NIA, where hawala routes were used to get in money from UAE, Pakistan via ISI sources and then create unrest in the valley. It was following the time of 2016 after the death of terrorist Burhan Wani, where Yasin Malik and the likes of Altaf Fantoush, Asia Andrabi, Zahur Watali were also named in the same very case. To just give a brief idea about what this case is, remember there were shell companies that were created by Zahur Watali through which funding was actually pumped in from ISI via Pakistan and UAE. This came from the likes of Hafiz Saeed, Said Salahuddin, and the NIA had evidence that there was money received by Yasin Malik from Zahur Watali, which he had used to actually create furor and unrest in the valley. There were notes recovered from during the raids in the matter, where there was clear indication given that people involved in football tournaments should be disengaged, and these youths should be used for stone pelting. This is the same period of time when 89 cases of stone pelting was actually registered in the valley. So this is the entire matter, and now the court will pronounce the order. 4 p.m. is the revised timing, and we will get to know what hangs in the fate for Yasin Malik, whether it's death penalty or life imprisonment. But clearly, NIA has sought for death penalty, saying that they want a deterrent punishment in the matter.
All right, I'm taking this across to Sunilji Bhatt as well. Sunilji, you were also getting us some reactions right there, because not just the terror funding case, there are many families there in the valley who are waiting for justice, and they want to see this particular death penalty come in for Yasin Malik as well, on the back of the other crimes that he's committed in the valleys as well. Of course, this case pertains to the terror funding one.
Absolutely, Cheti. The families of the victims are hoping that the court will pronounce, death sentence to Yasin Malik. As far as the family of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna is concerned, they have said that they will be speaking to the media only after the verdict is out. We are at their residence, and I'm just holding the picture of, squadron leader Ravi Khanna. He was waiting for his bus near Rawalpura in Srinagar in January 1990, and there were many other IAF officials who were unarmed, and they were waiting for their bus, and suddenly Yasin Malik and other terrorists belonging to the JKLF reached that spot, and they fired indiscriminately at the Air Force personnel. 4 Air Force personnel were martyred in that terror attack which was carried out by the JKLF commander Yasin Malik at that point of time, and since then the families of the victims have been fighting a long legal battle. All although this case, where hearing is right now on at Delhi's NIA court, the court is set to pronounce quantum of punishment against Yasin Malik. This case pertains to a terror funding case, but nevertheless, the families of the victims say that it has come as a ray of hope for them. There is a separate trial going on at Tada Court in Jammu, which pertains to IAF personal killing case as well as Rubia Saeed kidnapping case. The trial is going on at Jammu's Tada Court, and recently, the trial resumed after 30 long years. So you can understand what the family members of the victims must have gone through all this while.
We're coming back to you. Hang in right there. We're getting some reactions just trickling in. There are some reactions coming in. Listen in.
देखिए यहाँ तो ये तो मैंने पहले भी कहा एक सियासी मसला है जम्मू कश्मीर। यहाँ पहले भी कई लोगों को फांसी दी गई, उम्र कैद हो गई, फांसी हो गई, उससे तो मसला कश्मीर हल नहीं हुआ बल्कि और उलझ गया। तो मैं तो समझती हूँ कि ये जो इनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, इसके नताइज बरक्स होंगे, इसके नताइज अच्छे नहीं होंगे बल्कि इससे हालात जो है दिन ब दिन खराब होते जा रहे हैं।
7 प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ काम कर चुका हूँ इंडिया में, और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जो है उन्होंने तो मेरे को पासपोर्ट भी दे दिया था। तो उन्होंने ये भी बोला, और जो है फिर मिटिगेटिंग जो फैक्टर्स की बात हुई कि मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स कैसे होने चाहिए क्वांटम ऑफ पनिशमेंट में, फिर उन्होंने बहुत सारी चीज़ें बोली। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर मैं वायलेंस पे रखता तो वाई इंडिया वुड सेंड मी टू हार्वर्ड एंड अदर उसमें। तो ये सब बातें हुई। अब देखिए उसके उन्होंने बोला कि वाइल बेसिकली टेकिंग एनी पनिशमेंट अगेंस्ट मी और ग्राइंडिंग इन सेंटेंस, तो कोर्ट को बोला कि आप इन सब चीज़ों का ख्याल रखिएगा। ही वॉज वेरी काम एंड ही हैज टोल्ड द कोर्ट दैट कि मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, आई विल नॉट से एनीथिंग, आप अपने दिल खोल के पनिशमेंट दीजिए, जैसा भी आप दे सकते हैं, बट आप जो है ईमानदारी से पनिशमेंट दीजिएगा। आप जो भी मेरे को रखें, मेरे सारे सर्कमस्टांसेस, सारे मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स को ध्यान रखते हुए आप पनिशमेंट।
Yasin Malik is a terrorist. There should be no doubts for it. The court has convicted him. He's involved in terrorist activities. He's involved in supporting on terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. He has been a sympathizer. He has been a tool of the Pakistan ISI.
Amidst the radical Islamist jihadis that are killing innocent people in the valley, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif bats for terror convict Yasin Malik. On Tuesday, terrorists opened fire at a 9-year-old Safa after she tried to save her father, Constable Saifullah, in Srinagar, Soura area. Earlier, the Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif openly supported terror convict Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin has been pleaded guilty in 2017 terror case. Pakistan Prime Minister took to Twitter and urged the world to take note of the Indian government's mistreatment and call Yasin a political prisoner. Sharif also alleges that the terror charges on Yasin and the killings of the Kashmiris are fake. Does the terror sympathizer Shehbaz Sharif's heart bleed for this terrorist and not for the 9-year-old Safa? That is also a big question. Breaking news coming in. IGP Vijay Kumar says terrorists responsible for killing of Saifullah Qadri have been identified. He has been identified as Adil from Gandarbal. Cops identify the terrorists who killed Saifullah. That's the latest coming in at the moment. Cops have identified the terrorists who killed Saifullah. IGP Vijay Kumar, he is the one who has said terrorists responsible for killing of Saifullah Qadri been identified as Adil from Gandarbal. That's the latest that is coming in at the moment. You do remember that the Jammu and Kashmir Police constable was killed. His 9-year-old daughter was injured as well when the terrorists opened fire on them in the Soura area, which is in the outskirts of Srinagar. On the back of this, the latest development, this is one incident, viewers, that is shaken the entire nation. These visuals are so distressing and has shaken the soul of the entire nation. Now, IGP Vijay Kumar has said terrorists responsible for killing of Saifullah Qadri have been identified. So this is good news coming in that at least the identification has happened. He has been identified as Adil from Gandarbal. We'll get our reporter to join us for more details on this. A Jammu and Kashmir Police constable was killed while his 9-year-old daughter was injured when terrorists opened fire on them in Soura area on the outskirts of Srinagar. According to sources, constable was going to drop his daughter for tuition classes when they were attacked. Here's more.
This is 9-year-old Safa. Blooded by terrorists in Kashmir while her father was shot dead. On Tuesday, terrorists fired indiscriminately at Saifullah Qadri, constable of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, who was on leave. He was targeted right outside his house in Soura's Ganai Mohalla in Srinagar. Watching the shots fired, this 9-year-old girl ran to save her father, clung to his arms as he battled for life. Heartless terrorists did not spare the child either and fired at her. Both received critical gunshot injuries and were rushed to the hospital, where the policeman succumbed. The child has suffered heavy blood loss, but is said to be stable at present. The area around Ganai Mohalla is cordoned off and a search is on to nab the terrorists. The police have vowed to bring the killers to justice.
पूरी सोसाइटी कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए.
One more innocent life has been snuffed out by radicalization and terrorism in Kashmir. Bureau Report, India Today.
The murder of the Jammu and Kashmir Police constable and attack on his 9-year-old daughter in broad daylight has now sent shockwaves across the country. Massive protests have erupted against the deadly attack on civilians. People of Jammu and Kashmir have been taken to streets demanding justice. Kashmiri Pandits United Front is also leading the demonstration. They are raising anti-government slogans and are asking the administration to take concrete steps to teach Pakistan a lesson. They are asking the government to devise a strategy to deal with Pakistan terror infiltration and rampant killing of civilians. Meanwhile, BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister Kavinder Gupta has alleged that opposition is shying away from naming and blaming Pakistan. He said that opposition is emboldening the terrorists. Earlier yesterday, a Jammu and Kashmir Police constable, Saifullah Qadri, died after terrorists opened fire at him in Srinagar, Soura area. His 9-year-old daughter also got injured in the incident as she was trying to save her father.
They want that government must take concrete steps to teach Pakistan a lesson, and they must also hold Pakistan accountable for the crimes it is committing in the Kashmir Valley. We will talk to some of the protesters here. कल भी एक पुलिस कर्मी की हत्या आतंकवाद.
बस सारी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फेल हम तो यही बोलेंगे, हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं कर रही है गवर्नमेंट.
You can just hear that the protesters here are saying that vulnerable sections of the society are being targeted in the Kashmir Valley, and they are paying the price of the lackluster attitude of the government. That's what they are alleging. They are saying that the government is not serious as far as mitigating the sufferings of the innocent people are concerned. They want that government must take concrete steps to deal with this recent spate of targeted killings. They are saying that how long innocents are going to suffer, how long innocents are going to be targeted by the terrorists. Enough is enough now. Time has come to teach Pakistan a lesson, and the government must devise a new strategy to deal with hybrid terrorism.
Attack after attack bleeds the valley. Terrorists won't even spare kids. No end to targeted killings in Kashmir, and the killings have been on the rise in the last 5 months. Take a look.
Rajouri, Bandipora, Baramulla, Sunjwan, Pakistan-sponsored terrorism continues to bleed Jammu and Kashmir, molding itself into new forms such as hybrid terrorism and now narco-terrorism.
पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जो है पिस्टल यूज करता है, इधर पूरा इनकाउंटर हो
चाहे हैदराबाद का इनकाउंटर हो या खनियार का इनकाउंटर हो, इसमें जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारे गए सारे के पास से पिस्टल मिला है। पिस्टल से इसको कंसील करने में ईजी होता है, मूवमेंट में दिक्कत नहीं होती है और टारगेटिंग करना ईजी होता है। तो ये हम लोग के लिए एक इमर्जिंग नया थ्रेट है।
In a span of just 5 months, targeted killings have been on the rise. Hindu minorities, security forces, all are in the line of fire. Not just the mode of terror, the network itself is getting a revamp. New terror outfits have sprung which uses cadres of banned terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. While forces across the border are trying hard to revive terrorism with sustained operations carried out by our security forces, at least 145 terrorists have been killed this year alone. The Naya Kashmir that is taking shape will not bow to terror. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short commercial break. When we return, court to pronounce judgment for Yasin Malik in the terror funding case shortly. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the Metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The Metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the Metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. Thanks for being with us here on India Today. The big story at the moment is 4 p.m. We're all standing by for the quantum of punishment to be announced by the Delhi court for Yasin Malik. But first up, let's begin with the headlines. Another big setback for the Gandhis. Kapil Sibal dumps the Congress party, files Rajya Sabha nomination on Samajwadi Party ticket.
अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आ सकता हूं।
Is it Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? VHP vows to perform puja near disputed site. No stopping to the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on Stalin government. Nine-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over the targeted killing of the innocent. NIA court to pronounce the quantum of punishment for Valley butcher Yasin Malik in terror funding case in just moments from now. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. Shooter Ramos Salvador also killed his grandmother before unleashing the carnage. Big breaking news coming in. Delhi court is all set to pronounce the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any moment now. Any moment now. 4 p.m. is the time given, and any moment now. It's 3:59. All right, it's 4 p.m. by the watch. So any moment now, the quantum of sentence is going to be out. I promised you viewers we're going to stay on the story and get you the latest details. The entire nation is really waiting by for this sentencing. The JKLF leader, remember, has been accused in a 2017 terror funding case. We're getting you details in just moments from now in terms of the arguments for and against in the court as well. And the NIA now is pushing for death sentence. So while the quantum of punishment is for the terror funding case, many are awaiting justice for the killing of Kashmiri Pandits, as Sunilji Bhatt was mentioning earlier as well. We're all waiting by for the Delhi court to set and pronounce the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any time now. Death penalty has been the demand. The National Investigation Agency has demanded capital punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik, who had, remember, just to give you a background, earlier pleaded guilty to all the charges, including those under the Stringent Unlawful Activities and Prevention Act, or UAPA as it's popularly known, in a terror funding case. The Delhi court any second now will be pronouncing the verdict on the quantum of punishment in this particular case. Kamaljeet Sandhu now joins us. Kamaljeet, what have been the arguments for and against, and what is going on in court? Any moment now we will know whether the quantum of sentence and what exactly it is, while the NIA is pushing for capital punishment. Kamaljeet, can you hear me?
So let me tell you, I'm at the Patiala House Court. This is the NIA Special Court. You'll see this is jam-packed because a lot of media presence, a lot of security presence out here. We do expect that Yasin Malik, for the quantum of punishment, will be taken up from the lockup right here towards the court inside. And for the very first time, after conviction, we will know the quantum of sentence. Now, the NIA itself has pleaded and said they want death sentence, which is maximum. Now remember, as far as this conviction is concerned, this is under section 16, 17, 18 and 20 of the UAPA. Besides that is also section 120B, waging war against the nation. So they've gone for the maximum punishment. Meanwhile, the lawyer of Yasin Malik has pleaded that, he has shunned the path of violence. In fact, Yasin Malik himself spoke and said that he had taken on the Gandhian principle, that the 7 prime ministers had met him, that should be taken into consideration, and said with an open mind, one should give that punishment, but also keeping in mind the circumstances. But clearly, as far as Yasin Malik is concerned, the JKLF top commander, he's been behind several of the terror acts, and the conviction is for terror activities. Now, one has to remember this particular case of 2017. The terror funding case was the original case, which is one of the first to be booked against the terror ecosystem in Kashmir Valley. The NIA went after big guns, whether it was Shabir Shah, whether it was Zahur Vitali, the others who were part of the eco-terror system, the likes of Hafiz Saeed as well as Saeed Salahuddin. Both of them were also named. They've been absconding and are in Pakistan. But very clearly, when it came to action on separatist leaders, remember Yasin Malik being a big player, and he has confessed. Now, many say what he said in the court today is actually quite opposite of pleading guilty. That could be to actually soften the stance of the court, that he has made an open admission of guilt, yet he said that he's shunned violence. Now it is up to the court to
take this across to Pooja Shali. Pooja, did the NIA Special Public Prosecutor tell the court anything about probably Yasin Malik in part being responsible for the Kashmiri exodus and the killing as well? While this case we do understand is with regards to the Kashmiri, the terror funding, was there a mention by the prosecution?
Today is a very important day, Chaiti. This is not just with regard to the terror funding cases, but for the Indian Air Force, for the armed forces, where there are accusations against Yasin Malik of having shot them down. For the Kashmiri Pandits, he's accused of killing, all of that, and definitely for funding, specifically with regard to the terror act that has been placed against him. Remember, NIA court has been, NIA specifically prosecutors have been very defiant. They have very categorically said and demanded death penalty, because they have said these may just look like funding charges, but they are definitely also about waging a war against nation. And importantly, Yasin Malik has decided to not contest these charges, and therefore it will be very pertinent what the NIA court also goes ahead and decides today. I just want to tell you about basic 5 charges: indulging in an act of terror, raising funds for terrorist activities, conspiracy to commit the act of terror, links to a terror group, anti-India activities. Yasin Malik, remember, has been the face of terror for Kashmir for a very long time. So even if, of course, the Defense Council is trying to come across to say that he's given up arms, he's taken the Gandhian route, yes, right now, but also likely because at this point, this conviction proves that it's not just been about funding, but much more. And therefore, it will be pertinent to see what the judge of the NIA court also decides. But the prosecutors are very clear and have demanded a death penalty over this.
Prosecutors have demanded a death penalty for Yasin Malik. Let's take this across to Shreya Chatterjee as well, who is joining us. Sunilji Bhatt also joins us from Jammu. But Shreya, to you first, while the prosecution demands death penalty, has the defense gone ahead and made any arguments against that? What happened in court? Because we're all waiting for the quantum of sentence to be announced for the convicted terrorist Yasin Malik.
Well, first and foremost, Yasin Malik is a lawyer case, and it's an amicus curiae who's there, and it was the NIA special prosecutor who's sought for a death penalty. The words that he used was that they want a deterrent punishment in the matter. Now, we do know that this is a case of terror funding in 2017, but obviously he's being tried under the charges of UAP and other sections as well. Now, one of the other interesting point that to be met under section 121, it is very clear that if someone wages war against the country, can be tried for death as well.
To be out any moment now, and the Delhi court will give the quantum of sentence. We're waiting for that to take place. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what's happening in Srinagar in the meanwhile. Ashraf, over to you.
Absolutely, Cheti. Basically, the security has been enhanced in the area where Yasin Malik lives here in the Srinagar city. He's from the Maisuma area, which is very close to the Lal Chowk, the heart of Srinagar city. We have seen the shutdown there. The shopkeepers brought down the shutters early in the morning today. There was a kind of a strike in that particular area in the Srinagar city against this proceeding of what is going on in the NIA court in Delhi. But meanwhile, we have seen that the political parties have already reacted in the Jammu and Kashmir, mainly those parties who are Kashmir based. They had come in the support of the Yasin Malik and said that he was going for the non-violent politics for last many decades now, almost more than 2 decades, when in 1996 Jammu-Kashmir Liberation Front unanimously declared the ceasefire and decided not to go for the violence in the Jammu and Kashmir. That is a positive point so far with the Yasin Malik and JKLF here in the Jammu and Kashmir. As far as this case is concerned, as many of the reporters mentioned, that it is a case of 2016 when Burhan Wani was killed in an encounter in the South Kashmir. Then we have seen a month-long clashes, curfews, and in fact unrest across the Kashmir Valley, and those are the specific charges against the Yasin Malik in this particular case, where he has been booked for sponsoring those anti-national protests and the unrest in the Kashmir Valley. Now it will be very interesting to see what kind of what judgment and what kind of punishment comes from the court, and finally then we could come to know that what will be the response of the Kashmir Valley. But it is the clear that before this important verdict here in the Kashmir Valley, security has been beefed up. Many parts of the Kashmir are in the protest, particularly the residential area of Yasin Malik, and things will develop when this quantum of the punishment will come from the court.
Absolutely. Kamaljeet Sandhu is also joining us with the latest details. Kamaljeet, while Yasin Malik has already pleaded guilty, the arguments for the quantum of sentence, have they concluded? Because the country is standing by for that particular verdict, which is going to come out any moment now. But have the arguments concluded at the moment?
Yes, the arguments have concluded. A final word was given to Yasin Malik before the court decided that the verdict would be given at any point of time after 4 o'clock. So we were waiting that. We'll just show you how the security has been beefed up. Meanwhile, yes, the arguments have been made, and yes, as far as NI is concerned, they have demanded the maximum sentence of death penalty. This is going to be very huge. Usually in these kind of cases, we've seen a life term, but it'll be unusual if the court does go in for a death penalty. Now remember, as far as evidence is concerned, that's been mounting up for several years, and many would say that as far as the valley is concerned, the Hartal calendars are concerned, a systematic way as how things would churn out in Kashmir Valley, specifically on agenda of separatists, how the funding was coming in from Pakistan, from various other countries, and this is how it was being channeled. But leaders, especially the separatist leaders like Yasin Malik, Shabir Shah, and in specifics, we've seen whether it was stone pelting, whether it was incidents of hartal as far as financing is concerned. So several of the youth who were misled, misguided, who joined terror ranks, all this is now going to be part of it. And remember, as far as the finances are concerned, how it came through the businessman tycoon Zahur Watali. It's also known that as far as the separatists, whether it's Fantoosh or whether it is the likes of members of Saeed Ali Shah Gilani's family, many of those members were named. Importantly and interestingly, the absconders, including Hafiz Saeed and Saeed Salahuddin, all of these members who have now been named. But clearly, when it comes to conviction, Yasin Malik stands convicted. Now it's the quantum of punishment. And this is, for a long time, Yasin Malik would go to jail and come back. It was only for a temporary time. But this is the first time when a conviction takes place.
To Kamaljeet Sandhu as well. Let's fix that video of hers and bring her back on. Shreya Chatterjee is also with us. Sunilji Bhatt joins us from Jammu. Ashraf Bani is joining us from Srinagar as well. Let's go to Pooja Shali also, who's standing by in the newsroom. Pooja, it's interesting to note that while the quantum of punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik is going to be out any moment, and he's pleaded guilty to the terror funding charge as well, he's getting support from Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah and Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif.
Pakistan expectedly will be supporting Yasin Malik like they have been supporting all the terror groups, the terrorists, and given shelter to anti-India activities as well. So that is clearly not surprising. But I will make a mention here, if you look closely at the videos of Yasin Malik coming to the court today, he's carrying a file with him, and the reason for that is that he's chosen to fight the case himself. So a lawyer not representing him, he's directly putting forth an amicus curiae was there to explain the charges to him, but Yasin Malik has gone forward and done it. But importantly, when he says, I have dropped weapons now, I have followed the Gandhian principle, the question remains, when he had the weapons all those years, it led to killings, unrest, communal violence, exodus of a minority community and their killings as well, their ethnic cleansing, attacks at the armed forces. So all of that is now coming back to haunt him clearly, even though he says he's become a
while
Gandhian.
all of that will always haunt him, and the victims and their families today will seek justice. Today they want justice to come in full circle as well. But as far as this case is concerned, Pooja, will the arguments be entertained as far as those instances are concerned, or is the court going to be strictly restricting the arguments as far as the terror funding case is concerned and his defense for the death penalty as asked by the NIA?
That is a very important point and a question, Chetty, because yes, today is primarily about funding terror, indulging in terror activities or anti-India activities, but primarily it were about the Hawala transactions, the financial dealings that were done, to which he's already pleaded guilty and he's not contesting the charges, which means it is likely to be as minimum as it can get a life term, as maximum as it can get a death penalty. It will be interesting to see what the NIA court eventually decides. But to your question, about the ethnic cleansing, exodus, all of that, and the killings of Indian Air Force personnel may not be directly brought in and considered by the court at this moment. The court may want to make an observation on that. We cannot speculate. But today is primarily about financing terror and anti-India activities. But because Yasin Malik is a known former terrorist, he's a figure whose cases have been out in the open. So it's not that these need to be even mentioned.
Hence, Pooja, has there been any kind of legal precedence where there has been death penalty announced in the terror funding case? Because while there is a large sentiment and the NIA wanting capital punishment, because everyone knows about the Kashmiri exodus and the genocide as well in the valley, and the victims today await justice. This particular case, I come back, is on the terror funding bit. Are you picking up from legal somewhere that it perhaps could be life imprisonment? What are you picking up?
Well, ideally, we cannot speculate what the court will decide, Chetty, but I can tell you that the minimum sentence appears to be, given the charges against him, of life imprisonment, and as maximum as it can go will be of the death penalty. And therefore, how the court examines it, because it does mention anti-India activities, it does mention waging a war against nation, it does mention financing terror, all of that can be considered on the whole of the accusations and allegations against Yasin Malik. But remember, it's also a very sensitive case because Yasin Malik has tried to come forth as some sort of a hero. He has now become a Gandhian, all of that. So he's made a very interesting public image of himself. And therefore, there in the valley as well, the situation, the security status had to be updated and had to be tightened. But I can tell you that at this point, this is a very big day. It could set a precedence today, even if there has not been earlier, because today's conviction can then decide further. There are already cases going on at the Tada court. Bitta Karate is behind prison on a similar charges of funding terror. Today's precedence and decision by the court at NIA can actually set a precedence further also, Chetty.
Oh, absolutely. Pooja, please continue to stay back with us. Pooja Shali, who has been tracking the story and developments rather very closely, will come back to you. But Shreya Chatterjee, I'm being told, has been patched back on the broadcast. She's been tracking all the developments from the court. Shreya, do you have an update for us at the moment?
Well, the judge is yet to arrive inside the court. The bench is still not sat, so we'll have to wait and watch for some time before the quantum of sentence is pronounced. But as Pooja was pointing out very pertinently, that today's order will actually have ramifications on the proceedings, because remember, dozens of the separatist leaders were actually involved in the terror funding case. So after Yasin Malik, there are others like the likes of Asia Andrabi, we have Shabir Shah, and also the likes of Zahur Batali. So they also will be facing similar the framing of charges. So definitely today's case will have a ramification in this matter, because there are others who have also been accused in this very case. Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty. It was on May 10th that he had pleaded guilty, and he fought his case on his own. But today the NIA has sought for a death penalty. They very pertinently use the point that they want a deterrent punishment. So they want an example to be set, because under Section 121,
yes, hold on right there. Ashraf Ani is joining us from the valley as well. Ashraf, what is the mood like? I believe the security has been enhanced as well. And also give us a bit of a sense of the of what you're picking up from leaders like Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah. They've been giving reactions on this. What are you picking up from them?
Absolutely, Chetty. Basically, there is a kind of atmosphere across the Kashmir Valley, particularly all eyes on the quantum of punishment, because it is not a single case here in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen the unrest and the militancy in the Kashmir Valley for last more than 3 decades. There are hundreds of leaders. There are dozens of organizations who were involved in the 90s in the anti-India activities, in the terrorism, in other activities. But this quantum will definitely set a benchmark, set a precedency for other political leaders too. Basically, we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, there was a huge crackdown on the separatists and their political parties and their organizations across the Kashmir Valley. Almost every separatist leader is behind the bars. Only Mirwais Umar Farooq, who is the chairman of All Parties Hurriyat Conference, he is detained inside his residence. He is not allowed to move out of the home. So there are all eyes, not only of the people in the Kashmir Valley, but particularly of the political parties on these developments going on in the Delhi. But meanwhile, the Yasin Malik's case is being seen in that way, because his party, Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, has been considered always a kind of a party which is not pro-Pakistan, which has not been supported as well by the Pakistan as the other separatists and militant groups in the Kashmir Valley. So that is the something which the Pakistan wants to sell on the international standard. That is why the Prime Minister of Pakistan openly defended Yasin Malik, as well as the Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, and in fact also the political leaders and former Chief Ministers of the Jammu and Kashmir. Now, as far as
all these cases which are being looked after today, which on the basis of which the quantum of punishment will be decided today, those are some kind of cases which are not only with the Yasin Malik but with other separatist leaders. In fact, today there was a development. One of the youth leaders of the Mehbooba Mufti, Wahid Parra, was granted bail in one of the such cases. He was also being booked by the NIA on the charges of terror funding and supporting the different militant groups. So it will be very interesting to see that how this quantum of punishment will be given. And as far as the Kashmir is concerned, as I have said, that the security has been put on high alert, particularly in the Srinagar's Maisuma area, because Yasin Malik comes from that area. We have seen unrest for years, for days, for months in that particular area in the Srinagar. When there is any kind of a protest, any kind of a stone pelting, that starts from that area, because Yasin Malik lives there, his family lives there. In fact, we are just getting visuals from the family of the Yasin Malik. They were protesting, some of the ladies, some of the relatives of the Yasin Malik, that the harsh punishment and the quantum should not be given to the Yasin Malik. So these things will be clear when
so
once
these are separatist sympathizers. These are separatist sympathizers who are showing their sympathies towards Yasin Malik, and we have those reactions with us as well. We'll play them out for you in just moments from now. But I want to take this across to Pooja Shali, who's joining us from the newsroom as well. Pooja, if you could just paint the lay of the land as far as Yasin Malik is concerned, one from the point of view of the terror charges and the arguments in court today, and we're all awaiting for the quantum of sentence because he's already convicted, and the other in terms of the larger sentiment vis-a-vis Yasin Malik in the valley, especially when it comes to Kashmiri Pandits.
Remember this, Chetty, that since 1989, when the killings and assassinations started in Kashmir, for the survivors of the families of the victims who were allegedly killed by Yasin Malik, the then JKLF terrorist, it would be a moment perhaps they had been waiting for so long, and the time had stood still. Whether it was Doordarshan director Lasa Kaul, whether it was squadron leader Ravi Khanna, their families will be watching today. Even if the charges are primarily of financing terror and anti-India activities, they were not just statistics. These are families who were uprooted and their lives changed forever. So today when Yasin Malik says, I've given up weapons and I have become a Gandhian, spare me, the question is, will the court consider that, or perhaps all those families who've been fighting legally and democratically for so many years? So today, of course, in just a short while, when we'll have the final verdict and the order coming in from the NIA court today, the prosecutors are saying needs to be death penalty. The charges of financing terror act has been put against him. There is also of a waging war against nation. All of these will be specifically legally considered by the court. But as you're asking of the larger sentiment, I can tell you that yes, he's been a known figure. He's had a share of support as well. But today, Yasin Malik clearly stands isolated, specifically in court, specifically in the larger sentiment. And with daily killings still ongoing in Kashmir, the fact is what Yasin Malik started, the repercussions of that violence are still felt.
What do you think, what made up his mind to not go ahead and face trial?
That's a very interesting question. Now, one of the reasons could be perhaps he realized that his time is up. He realized that at this point, fighting arguments as well, when the charges are very clear and there is solid evidence with the National Investigative Agency, that there is no point really going forth with the arguments. So even though, yes, he is defending himself as much as he can, primarily to try and not get death penalty, according to him, he could also want to try and come across as a hero, that I'm fighting my own case, and these are primarily the charges that I can speak against. But for now, it is imperative that he was offered all legal options. He chose to fight the case himself, but eventually it will be what the court decides today. Chetty.
Absolutely. We have Sunilji Bhatt joining us from Jammu as well. Sunilji, at the moment, what are you picking up in terms of the situation in the valley as the entire nation is waiting with bated breath for the Delhi court to pronounce the quantum of sentence for the convicted Yasin Malik in the terror funding case?
Well, Cheti, I will just tell you that right now I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna. She is the wife of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna. Ravi Khanna was, martyred in a terror attack which was carried out by JKLF terror commander Yasin Malik in January 1990. 4 Air Force personnel were martyred in that terror attack. And Yasin Malik is also accused of kidnapping Rubia Saeed, daughter of then Home Minister of India, Mufti Muhammad Saeed. And as far as the families of the victims are concerned, they are waiting for the verdict. They want that Yasin Malik should be given death sentence. I spoke to Nirmal Khanna few days ago. She clearly said that she wants death penalty for Yasin Malik. Although this case pertains to a terror funding case, but nevertheless, it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims who have been, fighting a long legal battle. It has been more than now 3 decades that the families of the victims have been fighting a legal battle. Behind me, you can see the picture of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. He, along with his colleagues, was waiting for his bus. He was unarmed. His colleagues were unarmed. They were waiting for their bus at near Rawalpura in Srinagar in January 1990 when this terror attack was carried out by JKLF terror commander Yasin Malik and his other associates. So, Cheti, it's not only these crimes. Yasin Malik had also killed the then director of Doordarshan Srinagar, Lassa Kaul. So he has carried out some of the most horrific
breaking news,
crimes.
Delhi court sentencing on Yasin Malik anytime now. That's the big breaking news coming in. We're waiting by, stand by, because India Today will be the first channel to get you the order shortly as soon as the court pronounces it. The Delhi court sentencing on Yasin Malik any moment now. That's the big breaking news coming in. The Delhi court set to give quantum of sentence for our viewers who have just tuned in. Delhi courts all set to give the quantum of punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik any moment now. The JKLF or Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front leader is facing death penalty, was produced in court. He was produced in court after being convicted in the terror funding case. He has also told the court that he earlier shunned weapon and is following non-violent principles of Mahatma Gandhi. Sunilji Bhatt joins us from the valley. Sunilji, over to you.
Well, the verdict is expected any time from now, but as I said, that the families of the victims have been waiting for justice for last more than 3 decades. I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna. She's the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. And Ravi Khanna was one of those 4 Air Force officers who were, they were martyred in the terror attack which was carried out by Yasin Malik in January 1990. Although the case, this case pertains to a terror funding case, and NI is going to pronounce, quantum of punishment against Yasin Malik. There is a separate trial going on at Tada Court in Jammu. The Tada Court is hearing the cases which pertain to Air Force personnel.
News break just coming in at the moment. Security has been hiked in sensitive parts of the Kashmir Valley, and verdict in minutes now. And drones to keep tabs in Srinagar also there. That's the latest coming in at the moment. Security hiked in sensitive parts of the Kashmir Valley. Verdict any moment now. There are drones that have been deployed to keep tabs in Srinagar, in parts of Kashmir as well. And Sunilji, are these drones around Yasin Malik's residence as well?
Well, Cheti, Yasin Malik's residence in Srinagar is in Maisuma locality, and Maisuma is a very notorious place because whenever stone pelting used to happen, mostly people from Maisuma locality used to come out and pelt stones at the security forces. In early 90s also, it was a very notorious colony because at that point of time also, the separatists as well as their supporters used to come out and they used to carry out violent protests. So now the security agencies don't want to take any chances, and that is why security has been beefed up in most parts of Srinagar city, particularly in Maisuma locality. The security forces want to ensure that there is no untoward incident after the verdict is out. But Jyoti, this is huge. This is huge because just like, you know, when nobody had thought that Article 370 will be abrogated, similar kind of feeling had creeped in most of the people that Yasin Malik will never be punished. But the time has now come. Yasin Malik is going to be punished now. Quantum of sentence will be pronounced shortly by the NIA court in Delhi, and the families of the victims are waiting for this judgment. They have been fighting a long legal battle, but as I said, that this is not the case pertaining to the killing of the Air Force personnel. Right now, the quantum of punishment that is going to be pronounced is related to a terror funding case. But nevertheless, it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims. And I have been also talking to the Kashmiri Pandit community. They are also waiting for this judgment, because the Kashmiri Pandit community has been accusing Yasin Malik of, committing heinous crimes against their community members. Whether it was Lassa Kaul was the then director of Doordarshan Srinagar. He was killed by Yasin Malik and his terror associates. Similarly, most of the killings of the Kashmiri Pandits that were carried out in Kashmir Valley in 1990 were carried out by JKLF terrorists. So that is why it has been a long pending demand of the Kashmiri Pandit community that cases against Yasin Malik should be expedited. He should be brought to justice. And the Kashmiri Pandit community also has a grievance against the civil society of the nation. They have been saying that the civil society has been rolling out red carpet for him for last 30 years, when this man should have ideally gone to gallows long back. But nevertheless, it may have taken 30 years, but finally there seems to be some semblance of justice as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. He will be now, today punished. He will be given punishment, and all eyes are on Delhi's NIA court. And the victims' families have clearly said, I spoke to Nirmal Khanna a few days ago. She clearly said that Yasin Malik should be given death sentence. Right now, she is not talking to the media. She has said that she will be talking only after the quantum of sentence is pronounced. But few days ago, she spoke to me exclusively, and she said that Yasin Malik should be given death sentence. She has been fighting a long legal battle. And if I just ask my camera person, you can see this is the picture of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. He was among those 4 Air Force personnel who got martyred in that terror attack that was carried out by Yasin Malik and his terror associates in 1990 in January. So victims' families hope that they will get justice today. And they also want that the trial in other cases against Yasin Malik should be expedited now. Day-to-day trial should take place. I have been talking to other victims also. They also want that day-to-day hearings should take place now. Tada Court is hearing the Air Force personnel case in Jammu, as well as the Rubia Saeed kidnapping case. Rubia Saeed, remember, was the daughter of then Home Minister of India, Mr. Mufti Muhammad Saeed, when she was kidnapped in Srinagar by JKLF terrorists, including Yasin Malik. And when Rubia Saeed was kidnapped, then there was some negotiations between the government and the terrorists, and finally the terrorists were released in exchange for safe release of Rubia Saeed. And many
Sunilji, I'm coming back to you. But Pooja Shali is joining us from the newsroom as well. Pooja, today could just be a historic one. In moments from now, the Delhi court will be pronouncing the verdict. All eyes are on this verdict. Even though this is the terror funding case we're talking about, it perhaps could be a historic one, whether he's given death penalty or life imprisonment.
It could definitely be a historic day for 2 clear reasons, Chaiti. One, of course, this is about terror funding charges. It is a beginning, a start for the crimes of Yasin Malik, who's been the JKLF terrorist for a very long time and has been accused of killings as well. But the woman we just had a look at, Nirmal Khanna, a young wife of a young Indian Air Force officer who had just walked out of his house to go on duty. He was unarmed. This was not even in an encounter situation. He was just walking out of his house when he was shot dead, allegedly, by the JKLF, Yasin Malik and his men. This woman had to again restart her life. What was her fault? What was the fault of Lassa Kaul's family, who was shot by the terrorists? And today, even though I can tell you, many of them have been fighting legally and otherwise for years, this may not be a case that directly pertains to them, but the verdict today could give confidence to many families who had, after 30 years, started to lose hope that their terrorist who had killed their family members could actually be getting the deserving punishment that Yasin Malik and other terrorists did. So we cannot speculate what the court will decide on financing charges, but I can tell you that it could pave way for many more cases, whether it's Bitta Karate, Asia Andrabi, Shabir Shah, or any other separatist leaders, terrorists who've been accused of killings behind bars, or actually victims to become confident enough to come
I'm pretty sure the Kashmiri Pandit community wants all these cases to be expedited and justice to come in full circle to them, even if it's many years later.
Well, absolutely. You know, for some people, 30 years may be a long time, but I can tell you, because I speak to the survivors in Kashmir who've been attacked by terrorists whose lives have been completely uprooted. For many, the time has stood still. They still talk about their houses, their families, and their culture of thousands of years that has suddenly been uprooted and changed, and they had to restart because of terrorists of JKLF and others, and terrorism that still continues. So it's not just about only one community. It is about anyone who's tried to speak against terrorism, like we saw Saifullah Qadri of the Jammu and Kashmir Police shot dead in front of his child, who was also hit at yesterday. She is stable. The trauma that Kashmiri children like that who have been orphaned will have to now deal with, and have been dealing for the past few years, only because they've been fighting against terrorism. So Yasin Malik, fighting his own case today, says, I have dropped weapons, I've become and lived a Gandhian way of life. But what about the accusations against him that have caused unrest and violence in Kashmir, that has not only destroyed the paradise but has never been able to go back to its peaceful existence prior to 1990? And all of that may not be considered today, but the order and the verdict today by the court could pave way and give confidence to many more victims who may realize that the Indian courts are still willing to hear these petitions, take it up, and ensure that the terrorists don't have an easy way out of what they did years ago.
You know, Sunilji Bhatt is also with us at the moment. Sunilji, on a very different tangent, the man is convicted in the terror funding case, and we're awaiting the quantum of punishment any moment now. And there have been many separatist sympathizers who have sympathized with Yasin Malik to Bitta Karate. You know, there was a certain narrative that was created around making people like him a hero as well. And today is going to be rather historic in that sense as well, once the quantum of punishment is really announced.
Absolutely, Cheti. As I said, that the families of the victims want justice. They want justice to be delivered. And finally, there is a ray of hope for them. And in this terror funding case, Yasin Malik has been convicted. Today, the quantum of punishment is going to be pronounced by a NIA court in Delhi. We will talk to the families of the victims, but as I said, that Ms. Nirmal Khanna has said that she will be talking to the media only after the quantum of punishment is pronounced. But few days ago, I spoke to her, and she clearly narrated what happened that day when squadron leader Ravi Khanna, her husband, was assassinated by JKLF terrorists, including Yasin Malik. She has been fighting a long legal battle. So have been the other families of the victims, but there was no justice that was delivered. In fact, Nirmal Khanna ji has been telling me that when Yasin Malik was, greeted by the then Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was seen, laughing with him, shaking hands with him. She was pained to see at that point of time, because she has always idolized Dr. Manmohan Singh. But when she saw Dr. Manmohan Singh shaking hands with Yasin Malik, she was, at that point of time, she had a feeling that somehow she feels betrayed by the system. And another aspect she has been, highlighting and emphasizing is that her husband's, valor was never recognized. It took so many decades for the authorities, for the government to recognize her husband's valor. But now she wants justice to be delivered. Justice is of paramount importance. She has been fighting this legal battle for more than 30 years, and Yasin Malik in all these 30 years was, received as a hero in many, seminars, in many, discussions. Red carpet was rolled out for him by the civil society of the country. She says that she feels betrayed. What happened in all these 30 years, that there was nobody from the civil society who could come and meet her and, listen to her, what happened with her and about her struggles and the pain she went through. And she clearly said that the system betrayed her, civil society of the nation betrayed her, and now finally her hope was, she was pinning her hopes on the judiciary. Although it has been, a delayed justice, but nevertheless justice is going to be delivered. But as I said, this pertains to a terror funding.
All right, I just want to take a moment and go to Ashraf Wani as well, who's joining us from Srinagar. All right, Ashraf is not with us on this broadcast, so this question goes out to you, Sunilji Bhatt. Drones are out, heavy monitoring and patrol is taking place, security beefed up. Tell us a little about that situation, as well as the nation stands by for the court to announce the quantum of punishment.
Well, Chethi, as far as the security situation in Srinagar is concerned, as I said, that security has been beefed up in many areas of Srinagar, particularly the Maisuma locality where Yasin Malik's residence is. And as per the latest reports, some of his family members and relatives have come out of the house and they are indulging in sloganeering, and they are saying, they are coming up with their own theories that Yasin Malik has been, he has been convicted in fake cases. And this is something which Pakistan has been peddling. These lies Pakistan has been peddling in the last few days. We have seen whether it's Prime Minister of Pakistan Shehbaz Sharif or the cabinet ministers or even the opposition leaders. We saw that yesterday former Prime Minister of Pakistan Imran Khan said that Yasin Malik was being persecuted by the Indian government and the international community must take note of it. So Pakistan is rattled because Yasin Malik was their blue-eyed boy. They sponsored him, they provided arms to his group, which is the JKLF terror group, and that is why Pakistan somehow feels rattled that now Yasin Malik is being brought to justice. But Chethi, there is another important thing which everyone must ponder about, that Yasin Malik was even, what many people say, that the snakes like Yasin Malik have been fed by the successive governments here in our nation also to buy temporary peace. So what people want is that the mistakes of the past should not be repeated. It's time to deliver justice. This man, Yasin Malik, should have gone to gallows long back, but it was the system.
And he should have gone to gallows long time back, and you rightly mentioned that, Sunilji Bhatt, because the crimes committed by him were against humanity mainly. And that's a very important point. But the case that is being heard right now is on the terror funding one, for which he's convicted, and the quantum of sentence is going to be announced any moment now. Pooja Shali also joins us. Pooja, very interestingly, Yasin Malik is representing himself in this particular case. How is he defending, if you have any updates from the court?
Well, it's very interesting. It is important to understand who Yasin Malik is today. He's not a young man who had become a terrorist in the 90s. Today, he's known as a separatist leader. He has his supporters and has managed to get a following at foreign platforms as well, has support from Pakistan. Within India as well, he's managed to build an image of himself. So today also, when he walked into the court, clearly knowing that he's convicted of serious charges of waging a war against country, illegal activities, funding terror, he had a sly smile on his face. He was carrying a file with him. Why was he carrying a file? That is because Yasin Malik is representing himself legally today. He's chosen not to have a lawyer represent himself. He was, of course, given the option, but then, because he was representing himself, an amicus curiae was appointed by the court who could explain the charges to Yasin Malik as his procedure, tell him the consequences, to which he has now also decided to come forth and defend himself. How is he defending? One of the reasons he's defending is possibly trying to escape death penalty. And it's very interesting. I want to tell you here, apart from the Gandhian angle that he has brought in, he has also said that, give me the punishment that you think you want to give. So he's, of course, trying to come across as he's some sort of a hero, because that is how he got opportunities to project himself as. But it is important to put in perspective that today he may not be directly using weapons, but he has used them in the past, and that background is also important to be considered. So he's fought the case today. He's put forth his defense. He's said to the lawyer, you decide whatever punishment that you want to give.
And you rightly mentioned that there are certain factions that are painting him like some hero, like some Gandhian of sorts as well. But we must all remember the man is a convicted terrorist.
Chetty, India is a democracy, and even to a terrorist like Yasin Malik, he's been given opportunities fairly to now that he says he's given up weapons to give his point of view, and that is perhaps the significance and power of our democracy. Nevertheless, the law is eventually catching up with Yasin Malik. The court is about to pronounce a verdict. The matter, remember, has been taken up legally as well. But in all these years, he may have wanted to believe that people and victims have forgotten the past, and they have not forgotten. He may want to come across as a hero, Chetty, because he believes he has support in many parts, supporting his activities.
All right, breaking news just coming in at the moment after Pakistan Prime Minister. More support trickling in for Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is a hero, remember, for Pakistan, but for Indians, he'll always be a convicted terrorist. Now there is more support coming in for the separatist Yasin Malik. That's the big story. Envoy to India Abdul Basit has tweeted backing Malik, saying the world should wake up before India under Modi turns itself into an irreversible fascist state. Shahid Afridi has also put out a tweet saying fabricated charges against Yasin Malik. So there is more support coming in for a man who is convicted terrorist. And you know, Pooja, since you were mentioning the amount of charges against him, the kind of crimes against humanity that he has committed as well, and when you see these factions coming out there and putting out this support, openly tweeting in support of Yasin Malik, I guess the world will remember who these supporters are and the separatist sympathizers are.
Well, one, we shouldn't be surprised that it is Pakistan coming to the support of separatists and terrorists who are creating unrest in India. Pakistan has blatantly supported terror activities, given shelter, given arms training to young men, and sent them with the weapons into India to disturb not just law and order, but completely change the peaceful character of Kashmir and made it literally a hell that it is for so many people fighting against terrorism today. Shahid Afridi, remember, is a well-known international level cricketer. He's also had fan following here in India, but he's also been a known anti-India baiter when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. He has pointedly this time supported Yasin Malik. He has used this opportunity to say that all of these are fabricated charges. I need to also add here that Yasin Malik is married to a woman who has been from Pakistan. She also, of course, her origins are in Pakistan. She lives in England.
But live visuals on your screens right now are of the drones in the valley where the security has been beefed up. Take a close look at the visuals that are coming in. These are drones that have been deployed in the valley to enhance security and to monitor the situation very closely in the valley. These visuals are from the valley where there is drones that have been deployed to monitor the situation as we speak. There's drone surveillance as well outside Yasin Malik's residence. Sloganeering taking place outside Yasin Malik's residence. That is the breaking news trickling in at this point of time. Security has been beefed up outside the residence of Yasin Malik and several other parts of the valley too, with these drone surveillance cameras being deployed. You can see one of them on your screens very clearly. These are visuals that we're picking up at the moment. And also the breaking news is about security being beefed up, sloganeering that is taking place right there. Sunilji Bhatt joins us. Sunilji, what is the kind of sloganeering that is going on right there in the valley?
What is your
Well, Chethi, I will just tell you that there are, handful of people who have come out of the Maisuma locality and they have indulged in sloganeering, and most of the slogans are religious slogans, and they have also alleged that Yasin Malik has been convicted in, fabricated cases. But the fact of the matter remains that Yasin Malik is a self-confessed terrorist. He has, confessed to his crimes not once but many times. And this time, as far as this NIA court is concerned, he has confessed to his crimes in the NIA court. He has said that he was involved in terror funding, and that is why he was convicted in this case. And now court is all set to pronounce quantum of punishment. The security agencies don't want to take any chances. That is why security has been beefed up in most parts of Srinagar city, particularly in sensitive places in downtown Srinagar, including Maisuma locality where Yasin Malik's residence is. Chethi, this is huge. I mean, this may sound, like that it's a court judgment, but this is very huge, because Yasin Malik has escaped law for a long time, and in fact he has been visiting the top offices of the country also, including the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. We have seen that he met even the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. So he has enjoyed the sympathy of the civil society of the country also, because time and again the civil society members who were in fact part of track 2, track 3 diplomacy, they were engaging with Yasin Malik, and they were trying to bring him on board in order to buy temporary peace. So these people have also been basically pampered by our agencies also. That's a fact. And now that law is catching up,
and it really must be frustrating. It must be really frustrating for the families of the victims of even the Kashmiri Pandits, and you are with one of them right now, and you mentioned that she's going to only speak once the quantum of punishment is announced. So, when they see those particular visuals, the support that people like Yasin Malik enjoy from the civil society as well, it must be really distressing for them to see this.
Absolutely, Chethi. It has been very, a distressing experience for the families of the victims in last 30 years. They have seen Yasin Malik with the Prime Minister of the country. They have seen Yasin Malik with the who's who of the civil society of the country. And it was like, it was akin to that somehow, as if civil society was rubbing salt on their wounds. Civil society should have been standing with the victims' families. They should have been seeking justice for them. But instead, they chose to support this killer who is a self-confessed killer. And in an interview with her international news channel years ago, Yasin Malik had clearly, confessed that he had carried out killings, and this was part of his armed struggle, quote unquote. That's what he had said. And even during an interview with a print publication, he had, justified the killing of the Air Force personnel. He had said that they were, I'm quoting him from that interview, he had said that they were agents of enemy. So Yasin Malik had justified the killing of the Air Force personnel.
Any moment now, there will be the sentencing. The time given was 4 p.m. So the entire country is standing by to hear the quantum of sentence announced by the Delhi court. India Today, I promise you, will be the first channel getting you the latest developments as soon as it breaks. For now, we're slipping into a very short commercial break. Our coverage continues, taking a short break on these visuals of the drone surveillance that are coming in. Shivaroot joins you next on 5 Live.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Mars exploration missions are exciting, but nearly 4 years after its launch on Mars, the InSight lander will have to end its activity. The US probe will soon be out of power. There's too much dust on its solar panels. Using an ultra-sensitive French-made seismometer called SEIS, InSight carried out its mission to map the interior of the red planet thanks to recording of 1,300 Mars quakes. Scientists are now able to confirm that the core of Mars is indeed liquid, that the thickness of the planet's crust is less thick than expected, and that it is probably made up of 3 layers. The seismic activity could be a result of temperature anomalies caused by the mantle of planet's crust. The InSight mission did experience one failure, with its heat flux sensor HP cubed. It had to be buried 5 meters below Mars' surface to measure its temperature, but it could not dig down far enough and the effort was abandoned.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Voltas Pure Air Adjustable AC.
Yasin Malik is expected in minutes from now. The order has been slightly delayed by over 2 hours now in an NIA court in the national capital. After the conviction of Yasin Malik
on charges of terrorism and waging war against the government. All eyes are now on the National Investigation Court that will pronounce the quantum of sentence. Will it be death for the face of Pakistan-sponsored terror in the Kashmir Valley, or will it be a life term? Those are the only two real possibilities at this point of time. The NIA has asked for the death sentence. Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to all charges. In the shadow of the suspense over Yasin Malik is the young Safa, 9-year-old Kashmiri girl who was shot by terrorists yesterday, even as she tried to save her father, a police constable in the Jammu and Kashmir Police. The newest face of the same kind of terror that Yasin Malik has bred, fermented and spread across Jammu and Kashmir for decades before he claims he gave it all up and became an ally of successive governments of the day. The point is, his victims are asking for justice, and they want nothing less than death for Yasin Malik. But pronouncement of death or life term is not in the public's hands. It is in the hands of the National Investigation Court that will be making its pronouncement very shortly. And I'm going to be taking you live through these big developments right here on India Today. Non-stop coverage here on India Today. Thanks for staying with me. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines at 5. Like I said, NIA court to pronounce quantum of punishment for Valley terrorist Yasin Malik in terror funding case shortly. Faces minimum of life imprisonment, maximum of death penalty, which is what the investigation agencies want. 9-year-old Safa Qadri inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her in Srinagar yesterday. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over the targeted killings of innocents. Another huge setback to the Gandhis. India Today, big news break. Sibal dumps the Congress, files Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi Party ticket. It's dumping season for the Congress party.
मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं.
Is it a Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? VHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. Non-stop communal polarization less than 11 months before the assembly elections in Karnataka. And no stopping the horrifying spree of murders in the city of Chennai. BJP functionary hacked to death with a sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi arrives in the Tamil Nadu capital. Big heat on the Stalin government. And we're waiting on the big order from the National Investigation Agency Court in Delhi that will, expected to, in the next few minutes, provide the quantum of sentence on Jammu and Kashmir terrorist Yasin Malik. He's been convicted, he's pleaded guilty on all charges, and now it is for the court that convicted him to pronounce the quantum of sentence on Yasin Malik. It will happen anytime now. The Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, or JKLF leader, is an accused in a 2017 terror funding case. The NIA is pushing for the death sentence for Yasin Malik. Security, as you can see in some of these pictures, has been stepped up outside Yasin Malik's Srinagar residence. Drone surveillance has also been activated in sensitive parts of the city. There are also protests and sloganeering that are taking place in a small way in parts of Srinagar. Kamaljeet Sandhu is with us live from outside the Patiala House Court, where the quantum of sentence is to be pronounced very shortly. Sunilji Bhatt is live with us from Jammu, from the home of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, one of the 4 Air Force victims that Yasin Malik murdered way back in 1990. Kamaljeet, I want to come to you first. This order was supposed to come out. The first question I want to ask you, Kamal, is are things delayed? How delayed are they? Because this order was supposed to come out sometime around 3 p.m. Now we're past 5. What's happening inside court?
Well, Shiv, we do expect the court order anytime soon. But before that, Yasin Malik, who's currently lodged here in the lockup of the Patiala House Court. We'll just try and show you the visual from afar. You can see there is a heavy presence of security on one side, and this is the route he's going to take when he is produced. He'll be called in when the order is to be delivered. The quantum of punishment is to be announced, and before that, you can actually see a plethora of media out here. So we do expect the judgment to come. It may take some time. Remember, this is going to be a detailed judgment. This is regarding the 2017 terror funding case, about how post-2016, after Burhan Wani was killed, how terror was unleashed. There was stone pelting. The entire terror ecosystem worked in a way. So more than 24 people have been accused in the case. Conviction of Yasin Malik has taken place. Now this is regarding quantum of punishment. Now from guns to claiming to be a Gandhian is what Yasin Malik has said. And MS Cure was appointed to him. He's asked for a minimum punishment. The NI has asked for maximum punishment of death sentence. So this is going to be very unusual. Now there are cases in Tada court which are regarding the killing of the 4 Air Force officers. There are the other cases which are pending against him. But this one is very significant because one, this is a newer case. This is regarding the terror funding, about how terror was unleashed, and all the top players, including Yasin Malik, and remember, he's been the top commander of JKLF. So there has been a history of terrorism and militancy before he became a separatist leader. Now, one of the pleas that he has taken is that at least 7 prime ministers have met him, even Prime Minister Vajpayee at that point of time gave him his passport. And remember, this is...
Okay, we've lost that link with Kamal. I'll come back to Kamal in just a moment. Sunil Ji Bhatt is with us in Jammu. He is at the home of Squadron Leader Ravi Khanna. Sunil has just had a conversation with Squadron Leader Ravi Khanna's wife, one of the victims of Yasin Malik. Sunil, I heard you earlier say that this is not just any ordinary court judgment. A huge amount of, sentiment, sorrow, tragedy, the hopes and dreams that have been smashed of so many people are all tied to this one individual. Because Yasin Malik, as you and I have discussed in the past as well, Sunil Ji, is someone who represents the worst of anti-India action, a person who has colluded with the enemy, the person who has, facilitated an environment where the killing and, injuring of children like Safa is possible. So in many ways, while we report the story of Safa today, Sunil, all of that is linked to what happens to Yasin Malik. Am I right?
Absolutely, Shiv, you are bang on. Yasin Malik is someone who is synonymous to terror, and he carried out some of the most gruesome killings in the Kashmir Valley in early 90s, and people have been suffering for last 30 years. The families of the victims, they have been crying for justice, but the system failed them, the system betrayed them. Finally, there is a ray of hope, and the victims, the families of the victims are hoping that Yasin Malik will be given death sentence. That's what they are saying. I spoke to Nirmal Khanna ji today also, and few days ago also. She clearly said that she wants death sentence for Yasin Malik. She was there in Srinagar when her husband was martyred in that terror attack which was carried out by Yasin Malik. Her grudge is that the system failed her, and her husband's valor was not recognized for last 3 decades until recently. So she is saying that there has not been that she is not just the victim of terrorism, she's also the victim of the system. She's the victim of the successive government. She told me that she idolized Dr. Manmohan Singh, but when Dr. Manmohan Singh was seen shaking hands with Yasin Malik, she was pained, she was aghast. She's saying that enough is enough, now justice should be delivered. Although Shiv, this case pertains to a terror funding case, but nevertheless it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims. They hope that the other cases that are pending against Yasin Malik in Jammu's Tada court will be expedited now, and Yasin Malik will be brought to justice. But Shiv, one needs to remember that Yasin Malik is not only a terrorist, a killer, but he's a self-confessed terrorist. Right. He's a self-confessed killer, and he's a remorseless killer, because in his interview to BBC's Tim Sebastian, he had clearly, proudly proclaimed that he was the one who initiated, so-called armed struggle against the government of India in the Kashmir Valley. So he was proudly proclaimed that he was the one who started terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. But despite that,
Sunil, we've just got breaking news that Yasin Malik is being brought to court. So the sentencing is going to happen in just a few seconds or a few minutes from now. So the suspense has built up to fever pitch, and the sentencing is going to happen any moment now. Yasin Malik is being brought to the NIA court, which is happening in the Patiala House Court complex. And that's where the sentencing is all set to take place in just a few minutes from now. High security outside Yasin Malik's residence in Srinagar. There have been some protests and some sloganeering by, his terror supporters. There are drones that are keeping tabs on sensitive parts of Srinagar at this point of time. The security agency is obviously keeping a very close watch on different groups and different sections between Delhi and Srinagar. And Yasin Malik is now being brought to the NIA court for that sentencing. Just less than 10 days after he was convicted, Yasin Malik will now face the full might of the law. He faces charges under Section 16 for terrorism acts, Section 17, raising funds for a terrorism act, 18, conspiracy to commit a terrorist act, and 20, being a member of a terrorist gang or organization of the UAPA. And Sections 120B, criminal conspiracy, and 124A, sedition of the Indian Penal Code. These are the charges against Yasin Malik. This is what he has been convicted of. He's not contesting any of these charges leveled against him. But the immediate case on which he's being sentenced is for a terror funding case that dates back to 2017. Let's give you a recap once again of the charges against a man who has perhaps more than any other Valley terrorist become the face of terror, Pak-sponsored terror. Charge 1, indulging in acts of terror. That's under Section 16. Raising funds for terror activities. That's Section 17 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, or UAPA. Section 18, conspiracy to commit an act of terror. Then there is Section 20, charge number 4 under UAPA, being member of a terrorist gang or organization, links to terror groups basically. And finally, you also have 120B, which is 124A, which is sedition or anti-India activities, and 120B, which is criminal conspiracy. So these are the 6 charges against Yasin Malik. He has not contested any of them. He's been convicted on these charges, and now the sentencing will take place. All eyes are on the sentencing. The view is it can only either be a death sentence, which is what the National Investigation Agency is pushing for, or it could be a life term. It is unlikely to be anything else. Yasin Malik, who has basically pleaded before the court that he does not contest these charges, but has portrayed himself as a Gandhian. He has portrayed himself as someone who has dropped the gun and taken on Gandhiism. But that doesn't change the fact that he is a terrorist and continues to remain a terrorist, and he has faced due process of Indian law under sections of Indian legislations. Listen into some of these voices that have been coming in on India Today's big news break coverage of Yasin Malik's fate. He's being taken to court, sentencing in a moment. Listen into these voices.
देखिए यहाँ तो ये तो मैंने पहले भी कहा एक सियासी मसला है जम्मू कश्मीर। यहाँ पहले भी कई लोगों को फांसी दी गई, उम्र कैद हो गई, फांसी हो गई, उससे तो मसला कश्मीर हल नहीं हुआ बल्कि और उलझ गया। तो मैं तो समझती हूँ कि ये जो इनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, इसके नताइज बरक्स होंगे, इसके नताइज अच्छे नहीं होंगे बल्कि इससे हालात जो है दिन ब दिन खराब होते जा रहे हैं।
He was very calm and he has told the court that कि मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, I will not say anything. आप अपने दिल खोल के पनिशमेंट दीजिए, जैसा भी आप दे सकते हैं, बट आप जो है ईमानदारी से पनिशमेंट दीजिएगा। आप जो भी मेरे को रखें, मेरे सारे सर्कमस्टेंसेस, सारे मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स को ध्यान रखते हुए आप पनिशमेंट।
Yasin Malik is a terrorist. There should be no doubts about it. The court has convicted him. He's involved in terrorist activities. He's involved in supporting on terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. He has been a sympathizer. He has been a tool of the Pakistan ISI.
Kamaljeet, Yasin Malik apparently being brought to court right now. What can you tell us? Has he arrived there already? Because this means sentencing will happen any moment now.
Yes, the security has been beefed up all along the way. The checking and frisking has been done. So at any point of time, he will be taken to the court where quantum of punishment will be announced. But significantly, this case has gone on for several years. And if you remember, Shiv, this entire investigation which was done by India today in 2017, which eventually led the government to order a NI probe into the unrest and terror funding which was taking place in Jammu and Kashmir. This has been very significant. There have been several players, at least 24 of them, who've been named and accused in the case. Yasin Malik now being convicted of this. He's been booked under Section 16, 17, 18 and 20 of the UAPA and Section 120B of IPC, which is waging war against the nation. The entire case is about terror funding, about how terror was unleashed, stone pelting done, hartal calendars given. It was going on in a very systematic way. Now, there were players who were operating very smoothly. Now, there has been put a stop to it. One part is that, yes, when he pleaded guilty, it was perhaps on the suggestion of some of those lawyers who would have said that this would actually kind of give a concession to him. We do not know if that is going to be the case, because remember when he spoke in the court, Yasin Malik said that he had moved, he'd given up guns, and from giving up guns to being a Gandhian, saying he had met several prime ministers. So that kind of a logic being given out there. Meanwhile, we've seen a spate of violence, those hartals and strikes and continuous turmoil
and
in
Kamal,
Kashmir
sorry to interrupt you, but just wanted to quickly refer to the live images that we're getting. Not live images, they're deferred images, but we got them just a couple of minutes ago. They're the latest images that we're getting, that we've been cleared to use, of the dog squad and the bomb squad, the sniffer squad that is at the Patiala House court right now, because all security checks are being conducted, because this is a very sensitive matter. Yasin Malik is still someone who is supported by Pakistan, as has been seen by the many, tweets that have been coming in from Pakistan, a country that has funded Yasin Malik for decades together, a country that has funded pretty much all the terror that you see in the region, and certainly all the terror that you see in the Kashmir Valley. And therefore, Yasin Malik for Pakistan is an asset. This is an asset who is going to, face his fate right now at the hands of an Indian court. He is a Kashmiri. He is a person who has taken Pakistan funding and used it to wreak misery on the people of Jammu and Kashmir, including the youth and children. And an entire generation is now hoping that this man finally meets his just deserts. That's what this sentencing is really all about, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the reason why, from Shahid Afridi to Shahbaz Sharif to all the galaxy of Pakistani politicians and celebrities are all rooting for Yasin Malik, because he's their man. Ye Pakistani banda hai. He's their guy. He was the guy they funded. He's the guy they nurtured. He's the guy they trained. He's the guy through whom Pakistan channeled their will into the Kashmir Valley. And that's the reason why when he apparently gave up the gun and was caught and was put into prison. He had a free run for a very long time within civil society, but when he was finally arrested, he has pleaded guilty because there is simply no way that he could have pleaded innocent, because the proof against him is so big, the proof against him is so extensive and explicit that Yasin Malik cannot cry victim right now, no matter what Pakistan does to try and paint him as some kind of a martyr. It's not going to happen. Whether they are Kashmiri Pandits, whether they are Muslims, people have suffered because of the brand of terror that Pakistan has unleashed on the Kashmir Valley through the hands of Mr. Yasin Malik. And that's what today's sentencing is all about. I'm going to go to Kamal in just a moment, but I wanted to just point you to those images on your screen of security checks taking place before Yasin Malik is produced in court. He's being brought to the NIA court in Delhi, where the sentencing will take place. It's it's already delayed by over an hour and 20 minutes. Obviously, some procedural delays on the ground there, but this is a sensitive matter. All things have to be taken into account before the sentencing takes place, and that's also the reason why you're seeing drones in Srinagar. You're seeing security hiked in parts of Jammu and Srinagar as well, the Kashmir Valley as well, because there will almost definitely be a backlash. There will almost definitely be some kind of a flare-up, based on what's going to happen in court in the next few minutes. Sunil, what can you tell us about that? The security arrangements. This is very sensitive. We've seen preparations of this kind take place, in the case of Afzal Guru, of various other terrorists who've been convicted and then sentenced, and even when they actually met their fate. Just describe for us what kind of preparations have been taken in Jammu as well as Srinagar, Sunil.
Absolutely, Shiv. Security has been beefed up in most parts of the Srinagar city because the security agencies don't want to take any chances. There is apprehension that there could be a backlash the moment after the quantum of sentence is pronounced against Yasin Malik. Drones have been pressed into action, and there have been some protests. Handful of people have come out of their residences in Maisuma locality where Yasin Malik lives. They have come out of their residences. They have raised religious slogans, Islamic slogans, and they have also alleged that Yasin Malik has been, framed in a fabricated case. But the fact of the matter remains that Yasin Malik has confessed to his crimes. He has pleaded guilty, and that is why he was convicted. And today is the D-Day as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. He is going to be given punishment. And right now, Shiv, I am with the family of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. And Ravi Khanna was one of those 4 Air Force officials who attained martyrdom in that terror attack that was carried out by Yasin Malik and his other terror associates. And right now you can see that Nirmal Khanna, wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, is glued to the mobile phone. She is watching the news, and she is getting herself updated with every development that is taking place in the courtroom.
Amazing.
I will just try and again request her to talk, although she has said that she will only talk after the verdict is out. Nirmal Khanna ji, I know that you are not going to comment on the verdict, but can you just tell us about what happened that day when your husband attained martyrdom?
आप सबको पता ही है कि उस दिन क्या हुआ था। 25 जनवरी 1990 को रावलपुरा में ये लोग अपने प्रेस्क्राइब्ड बस स्टैंड पे खड़े थे और बस का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। सुबह 7:10 हुए होंगे। कोच वॉज लेट बाई 2-3 मिनट्स और 5 मिनट्स। तो इतने में यासीन मलिक हीरो होंडा पे आते हैं और आके उनको पूछता है कि नटीपुरा का रास्ता आप मुझे बता सकते हैं। मेरे हस्बैंड उसको नटीपुरा का रास्ता बताने लगे। ये बात मुझे इस तरह पता है कि उनके साथ जो दूसरा फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा थे, उनको मैं ये शहादत के बाद मिलने गई थी श्रीनगर बेस हॉस्पिटल। उन्होंने मुझे पूरी कहानी सुनाई थी हुआ क्या है। तो नटीपुरा का रास्ता जब ये बता रहे थे मेरे हस्बैंड, तो उसने इनके एब्डोमेन पे एक गोली मारी। उनके शोल्डर डिसलोकेट हो रखा था और वो गोली लगने के बावजूद उन्होंने अपनी ब्रीफ केस से उसका निशाना ख़राब करके उसकी गन को उन्होंने स्कफल किया और उसकी गन को एयर में कर दिया और सारी गन खाली कर दी पीछे से। और उसी टाइम उन्होंने BR शर्मा को शाउट करके कहा, शर्मा यू सेव योर सेल्फ, बिकॉज ही वॉज स्कफलिंग विद हिम, फाइटिंग विद हिम एंड ही वॉज अनआर्म्ड, गन भी उसी के हाथ में थी। तो पीछे से इन्हीं के और लोग आ रहे थे जिन्होंने 27 गोलियों का मैगज़ीन उनकी पीठ में खाली कर दिया। 28 गोलियां टोटल मेरे हस्बैंड को लगी हैं। और लड़ाई देखो, जब निहत्था इंसान मौत के मुंह में हो और उस टाइम एक की जान भी बचानी,
saved lives also.
Yes, BR शर्मा's life was saved by, उस टाइम सिचुएशन ऐसी बन गई थी कि उन्होंने उसको तो बिजी रखा और वो BR शर्मा को आवाज़ दी और BR शर्मा पेड़ के पीछे जाके वो लेट गए तो वो बच गए। जब मैं अपने गोलियों की आवाज़ आई, मैं अपने एटिक से देखती हूँ तो देख के क्या देखती हूँ कि बहुत सारे लोग एक घेरा बनाए हुए नाच रहे हैं। वो नाचना मुझे महाभारत का वो सीन याद आ गया जब अभिमन्यु मैदान जंग में लेटा हुआ है, उसके इर्द गिर्द ये कौरव नाच रहे थे। मैंने कहा पता नहीं क्या हुआ, एक गाड़ी भी फौजी गाड़ी खड़ी थी, कुछ फौजी लोग थे, क्योंकि मेरे घर के एक नीचे ही सड़क थी, सारा कुछ दिखाई दे रहा था। जब मैं वहाँ गई तो मैंने क्या देखा कि मेरे हस्बैंड का ब्रीफ केस जो है उसको बुलेट लगी हुई है, वो सड़क के ऊपर पड़ा है और मेरे हस्बैंड सीधा लेटे हुए हैं। और मैंने ये समझा कि एक गोली लगने से ये जवान लेट गया है तो हमारे देश का क्या होगा। मुझे पता नहीं था कि 28 गोलियां लगी हुई हैं उनको। और उसके बाद उनको जब बेस हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया,
there was nobody to who reached that spot and they who tried to take them to the hospital.
नहीं, एयरफोर्स की गाड़ी आ गई थी, वहाँ पे गाड़ी थी एयरफोर्स की और बस तो तब तक पहुँच चुकी थी जब तक ये हादसा हो गया और ये नाच नूच के भाग गए।
You saw Yasin Malik with your own eyes at that point of time?
देखिए जी, यासीन मलिक मेरा चचेरा भाई तो है नहीं जिसको मैं पहचानती थी बचपन से। एक्चुअली मुझे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा ने ही ये बात बताई थी और वहाँ के लोगों ने कश्मीरी में, मैं कश्मीरी बेटी हूँ, उन्होंने कहा त्रट पड़ी यासीन मलिक को कि क्योंकि
अभी आप क्या चाहते, डू यू वांट डेथ सेंटेंस फॉर यासीन मलिक? सिस्टम से, डू यू वांट डेथ सेंटेंस फॉर यासीन?
हाँ जी,
सिस्टम ने आपको बार-बार कहीं ना कहीं निराश किया उसके बाद।
बिल्कुल, यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा था, उसका एजेंडा था इंडियन यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट। पहले तो वो वैसे जो उसने उत्पात मचाया हुआ था, बाद में उसने इंडियन डिफेंस को टारगेट बनाया, यूनिफॉर्म को कॉल दे रखी थी, तो जिसमें मेरे हस्बैंड और 3 और जवान जो थे वो शहीद हुए हैं। मैं कहती हूँ यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा, हुकूमतों ने मुझे 32 साल 4 महीने हो गए हैं आज 25 तारीख।
डू यू वांट डेथ सेंटेंस फॉर यासीन मलिक?
मेरी बात सुनिए, इस वक्त मेरे केस की बात करोगे ना, अगर आप, ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस चल रहा है, आज उसकी सुनवाई है, उसमें हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस क्या देते, NIA कोर्ट में क्या फैसला देते हैं, इट इज़ अप टू देम। लेकिन मैं कहती हूँ देशद्रोही कोई भी हो, देश को एक कानून बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनना चाहिए। तो देशद्रोही जो है उसको देशद्रोह की जो सही सज़ा वो दे देनी चाहिए। और रही मेरे केस की बात, तो मैं तो यही कहूँगी भाई, खून का बदला खून, मेरे केस की।
ट्रायल शुड बी एक्सपेडाइटेड।
उम्मीद जगी है इसकी बात की अब यासीन मलिक या ऐसे ही कई लोगों पे कार्रवाई होगी।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। अगर देखिए कोई भी कानून बनता है, प्रेसिडेंट बनता है, एक को अगर कुछ मिलता है तो सारे खड़े हो जाते हैं। अब एक को इंसाफ मिलेगा तो बाकी चुप बैठेंगे, बाकी भी खड़े होंगे। तो ये देश को देखना है, हमारी हुकूमतों को, हमारी जुडिशरी को, सब कुछ। मुझे बड़ी शर्म आती है ऐसी बातें सुन के। महात्मा गांधी ने तो अहिंसा परमो धर्मा कहा था, उन्होंने हिंसा नहीं कहा। और उन्होंने लाठी मारने के लिए नहीं उठाई थी, लाठी चलने के लिए उठाई थी। आज मैं आपको कह दूं, मैं सुभाष चंद्र बोस हूँ, जय हिंद की सेना तैयार कर रही हूँ मैं। तो ये सारी जो बातें हैं ना, इन बातों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। कोई गांधीयन कहे, कोई बुद्धा कहे, कोई कुछ कहे, जब जिसकी जो चीज़ भीतर से जाग जाती है। दृश्यम पिक्चर आपने देखी होगी, आप जो दिमाग में दृश्यम बना लेते हैं उस दृश्यम से चलते रहो।
जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बयान आ रहे हैं यासीन मलिक के समर्थन में, उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
भाई उनको अपना देखिए जी, उनके विषय में मैं क्या कह सकती हूँ। हर एक की, क्या हिंदुस्तान क्या पाकिस्तान, जिन जिन की दुकानें चल रही थी, रोजी रोटी चल रही थी, वो आज सारे एक हो गए हुए हैं।
ये आज महबूबा मुफ्ती ने कहा कि फांसी से या
इससे कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा। महबूबा मुफ्ती ने भी यासिन मलिक का समर्थन किया है।
कैसे देखती हैं महबूबा मुफ्ती ने जो ये कहा कि फांसी से या उम्र कैद से कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा, महबूबा मुफ्ती की स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखती कि अभी भी कश्मीर के पॉलिटिशियन जो हैं पैट्रनेज दे रहे हैं आतंकवादी यासिन मलिक जैसे आतंकवादियों को? देखिए,
महबूबा मुफ्ती जो हैं वो पॉलिटिशियन हैं और सीएम रह चुकी हैं। उनका अगर पॉलिटिक्स का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड गवर्नमेंट देखेगी तो सारी बातें गवर्नमेंट को समझ आ जाएंगी कि वो ऐसी बातें क्यों कर रही हैं। उनको ये बातें करनी है।
आहत हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट से, क्योंकि
मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आहत इसी बात से हूँ कि 32 साल 4 महीने वो मेरे हस्बैंड को मारने के बाद जी लिया, बस सिंपल।
मैम अब आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप क्या मांग करते हैं?
मैं आज के केस में क्या मांग कर सकती हूँ, मुझे बताइए।
तो
वर्डिक्ट आएगा तो मैं अपनी स्टेटमेंट दूंगी कि मैं क्या इंसाफ हुआ है। वर्डिक्ट आने तो
निर्मल जी, आपने कहा कि आप डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते थे, लेकिन जब आपने उनको यासिन मलिक के साथ देखा, उसके साथ हाथ मिलाते हुए देखा, ठहाके लगाते हुए देखा, आपको काफ़ी पीड़ा हुई।
मैं आज भी उनको अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानती हूँ। ये बात थोड़ा है कि अगर उन्होंने अपने ऑफिस में किसी दबाव में या किसी, आप मेरे घर में सब लोग आए हो, मैंने आपकी इज्जत की है, आइए जी आज आपने मेरा इंटरव्यू लेना है, लीजिए। इसी तरह जब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, ना जाने ऐसा कौन सा दबाव था उनके ऊपर कि उनको मिलना भी पड़ा, बात भी करनी पड़ी। ये सारी जो है कुक्ड होती हैं ये सारी चीज़ें। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी बजाते खुद एक बहुत ही नेक खुदा दोस्त इंसान है, उनके लिए मैं कोई भी अपशब्द नहीं कह सकती हूँ। हाँ,
Okay, the police squad has entered the Yasin Malik lockup at the Patiala House Court. The Deputy Commissioner of Police has reached the court premises as well. The sentencing is all set to take place in the next few minutes. Yasin Malik is going to be taken out from his lockup and produced in court, and that's when the sentencing is going to take place. All of this will happen in a manner of the next few minutes. Bomb squads have swept the entire area. Senior police officers have taken stock of the security arrangements. Our editor on the ground is Kamaljeet Sandhu, looking into every aspect of this unfolding story. Kamal, what's the latest? It looks like that sentencing is finally going to happen in the next few minutes, Kamal.
Matram! 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 Shiv, as the countdown for the quantum of punishment begins, there are people who are gathering with tricolour flag. And let's just try and get you an emotion and a word out from here. लाल चौक से कोई रिश्ता है आपका? आप कहाँ से हैं और आज झंडा लेकर आए हैं, कोर्ट में आए हैं, बच्चों के साथ आए हैं, क्या?
मेरा नाम संजीव लाकड़ा है। मैं देश की राजधानी का एक आम नागरिक, जिस तरीके से हमें बचपन से सिखाया, दूध मांगोगे तो खीर देंगे और कश्मीर मांगोगे तो चीर देंगे, कहीं ना कहीं वो दर्द मेरे भी दिल में था। मुझे भी हमेशा लगता था कि क्यों नहीं हमारा ऐसे गद्दार लोगों ने, यासिन मलिक जैसे गद्दार लोगों ने, जैसे 1990 से आज तक घाटी को लगातार तोड़ा है, देश की सेना पर हमला किया है, देश की सेना पर गोली चलाई है, पत्थरबाजी कराई है, हुर्रियत लोगों से जिस तरीके से आतंकवाद फैला है, ऐसा है पहला नतीजा जब देश की राजधानी में सुनवाई हो रही है।
तो किस तरह का नतीजा आप कर रहे हैं? उम्र कैद देख रहे हैं या फिर क्या?
कम से कम फांसी, ताकि ऐसा नासूर देश में पैदा ना हो दोबारा। जितने भी आतंकवाद मूवमेंट को लेकर वैली में जो हादसे होते हैं, उनके जनकों को, उनके लोगों को ये संदेश जाए कि आगे कोई सर ना उठा सके, आतंकवाद का कोई राह ना चुने, कोई युवा ना भटके, केवल और केवल राष्ट्रवाद, देशवाद, इसके अलावा नहीं चलेगा कोई आतंकवाद।
So sentiment is high and we can give you a 365-degree view. There is a lot of security out here. There is obviously a lot of huge media presence out here. But what is important and significant is that even as Yasin Malik is to be produced, this is going to be very significant. His first conviction, and yes, NI has already sought that he should be given death sentence, the maximum. The plea also being given by the MS Cure that it should be minimum of a life sentence.
Yeah.
Remember, the emotions have been running high. There has been no closure for Kashmiri Pandit families. This is a case of terror funding, so it has not to do with those particular cases which are going on in Tada, in Jammu. But clearly, the entire country is looking at it. They're looking and monitoring very closely.
Yeah.
As the first word really gets out of the conviction has taken place, but it's the quantum of punishment. And this is from where, and you can see it, this is choke-a-block. So all eyes definitely on the sentencing, which is to do with terror funding. Remember, it's 3 decades of terrorism, a low conflict. And remember the way the sort of Pakistani establishment has been giving the statements, right from Shahbaz Sharif to Bilal Bhutto to the likes of the cricketers. So remember, this is something that Pakistan has championed. Remember, several of those people who've been saying that there are stooges in Kashmir who've been running that entire plot. Yasin Malik being the commander of JKLF and has spearheaded terrorism there and then moved on to separatism. So he has taken a plea that he's shunned guns and it has become Gandhian. But will that break any sort of ice or cut any ice as far as that plea is concerned? But definitely order being given, and since it has taken so much time, a detailed order is expected to come out. And yes, Yasin Malik
Only
will
a
be
few
taken in
minutes to
from
go,
here.
Kamal, because Yasin Malik is inside the NIA court now. So I'm guessing only a few minutes to go. The operative part of it should be out, hopefully very, very quickly. In the next few minutes, we will have the details of what it's going to be for Yasin Malik. Gaurav Sawant is also with us live. We'll have Ashraf Wani from Srinagar, where there is a security hike that's taken place there. Sunilji Bhatt is with the family of the victims of Yasin Malik. So India Today has you covered 360 degrees as we wait for the verdict that's going to be dropping any moment now. Gaurav, in your view, you've tracked not only these terror cases, but also the case pertaining to Yasin Malik. How much is riding on what the sentencing is going to be, Gaurav?
Shiv, Yasin Malik is the big daddy of terror. He's amongst the first batches of terrorists to have gone across the line of control and was trained by Pakistan Army and ISI in 1988-89. He's the one who was crucial in the abduction
Gaurav,
of
apologies for the interruption. I'm coming back to you in just a moment. Just want to show our viewers these live pictures from outside the Patiala House Court. Gaurav, I'm just coming back to you in 30 seconds. Live images of Yasin Malik, we are told, who's now being produced inside the Patiala House NIA court. This is the Patiala House court complex in the national capital, so that our viewers are not confused. The Patiala House court is called Patiala House court, but it is very much in Delhi, the national capital. And there is a lockup in the court premises where Yasin Malik, has been all this while, and he's been taken out from that lockup. And as you can see in these pictures on India Today, first and exclusive, of course, Yasin Malik is in that crowd, being taken inside to be produced inside that court. Go ahead, Gaurav.
So, Shiv, Yasin Malik went to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for training. He's the one who's alleged to have played a very critical role in the abduction of then Union Home Minister Mufti Mohammad Saeed's daughter, Rubaiya Saeed. Rubaiya Saeed is the sister of the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mufti Mohammad Mehbooba Mufti. Shiv, 5 hardcore terrorists were released for the release of Rubaiya Saeed, and that in many ways is seen as the beginning of armed terror in Jammu and Kashmir. He is alleged to have played a very crucial role in the murder of Lassa Kaul. The killings of Kashmiri Pandits started after that. Like, Sunilji Bhatt was reporting, the brutal murder of 4 unarmed Indian Air Force personnel in Srinagar. Yasin Malik is alleged to be involved in those cases, and charges have been framed against him in both the Rubaiya Saeed and in the IEF officer's case. So he's the big daddy of terror in Kashmir. He may call himself a Gandhian, shunning the gun, but this case, where the quantum of sentences to be pronounced moments from now, this terrorist was funding terror, taking money from Pakistan, from Hafiz Saeed. He's confessed he took money from Hafiz Saeed. He's confessed he's taken money from Sayyid Salahuddin. He's confessed after the killing of Burhan Wani. He was a part of that group that organized terror and arson, including burning down schools in the Kashmir Valley, so
Absolutely.
that stone pelters would be available. So here is a man who's finally being sentenced in that terror financing case.
That terror financing case is just one of many cases against him. He has pleaded, he has not pleaded against the cases. He has not contested any of the charges against him of terrorism, waging war against the government. Live pictures on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Those are live pictures on your screen right now of Yasin Malik being taken out of the lockup, being escorted by the police and being produced inside the NIA court. That's what those pictures you're looking at right now are. Please don't be concerned, viewer. India Today is cleared to show such footage, so there is no security breach in what we're showing you. In case you have any concerns of that kind, I can assure you, India Today's Kamaljeet Sandhu is on the ground. She's speaking to her sources. These are pictures coming in from the Patiala House Court. Yasin Malik, and I'm going to have pictures of him being escorted through a corridor in just 30 seconds from now as well. The first pictures you will see today of the man who is inside the NIA court right now, and he's about to face his fate. There are only two real possibilities. Either he's going to face the death sentence, which is what the investigators want in this 2017 terror funding case, or he's going to face a life sentence. These are pictures that Kamaljeet is bringing to us from outside the court premises right now. Here you have images. Take a look at these images now. You're not going to see them anywhere else. Look very closely at these images, ladies and gentlemen, and you will spot Yasin Malik. There he is. There is Yasin Malik there in the shirt, holding documents as he walks. He's wearing glasses. There you have it. The first pictures of terrorist Yasin Malik being taken out from the lockup and being walked, escorted by police, heavy security, obviously, because this is a Pakistan-funded terrorist, as Gaurav said, the big daddy of Pak terror. Here he is being produced inside the court. There is Yasin Malik. There he is among the khaki-clad police escorting him towards the NIA courtroom. The judge is yet to arrive. Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom. The judge is on his way. He's going to be there very shortly. Kamal, talk us through these images. Very, very heavy security escorting Yasin Malik, as we're seeing in these pictures. He's now inside the NIA court. Kamal.
Well, big announcement expected at any point of time. We are outside the court and we'll just tell you how it is. The gates have now been locked and heavy security has been deployed all along till the time the verdict is announced. And before that, heavy barricading being done, extra deployment has been done. The DCP himself is present here. So what is also very clear is that as far as security is concerned, this is choke-a-block security arrangements being done here. But more importantly is the verdict and the conviction which has been happening. This point of time, we're looking at quantum of punishment. The NIA taking a plea of maximum, which is the death penalty. And remember, there have been several who have waited for decades for justice to happen. That has not come around. And for the first time after conviction, we will hear that sort of pronouncement take place. And yes, either he's looking at a life imprisonment or, for that matter, a death sentence. And remember, this is only the first channel. There he can appeal to the High Court and then finally to the Supreme Court. But meanwhile, it does seem that the law is finally closing in on the leader, especially after 3 decades of terrorism. And even when he became a separatist leader, giving up guns, remember, there was a spate of time where there were hartal, there was strikes happening time again. Obviously, there were terror attacks which happened, and this is where the leads have been all stitched together by the NIA. Interestingly and ironically, Digvijay Arvind Negi, who was the IO in the case, was, however, arrested in another case of Khurram Parvez, saying that he had passed on some sensitive information. But as far as the case is concerned, this was a meticulously put together case by the NIA. And this is where they said that post-2016, once Burhan Wani was killed, the HM commander, that is where there was incessant number of stone pelting cases done in order to keep the valley on the boil. And we've seen how businessmen came together for funding. There was funds coming in from Pakistan. There was Zahur Watali, there was Fantoush, there was the other leaders including Shabir Shah. So finally, the law is closing in on Yasin Malik. The others will obviously be put through the same
Okay, Kamal, I'm just coming back to you in a moment. In just a few seconds, we've got pictures. We've got, we've got a developing situation now coming in from Srinagar, which is, the city where Yasin Malik's residence is. His family still lives there. We're looking at pictures of tear gas. There's tear gas apparently being fired in some parts of Srinagar. That's been captured on India Today's cameras. You can see some policemen, you can see some photographers of the local media as well taking pictures of tear gas being fired. Gaurav, situation obviously tense. The Unified Command and the security forces in Srinagar will definitely not be taking any chances, because there is the possibility, as we saw earlier as well, of dharnas and crowds forming, because what happens inside that NIA court in Delhi in many ways could have a ripple effect in Srinagar. And that's what we're probably seeing right now as well, or the beginnings of it, Gaurav.
Shiv, you're spot on. This is the Mysuma area of Srinagar. Mysuma is in the heart of Srinagar, and this is where Yasin Malik comes from. This is actually his stronghold. In fact, members of his family were reading the Holy Quran with their, from their house window. As a large crowd assembled there, they were asked to disperse. When they did not disperse, we are told that the police dispersed them, and we are looking at these images of tear gas shells being fired in the Mysuma area of Srinagar. Police officers on ground say the situation is well and truly under control. Troublemakers have been warned. If they continue to peddle Pakistan's agenda in Kashmir, then action will be taken against them. And the fact that Yasin Malik has been convicted, the fact that action is being taken against him, quantum of sentence will be announced soon. And there are other terror supporters in the enabling system. As Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu was just telling us, the terror financing network, and it's very difficult to crack. But whether it's the Income Tax Department, the Enforcement Directorate, the NIA, there are parallel investigations that are going on, and terror enablers are also facing the strong arm of the law, where cases are being filed against those who provide funding for stone pelters and armed terrorists, Shiv.
Okay, look at those pictures. Gaurav, coming back to you. Look at those pictures from inside the NIA court right now. The corridor from the lockup to the actual courtroom. These are the first pictures that India Today is getting to you of Yasin Malik being escorted by security forces and the police and being taken straight to the courtroom. He's inside the courtroom. He's been given a chair to sit down, and now the wait is on for the judge who will deliver the verdict. Is it going to be death? Is it going to be life? We are waiting to see what happens. Sunilji Bhatt is our man on the ground in Jammu. Remember, there are cases against Yasin Malik in Jammu as well. Those charges have been framed separately, but important to remind our viewers that the sentencing that's happening today pertains to a 2017 terror funding case that has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency, or the NIA. Sunilji, I don't know if you can see these images, but these images of Yasin Malik being escorted now through a corridor at the NIA court, tear gas shells being fired in Srinagar, things could get tense depending on what happens. What are you hearing from Jammu, Sunil?
Absolutely, Shiv. There is already, some kind of protest happening in the Kashmir Valley, and as you said, that tear gas shelling, has taken place. The security forces don't want to take any chances, and that is why they had beefed up security already in sensitive localities of Srinagar, particularly Mysuma, which is the stronghold of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik's residence is in Mysuma locality of Srinagar, but the security agencies are holding deliberations. That's what our sources are saying, and they could should take some more measures as far as, preventing any untoward incident is concerned. Because in the previously also, when terrorist Afzal Guru was hanged, there was prior, security measures that were taken. And in this case also, security measures have been taken, but the security agencies want to, take some more steps, and that's why deliberations are taking place within the security agencies. But Shiv, as I said, that this is not an ordinary court judgment. It's going to have huge implications, because Yasin Malik has been a blue-eyed boy of the civil society of the country as well as of Pakistan. Pakistan has already, stepped up campaign. If we go to the social media, to Twitter, we see that how Pakistani politicians, Pakistani, civil society people, they have been, coming out in support of Yasin Malik. And Pakistan Prime Minister and Pakistan former Prime Minister have even gone on to say that international community must take note of this. And this was an issue which even, Shiv, echoed in the Parliament of Britain. But that there in British Parliament, the minister said that this case pertains to a court in India, and they can't, interfere in that. But they said they are closely monitoring this case. So, Shiv, it's going to have huge implications. But for the families of the victims, it is some kind of relief. They have been, crying for justice for last 30 years.
I hope so.
This man, Yasin Malik, got a long rope from the security agencies. In fact, he was engaged. He was engaged by the government. He was engaged by the agency in track 2, track 3 diplomacy in order to buy temporary peace. But now, time is up for Yasin Malik. D-Day has
time is up. Time is up. I hope time is up. The victims of Yasin Malik's terror, which include as recently as yesterday, Saifullah Qadri, a policeman, and his daughter who was shot in the arm, Safa, who we've been campaigning for here on India Today. All of these people, their faces, their families, their suffering is linked to the fate of this man on your screen. Because if India does not punish Yasin Malik, if a precedent is not set today, it means that terror can be normalized, terror can be mainstreamed, terror can give speeches and bhashans, terror can be part of civil society, terror can be embraced. It can be embraced in this country and forgiven. That is the message that will actually go out. Remember, on India Today, we do not second guess the role of our courts. The court will decide what happens. But in the court of public opinion, Yasin Malik is beyond just being a terrorist. He's a man who is not contesting these charges. The charges against him are beyond proof. They don't need to be proven. He's been convicted as part of due process in this country. And as you look at these live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, of Yasin Malik being escorted by the very sorts of policemen that he and his outfits have butchered and killed, including 2 between yesterday and today. It's an ironic image. 2 constables have been killed in the last 24 hours in Kashmir between Srinagar and Baramulla. And it is police constables like those who've been butchered by Pakistan-sponsored terror who now have no choice but to escort this murderer from the jail cell to the courtroom where he will meet his fate. There is stone pelting taking place in the Kashmir Valley right now, because that is, what does that tell you? That tells you that Pakistan's tentacles to foment tension keep, the lives of ordinary Kashmiris always on tenterhooks. They can never really catch a break. That is the brand of life that Yasin Malik has poisoned the Kashmir Valley with, and that is what his legacy is. So even as you watch the smoke from those tear gas grenades landing there, look at the pictures. Those pictures on the left-hand side, that's the man who's responsible for this kind of necessary response by India's security forces. Gaurav Sawant continues to be with me. Sunil ji continues to be with me, but I'm going straight back to Kamaljeet once again, because she's on the ground at the NIA court, the Patiala House Court premises in Delhi, where the proceedings are about to begin any moment now. Kamal, are you hearing anything about why the judge hasn't arrived just yet? Are there some procedural delays? This entire proceeding has been delayed by almost 3 hours now.
Well, this is going to be a very detailed order, and obviously this is going to take time. Well, it's taken 3 decades for all you know. But yes, this is a more recent case of 2017 of terror funding, where this has been stitched up together by NIA, going from right from the beginning till the time the India Today had done that particular sting operation, after which investigation was done. The case was handed over to NIA. For now, it's taken almost 5 years or so for this entire case to be heard and the conviction to take place. Today, it's all about quantum of sentencing. But remember, as far as the Kashmiri Pandits are concerned, who've been at the receiving end and the wrath of terrorism, and this is where several of those people may be looking at the closure. But remember, there is going to be a High Court and Supreme Court. Pleas could be made there as well. But today is going to be much more symbolic in that particular sense, because many would say that earlier it had been a sort of fixed match that, a stone pelting happened or a Hartal calendar would be given. They would be arrested, and then these leaders would be let off after several days. But this is the first time that we're looking at a heavy-duty conviction of that side. The NIA has already said we're looking at a death sentence because, remember, there has been evidence and there has now been confession as far as Section 16, 17, 18, as well as Section 20 is concerned of the UAPA, and waging war, which is 120 IPC. That is now going to be very significant. Let me just show you. This is the family court. This is where Yasin Malik went in. We do expect him to be led from this particular way out. The security has been beefed up around here. So if you just turn around, there is a paramilitary force which has been deployed. We see a lot of SSB Jawans, the Delhi police out here. But clearly, in the twists and turns that we've seen in the case, Yasin Malik, just few months before, 5th August 2019, was arrested. At that point of time, in a dramatic turn of events, when he was being taken away, he had tried to push away the cops and hit his head against the wall, trying to show that there was atrocity being done on him. Again, there were certain pleas made by his family that he was not being treated well. But that beside, the evidence has finally nailed him down. This is going to be an important conviction, not just in terror funding, but we are also looking at subsequent cases, the Tada court cases, the Rubaiya Khan cases, as well as the cases of the 4 IF officers who were martyred, a direct role of Yasin Malik, the JKLF commander, at that point of time, one of the biggest terror organizations. So clearly, this at one point of time, the sort of pressure which has now been sustained by the government and the agencies, especially on separatist groups. But this will come down and boil down to the conviction and the larger messaging for the separatist organizations. Many would say this is the lowest part as far as the tenure is concerned, but clearly it is also about justice. It may be justice delayed, but it may not be justice denied. So we're looking at the first step, quantum of punishment, and then obviously the legal cases. There could be a challenge in the High Court and finally in the Supreme Court. But clearly, the law closing in on Yasin Malik, who has escaped the clutches of law for very, very long.
Yeah, there are courts of appeal, but the fact is this is an extremely grave case that is under judgment today. Yasin Malik has already been convicted, and the quantum of punishment, the sentencing is going to take place right now, viewer, where he faces, in all likelihood, either a life term or the death sentence, which is, the extreme case that the NIA is hoping for at this point of time. The charges have not been contested, and therefore, in many eyes, this is an open and shut case, but there are sensitivities involved, as can be seen by what's happening in Srinagar. Tear gas is having to be fired at stone pelters in the Maisuma area of Srinagar, which is where Yasin Malik and his residents are. But in the Patiala House Court is when things will be taking place at this point of time. Just the next few minutes, the sentencing will take place. Yasin Malik is inside. Obviously, we can't show you what's happening inside court, but he's sitting on a chair. There are other persons also inside the court right now. And all eyes are on the judge, who will be arriving in court in just a few minutes to read out the order. As Kamaljeet just pointed out, it is expected to be a very detailed order. There are many charges against Yasin Malik, but this particular case pertains to terror funding. It's a case that goes back to 2017. Yasin Malik was convicted in this case only a few days ago. He has not contested any of the charges, but we're going to take this story forward because India today has the most number of images from inside the Patiala House Court, and as you can see on your right, we are deployed in Srinagar as well as in Jammu to bring you what's happening there. This is a story which has multiple facets and the possibility of impact in Srinagar, in Jammu, most certainly in Pakistan, where it's already had an impact with persons like the Pakistan Prime Minister, star cricketer Shahid Afridi and others coming to the aid of their #1 jihadi asset, Yasin Malik. Pooja and Gaurav, take forward our coverage. India Today on Yasin Malik, the sentencing taking place in just a few minutes from now. Over to you, Pooja.
Thank you so much, Shiv. What a historic day, and our non-stop coverage continues on the Yasin Malik conviction and the quantum of sentence. Remember, this is a terror funding case, but for terrorist Yasin Malik, who's accused of massive crimes in Kashmir, repercussions of that violence still being felt until 24 hours ago when a cop was killed in front of his daughter. We are tracking minute-by-minute updates. India Today, the only channel getting you not only updates from the court in Delhi, but also from Kashmir, where in Mysore there are protests and tear gas shelling that are on. And I'm going to take you through in the next 1 hour exactly what you need to know about this case, about where the status is, and of course we are waiting for the NIA court to finally pronounce the verdict on what happens and what next for Yasin Malik. Will it be death penalty or will it be life term? Because remember, either way, this is a big day for the victims who have suffered all these years. This is a start when it comes to what Yasin Malik has been accused of. This could just be the beginning, remember. This is a terror funding case, but it will also pertain to many other cases. I'll be soon joined by Gaurav Sawant as well on this telecast, going across also first to Sunil G. Bhatt on the ground. Because Sunil, you have been talking to one of the most significant victims of Kashmir, the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. Nirmal Khanna has been such a brave woman. And she's been not only restarting her life, but is clearly watching the proceedings today. Sunil, over to you.
Well, Pooja, I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna, wife of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna, and I have been talking to her, and she has been saying that she wants death penalty for Yasin Malik and nothing less than that. It has been a long legal battle for the families of the victims. But Pooja, one needs to understand that this case pertains to a terror funding case from 2017, and as far as the cases of the Air Force personal killing case are concerned, they are still pending in Jammu's Tada court. Hearing is on and trial is on there. What the families of the victims now want is that this trial should be expedited at the Tada court also. But what has happened in Delhi's NIA court has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims. They say that they now are quite hopeful that Yasin Malik will be brought to justice. I am at the residence of squadron leader Ravi Khanna here in Jammu, and I have with me his wife Nirmal Khanna. Squadron leader, remember, was one of those 4 Air Force officers who attained martyrdom in a terror attack which was carried out by Yasin Malik and his terror associates. We will try and get a word from Nirmal Khanna ji. Nirmal ji, मुझे पता है कि आपने कहा कि अभी आप वर्डिक्ट पर कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, अभी वो अवेटेड है, लेकिन उस दिन क्या हुआ जिस दिन यासिन मलिक ने वो आतंकी हमला किया श्रीनगर के रावलपुरा में?
ये बात तो मेरा ख्याल पिछले 32 साल से सन 2019 से लेके अभी तक तो मैंने कोई 1000 बार ये बात बताई है कि एयरफोर्स की जो कोच है अपने प्रेस्क्राइब्ड बस स्टैंड पे आती है, ऑफिसर्स की अलग और एयरमैन की अलग। एयरमैन की बरजला में आई थी और रावलपुरा में इन ऑफिसर्स की। बरजला में कोई 20 लोग थे, जिनमें से 3 जवान शहीद हो गए थे और 17 जख्मी हो गए थे। और आगे वो जब रावलपुरा में आए हैं तो एक फ़्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा और मेरे हस्बैंड खड़े थे, स्क्वाड्रन लीडर रवि खन्ना। तो अचानक यासीन मलिक हीरो होंडा पे एक और एसोसिएट के साथ आता है और नटीपुरा का रास्ता पूछता है। वो नटीपुरा का रास्ता बता रहे हैं तो ये उनके एब्डोमेन पे गोली मार देता है। उनके हाथ में ब्रीफकेस था, उन्होंने उसका निशाना ख़राब किया, उसकी गन उन्होंने हवा में ऊपर कर दी, की, स्कफल किया, उसकी गन खाली कर दी और साथ ही BR शर्मा, उनको पता था मेरा एक और साथी है वो कहीं मारे ना जाए हम, उन्होंने उसको आवाज़ दी शर्मा सेव योर सेल्फ, और एक बहुत बड़ा पेड़ था पास में उधर, उन्होंने शर्मा साहब उसके पीछे चले गए और खन्ना को जब उसकी पीठ सड़क की तरफ हो गई तो पीछे से इसका जो एसोसिएट था, इन लोगों ने उनको 27 गोलियां और मारी पीठ पे, टोटल 28 गोलियां लगी।
28 bullets were pumped into his body.
हाँ जी। तो बाद में जब मैंने अपने एटिक से देखा कि बड़ी पटाखों जैसी आवाज़ आ रही है, देखूं तो सही, तो देखा कि बड़े लोग गन्स हाथ में उठाए हुए, घेरा बनाए हुए, हा हुल्लड़ करके, दे वर सो थ्रिल्ड कि जैसे एज इफ दे हैव डन समथिंग,
They were celebrating his killing.
दे वर सेलिब्रेटिंग कि हमने यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट कर दिया है, चाहे कर्फ्यू है चाहे कुछ है। और उसके बाद मेरे हस्बैंड को जब हम बेस हॉस्पिटल लेके गए हैं तो देयर ही वाज डिक्लेयर्ड। और
तो निर्मल जी, महबूबा मुफ्ती PDP की मुखिया और जम्मू कश्मीर की पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, वो कह रही है कि इससे क्या हासिल होगा यासिन मलिक को सज़ा देके, जबकि देखिए कितनी विडंबना है कि उनकी जो बहन है रुबिया सईद, उसका भी अपहरण यासिन मलिक ने ही किया।
नहीं तो अगर आपको ये लगता है कि उनको दुख होना चाहिए कि यासिन मलिक ने अपहरण मेरी बहन का किया, जो अभी तक कलंक लगा हुआ है और बदनामी है, एक होम मिनिस्टर के माथे पे दाग है कि उसने उसके एवज में इतने लोग छुड़वा लिए और फिर हिंदुस्तान की क्रीम को एलिमिनेट करा दिया, नालियों में खून बहा दिया, उनको बजाय अगर शर्मिंदगी हो या बुरा लगता हो तो ये ऐसी बात कहेंगी। ये सब मिली भगत है, ये सब उनका रिश्तेदार है, उनका क्या चचेरा मबेरा जो भी है भाई होगा, और यही एक, और ये सब किसी साजिश के तहत हुआ था उस टाइम। ऐसे कैसे हो सकता होम मिनिस्टर की बेटी एक कॉमन मेटाडोर से अबडक्ट हो जाती है?
Do you feel that it was staged?
बिल्कुल पक्का साफ। मुझे क्या लगता है, सारी दुनिया को लगता है।
So there was a fixed match between the home minister and the terrorist. That's what you are trying to say?
होम मिनिस्टर साहब ही बताएंगे, जो उनको ऊपर जाके पूछना चाहेगा जाके उनको बता देंगे वो। मैं यहाँ पर ये बात क्या कह सकती हूँ इस बारे में।
बट निर्मल जी, अभी पाकिस्तान से जिस प्रकार से बयानबाजी आ रही है, चाहे वेदर इट्स द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान शहबाज शरीफ और फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान इमरान खान, और इवन सेलिब्रिटीज ऑफ पाकिस्तान, दे हैव कम आउट इन ओपन सपोर्ट ऑफ यासिन मलिक एंड दे आर क्लेमिंग दैट ही हैज बीन फैब्रिकेटेड, यू नो, ही हैज बीन फ्रेम्ड इन फैब्रिकेटेड केसेस। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से एज फार एज पाकिस्तान इज कंसर्न?
मैं उनके विषय में क्या कहूँ, देखो ये उनका ही एक किस्म का स्टेज उन्होंने बनाई थी ना, तो अगर एक बंदे को उन्होंने पूरा ड्रामा उसके हाथ में दे दिया और उसने भी बेस्ट रोल अदा करके दिया है उनको, तो नेचुरली अब उन्होंने उसके सपोर्ट में खड़ा तो होना है।
तो निर्मल जी, अभी आप क्या चाहती हैं, किस अदालत की तरफ से सजाए मौत हो यासिन मलिक के लिए?
देखिए जी, मैं एक बार नहीं, हर बार मुझे आप बेहोशी में पूछो, होश में पूछो, इंजेक्शन लगा के पूछो, मैं हर बार एक ही बात, सच्ची बात, अपने ज़मीर की बात कहूँगी। ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस है, ये देश को देखना है, देश की एजेंसीज को देखना है कि देशद्रोह के लिए कौन सा प्रेसिडेंट बनाया जाए जो आने वाली जनरेशंस को भी एक लाउड मैसेज दिया जाए। ये देश को देखना है, मेरा कोई काम नहीं है इसमें।
Do you feel betrayed by the system?
So far my case is concerned, my husband's case is concerned, 32 साल 4 महीने से मैं तो मुंह उठा के देख रही हूँ, वो 32 साल 4 महीने ज़्यादा जी लिया, तो क्या आज मैं हूँ तो मेरे हस्बैंड भी शायद मेरे साथ होते, नेचुरल डेथ होती तो ठीक है, ऊपर वाला, हम मरने के लिए आए हैं यहाँ पर इस प्लेनेट पे, मरना है, पैदा होना है, मरना है, पैदा होना है, लेकिन जो लोगों ने एक ही बार मरना है तो उनको मालिक रास्ते पे भी सीधे चलाता है। यासीन मलिक के लिए मैं और कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती, मैं कहती हूँ उसको मुबारक है अगर मेरे केस में, मेरे हस्बैंड के खून के केस में, उन 3 शहीदों के, जो एयरफोर्स के जवान शहीद हुए हैं उनके केस में, और जो जितने इनोसेंट लोग अपने घर में हाथ उठाए उसकी बारगाह में बैठे हुए हैं, इसको मुबारक है अगर इसको अपने किए की सज़ा मिल जाती है और इसको ईश्वर माफ़ कर देता है, तो इसके जैसा भी मुबारक बंदा कौन होगा। खून की सज़ा, खून अगर हो तो आइंदा और भी हमारी जनरेशन्स में ये मैसेज जाता है कि हमें आउटला होके कोई काम नहीं करना.
So Nirmal ji, do you feel betrayed by the system that all these 30 years, you were fighting, a lone battle against the system, against terrorism. So do you think that the successive governments were not serious as far as, taking these cases to logical conclusion is concerned?
सुनील जी, आपने मेरे से पूछा है 32 साल 4 महीने में. मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि आज 25 मई है ना, तो ये 25 जनवरी 1990 को हुआ था. तब से ये मैं इंतज़ार में बैठी हुई हूँ. यासीन मलिक ने तो उस दिन स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना और 3 दूसरों को एक ही बार मारा था. उन लड़कियों ने मुझे ज्वाइन भी नहीं किया. किसी की 2 महीने की शादी थी, 3 महीने की थी, किसी की बच्ची 2-4 महीने की थी, किसी ने घर में ही शादी कर ली, किसी ने रिश्तेदारों में कर ली. उन लोगों ने कहा कि हमें कुछ नहीं करना. मैंने आई हैव फॉट माई केस माई सेल्फ, और मुझे पेंशन केस भी कोर्ट में जाके लेना पड़ा. क्या हुक्म, आप मुझसे ये बात पूछ रहे हो, आज मैं आपके माध्यम से कहती हूँ, ज़रा सोचिए एक फौजी शहीद की बीवी को कोर्ट में जाके अपनी पेंशन क्यों लेनी पड़े, जबकि ये उसको सारा काम, ये डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री का काम है.
Saying that you had to even knock the door of the judiciary for getting
How
pension.
can one not salute,
4.5 साल I have
not support
from
this brave woman who you're listening to on the channel right now? 32 years this woman has been fighting legally, and Gaurav Sawant now joins me on this special telecast. Gaurav, what a significant day today as we go to the court. Yasin Malik's verdict is set to be pronounced from a time, remember Gaurav, when Yasin Malik, the terrorist, thought he's got away easily. He's got away from his killings and crimes. Over to you, Gaurav.
For decades, he got away with murder and terror, but finally the law is catching up with this big daddy of terror. Remember, he is one of the first terrorists who went across the line of control to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for training. He was involved in a series of murders in Jammu and Kashmir, including of Kashmiri Pandits, the abduction of Rubaiya Saeed, the daughter of then Union Home Minister of India, Mufti Mohammad Saeed, and the killing of these 4 Indian Air Force personnel. But those trials are being carried out separately. This is a very crucial case of terror financing. And I want to bring in Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu into our conversation, Pooja, because Kamal, this terrorist may claim to be a Gandhian, may have abandoned his gun, but he was actually preparing future generations of terrorists and stone pelters with funds arranged from Pakistan, something he's now confessed to.
It's not just about days and years, it's about 3 decades of terrorism. And this is where Yasin Malik has been a very important player, from being a commander of JKLF to going to Pakistan and being with Hafiz Saeed. Remember, he's been very important because what NIA says and the investigation and the charge sheet very clearly points out is about how the terror funding was being used to actually have a spell of trouble in Kashmir Valley, right from Hartal calendars to months and months we saw of dark times there as far as Kashmir is concerned. This is where the funds were used to channel terror activities. He's been charged under Section 16, 17, 18, 20 of the UAPA, and also very clearly when it comes to Section 120B of the IPC, which is waging war against the country. And under this section is where the NIA has actually asked for a death sentence. This point of time, Yasin Malik has taken plea that if he was somebody who shunned violence and he became a Gandhian in terms of principles, why did the 7 prime ministers of the country really meet him? There was a delegation of the Hurriyat conference which met the prime ministers. So this is where he's taken a plea and has asked the judge to give a fair judgment of sorts. But clearly he comes with a lot of baggage. The baggage has terror activities. There are cases not just of kidnapping of Rubaiya Saeed, as you were mentioning, but also the 4 Air Force personnel. There have been cases where JKLF has been involved in direct terror activities, and this has gone on for several decades. The other part was whether there was some sort of fixed match. How were they free for so long? The final part is the law finally closing in on Yasin Malik. Now we're looking at a judgment, a quantum of sentence coming in. But remember, they can always have a plea in High Court as well as the Supreme Court, so it has to go through. But today, it may not come as a closure to several of those who are looking at the first possible conviction of Yasin Malik, not just as a terrorist, but also as a separatist leader. He spent several years and being part of that, and whether it's Zahur Vitali, whether it is the likes of Shabir Shah, the others who've been involved, there has been this entire networking, and that is why even Hafiz Saeed as well as Saeed Salahuddin, and let me just try and get you a sentiment out here. This is a small family which has come in here, getting a flag. आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, कश्मीर से आपका कोई नाता नहीं, पंडित भी नहीं है आप, लेकिन आज अगर आप आए हैं, किस तरह की उम्मीद से आए?
देखो, आज मेरा कश्मीर से रिश्ता है, मेरे भारत का ताज है, वो धरती का स्वर्ग है। इस देश के गद्दार पाकिस्तानी प्रस्ती एजेंट यासीन मलिक ने जिस तरीके से घाटी को लाल करके छोड़ा है, आज उसकी फांसी की सजा की अपील करने के लिए माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय और पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट के बाहर यही प्रदर्शन करने चाहते हैं। आम नागरिक होने के नाते हमारा एक कर्तव्य बनता है।
बच्चे से बात करते हैं, आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, आपको केस के बारे में क्या पता है?
यासीन मलिक ने उस छोटी बच्ची को क्यों मारा?
So the sentiments are high. There may not be a direct correlation with Kashmir, but people do have sentiments. They've seen what has really happened in 3 decades.
I think people have woken up. For years, there was this deliberate attempt by Yasin Malik and his supporters to play it down. But people have woken up, and now in just a short while, Gaurav, judge is all set to read out the sentence.
Life or death for Yasin Malik, we'll know moments from now. He stands convicted of terror financing in a 2016-17 terror funding case. This is extremely critical. The learned judge is now reading out the sentence in the special NIA court in Patiala House. Here is a man who's confessed he took funds from Pakistan. He took funds from Hafiz Muhammad Saeed and Sayyid Salahuddin and prepared Puja, the next generation of stone pelters after terrorist Burhan Wani was killed. Very, very crucial verdict expected moments from now.
Absolutely, and it's important to understand that apart from the funding of terror, there are clear charges of waging a war against nation. Anti-India activities that have been charged against Yasin Malik. Of course, the victims will tell you that he has committed much more heinous crimes. Nevertheless, right now, Gaurav, over to you. We have the big verdict coming in. Life imprisonment for terrorist Yasin Malik.
It's a big verdict. Yasin Malik will spend his entire life in jail for terror funding. Big verdict coming first here on India Today. Yasin Malik has been sentenced to a life in prison for terror financing in 2016-17.
Raising funds for terrorists, indulging in act of terror, conspiracy to commit act of terror, links to terror group, anti-India activities, all these 5 charges at least, found guilty. He did not contest, tried to put forth his representation. Nevertheless, life imprisonment has come from the NIA court. Remember, this is just the beginning of the face of terror you see on your screens right now. He tried to get away for as long as possible, tried to become a hero, tried to reach out to as many supporters. Today, Yasin Malik stands isolated. Life imprisonment has been announced, so the much-awaited verdict has come from the court, the NIA court in Delhi. Remember, this is only the start. For many years, there was a demand coming in for death penalty, but now, Nirmal Khanna, the wife, the brave wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who was shot dead outside his house, is speaking. Let's listen.
बुद्धि के आधार पर, तथ्यों के आधार पर जो भी उसको सजा दी है, मैं उसको ऑनर करती हूँ, क्योंकि दे नो बेटर देन मी कि इस केस में कौन सी सजा देनी चाहिए. हो सकता है लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट के दौरान ही उनको कई ऐसी चीज़ें और चाहिए हैं जो वो पता लगाते रहेंगे. मेरी बुद्धि तो इतनी बात कहती है कि अभी हुकूमतों ने अपना काम करना है.
Do you think that now the cases, other cases that are pending against Yasin Malik, like the killing of the Air Force personnel and Rubia Saeed kidnapping case, those cases will be expedited and Yasin Malik will be brought to justice? Do you feel that in those cases he will get death sentence?
I'm 100% sure that justice will be given to me. People say justice delayed, justice denied. But I don't agree on this because I had been denied my legitimate right of getting my pension, my husband's pension, when Naga Mizo militants were rehabilitated in this country. But defense forces were denied their legitimate right. I fought my case, and with the grace of Almighty God, I got that case. Now, that is a precedent of India, an officer going to his office en route to his office or while coming from office. If any untoward incident occurs on the way, the deceased family will be given last pay drawn till death, even after remarriage on reduced pay scale. So, I believe I am given this justice. So, I am drawing my husband's pension on liberalized pensionary award. Or after that, my husband is given that honor of this National War Memorial in present government's regime.
So are you satisfied with the verdict in this case? Are you satisfied?
For my case, I am again, time and again, I am requesting time and again, I am requesting that in my case, what I want with loud voice, I can say, I can claim that there should be the same.
2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences, besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Okay, so that's the latest.
Death sentence was sought, but life imprisonment has been given.
Death has been declined. Death has been declined.
Can you tell us in detail as to what really?
No, I have not read the order. You will get the entire detailed order that court will justify what court has considered, what are the circumstances, whatever has been considered, that will get
what
in the detailed order.
What is the final quantum of punishment?
2 life imprisonments and 5-10 years, all to run concurrently. 1 life means everything, entire life.
यानी दोनों जो उम्र कैद, 2 मामलों में जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है साथ चलेगी, ये कोर्ट ने साथ किया है। अच्छा, कितना जुर्माना किया गया है?
10 लाख है और 10,000, 5,000, सब में अलग अलग है।
कुल मिलाकर के कितना जुर्माना है?
ये जोड़ा नहीं मैंने, वो जोड़ा नहीं मैंने।
अच्छा, जज साहब ने क्या फैसले में की जो ये निष्कर्ष निकाला है कि उम्र कैद की सजा है, इसका आधार भी बताया है कुछ ऑपरेटिव पार्ट जो पढ़ा गया है?
नहीं, उन्होंने प्लीड गिल्टी किया था, तो सेंटेंसिंग है, आज कोई जजमेंट नहीं हुई है, सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है। ये सिर्फ सेंटेंसिंग है।
तो जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है 121 के तहत हुई है और दूसरा कौन सा सेक्शन?
121 और दूसरा शायद 17 है, अभी ऑर्डर में आएगा।
अच्छा, जो यूएपीए का जो सेक्शन है। ओके, ठीक।
सर, एक बार अपना पूरा नाम बता दीजिए।
उमेश शर्मा, एडवोकेट हूँ मैं।
कोर्ट में हुआ प्लीज थोड़ा सा।
अभी सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, अभी जज साहब ने प्रोनाउंस किया है, 2 लाइफ सेंटेंसिंग है और 10 ईयर्स की 5 पनिशमेंट है इनकी।
जुर्माने को लेकर
जुर्माना 10 लाख रुपए है, 10,000 है।
और what he was told about all the consequences which he was supposed to face once he plead guilty, and all the things were told to him, and today now the matter has been decided and he is sentenced for 120B. He has been punished with 10 years and 10,000 fine. For 121 IPC he is punished with life imprisonment and 10,000 fine. 121A IPC 10 years with 10,000 fine. 13 UAPA read with 120B IPC 5-year fine. 5 year, 5,000 fine. 15 UAPA punishment under 16 UAPA 10 years, 10,000 fine. 17 UAPA life, 10 lakh fine. 18 UAPA 10 years, 10,000 fine. 38 UAPA 5 years, 5,000 fine. 39 UAPA 5 year, 5,000 fine. Section 20 UAPA 10 year, 10,000 fine. Anything else you people want to ask?
Questions?
Any questions from your side?
कोई क्वेश्चन पूछेगा?
इस तरफ आएंगे रिपोर्टर सर। I will come outside.
Big case, terrorist Yasin Malik has been sentenced to a life in prison, and in 2 different cases, which means 2 concurrent life sentences. He will spend the rest of his remaining years in jail, is what the learned judge said In other cases, he's been fined up to 10 lakh rupees. He's been fined 10 lakh rupees in some cases, 10,000 rupees fine in other cases, and 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 5 other cases, including criminal conspiracy for terror funding and terror strikes. It's a huge judgment. This, of course, is the first case, the first trial of Yasin Malik in an NIA court. He does have an opportunity to appeal in a superior court. Let's listen into reactions coming in.
Then basically a chance was given to Yasin Malik. The court has permitted him to basically say, and Yasin Malik has already pleaded before the court that he has not basically, he has said that मैं ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलने वाला हूँ, आप जो भी सेंटेंस देना चाहते हैं आप दे सकते हैं. And but he has said कि I have been a non-violence leader, political leader in the country, and I have never basically raised this thing to divide the country for any reason. And I have been worked with for 7 Prime Ministers of India, and lastly basically when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was there, so I have been even given the passport. तो उन्होंने ये कहा था, फिर उसके बाद कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर रिजर्व किया था, उन्होंने ये भी बोला था कि कोर्ट जो है ये सब चीज़ों का ध्यान रखेगी वाइल गिविंग दी दीज बात है बेसिकली मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स विच कोर्ट हैज़ टू टेक केयर. देन अभी 3:30 बजे के लिए कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर प्रोनाउंस के रखा था, बट सिंस ऑर्डर वाज लॉन्ग, सो अब जाके 6 बजे सो बेसिकली ऑन ईच सेक्शंस 10,000 हुआ है, एंड मैक्सिमम पनिशमेंट वाज लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट. व्हाट विल बी द फर्दर प्रोसीडिंग्स, यू नो, बिकॉज ही हैज प्लीडेड गिल्टी, तो देयर विल बी नॉट much thing. I mean, that we'll see. That we'll see. I mean, at that point. So basically, court doesn't. I mean, this right now the proceedings have happened, and court has pronounced the imprisonment right now. The maximum punishment was given is life imprisonment by the court. There was 8 to 10 sections basically, in which under 2 sections life imprisonment was given. So that's all basically. What else you want to know?
Also, do tell us what is the quantum of punishment in terms of fine, in terms of concurrent.
So basically, in under section 120B, it was a 10 years rigorous imprisonment along with 10,000 fine. Under section 121, it was given life imprisonment along with 10,000 rigorous. 10,000 fine, and 121 it was again 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. But section 17 of UAPA, he has been given life imprisonment.
Under section 17?
17. Basically, under 2 sections, he has been given life imprisonment.
Where is section 17?
17 and 121. IPC. 121 also, IPC, 17 of UAPA.
Also, the NIA had sought death penalty for him.
Court has not. Court was
so
not.
What is the next proceeding? Can he appeal in the High Court?
So we cannot much say right now because he has pleaded guilty, so he cannot go on appeal. But things, wait for the other things. We will see what other actions.
What about the other accused?
So it has been pronounced again only Yasin Malik right now.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So a big day as far as the terror financing is concerned. Conviction for Yasin Malik and quantum of sentence as to life imprisonment and yes, 10,000 rupees fine each. So very clearly under the stringent sections 17 of the UAPA and section 121 of the IPC, this is where Yasin Malik being given life imprisonment. There's a heavy fine which has been imposed to him. There is going to be obviously perhaps a closure for many, but as far as the other cases are concerned, they are concurrently going on in several other courts. But clearly, the first conviction really coming in here.
Just a start, nevertheless, it has come. Let's go across now to Shreya Chatterjee. Shreya, let's get this straight now. Of course, there are different, there are 10 years, 10,000, 10 lakh rupees fine, 7 UPA charges under which the quantum has been announced. But the waging war against the government, against the country, terror funding 17 UAPA, 121 UPC, this is against which he's got life imprisonment.
Well, absolutely. So, Pooja, now there are 10 sections under which he's been convicted in this 2017 terror funding case, but 2 of the sections against which he's been guaranteed life imprisonment. One is section 121 of the IPC, which is waging war. For that, he's been given life imprisonment and a fine of 10,000. And under 17 UAPA, it's life imprisonment and a fine of 10 lakh. Now, all these sections under which he's been given punishments will be running concurrently. The judgment was pronounced by the special NIA judge Praveen Singh. 10 of the total sections under which he's been pronounced guilty, but 2 of those main puja are section 121 and 70 UAPA.
He was in court. How did Yasin Malik react to the sentencing? What was the atmosphere like in the courtroom, Shreya?
Well, inside the courtroom, we saw Yasin Malik. He held his calm. He was calm since morning. Remember, he's the one who fought his case by himself. He refused for a lawyer, is why an amicus curiae was also given, so that the charges are explained to him. The same happened when the judge was pronouncing the order. The amicus curiae was explaining the charges to Yasin Malik. He held calm and he heard all the charges. Before the judge was arriving, he was also given a chair to sit because it was quite a long time.
Stay on with me, because right now reactions coming in from all sides. Let's listen in to what lawyers are saying.
ग्रेवर है, मतलब उसके अलावा 2 ही ऑप्शन थी, लाइफ और डेथ. तो लाइफ मिल गया तो इट्स ठीक है, बाकी डिसाइड करेंगे. अभी फाइल पे पुट अप होगा, हायर अथॉरिटीज का क्या व्यू है वो लोग बताएंगे.
लेकिन इसमें जो धाराएं लगाई गई वो काफ़ी स्ट्रांग धाराएं हैं, जिस पर कोर्ट ने बहुत अच्छे से संज्ञान लिया है और आपकी अधिकतर चीज़ें आपने सिद्ध भी की, और सिद्ध होने के साथ साथ, आरोप सिद्ध होने के साथ साथ मुजरिम ने तस्लीम भी किया, ये स्वीकार किया कि हाँ उसने ये अपराध किए हैं.
देखिए, पहले तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन बढ़िया हुई है केस में, तभी अक्यूज्ड को पता था कि कॉन्टेस्ट करके भी कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, तो उसने ऐसे बिना सोचे समझे तो किया नहीं. तो ग्रेवर ऑफेंस था, बड़े लेवल पे कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी, इंडिया से थी, फॉरेन कंट्री से थी, तो बड़े लेवल का हाई प्रोफाइल वो था.
जो लोग इस मामले में पीड़ित रहे हैं, जिन वायु सैनिकों की हत्या की यासीन मलिक ने अपनी गोली से और निहत्थे लोगों की, ऐसे मासूम लोगों की, उनके परिवार वालों का कहना है कि बाकी तो अदालत जो भी सजा दे, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं खून का बदला.
देखिए, मेरा ये आर्गुमेंट आज ये रहा है कि देखिए, रेट्रीब्यूटिव जो थ्योरी है ना, पनिशमेंट, इट टॉक्स अबाउट आई फॉर आई एंड टूथ फॉर टूथ. And I have made submission to the court that in the case of Yasin Malik, even reformatory theory can't be think of, because he is a hardcore fundamentalist.
वो तो ठीक है. क्या यासीन मलिक ने जब ये कहा कि वो गांधी जी के रास्ते पर चल रहा है हिंसा छोड़ने के बाद, तो अदालत क्या उससे भी कुछ कन्विंस हुई लगता है?
उनका आर्गुमेंट था, उनके वकील ने भी कहा, और वो, लेकिन वो ऑन रिकॉर्ड नहीं है ना चीज़ें. बोलने में कुछ मेरी गांधीयन पर प्रोटेस्ट कैलेंडर मिला है, ईमेल्स मिली हैं, वो सब कुछ एविडेंस, स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस था हमारे पास.
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस भी मिले?
बहुत मिला है, सब कुछ था. व्हाट्सएप चैट्स थी, ईमेल्स थी, वो सब एविडेंस था.
तो सिर्फ ये कह देने से कितना वो रहता है कि साहब हम तो गांधी जी के रास्ते पर चल रहे हैं और हथियार छोड़ने के बाद हमने तो 7 प्रधानमंत्रियों के साथ काम किया और गांधी जी के रास्ते पर है.
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. देखिए, आपका बिहेवियर और आपकी एक्टिविटीज, मुंह में कुछ और है, अंदर कुछ और है, वो नहीं चलेगा.
तो ये कहते हैं कि 900 चूहे खा के बिल्ली हज को चली, तो बिल्ली तो हाजी हो सकती है, लेकिन कानून की निगाह में कोई निर्दोष नहीं हो सकता.
कोर्ट हैज डिसाइडेड आफ्टर टेकिंग इनटू कंसीडरेशन all the oral and documentary evidence which we have submitted in the charge sheet.
कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण रहा आप लोगों के लिए एनआईए का इसे यहाँ तक अंजाम तक पहुँचाना? कितने लोगों की टीम लगी थी और कितने आप लोगों ने दिन रात काम किए था?
देखिए, पहले मैं ना थोड़ा हमारा ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट जो है इसको ना माना जाए. बीइंग अ प्रोसिक्यूटर मैं, ठीक है, वो शाम को एक प्रेस रिलीज आ जाएगा, लेकिन ठीक है, मैं थोड़ा बहुत इसके मतलब इस केस में जुड़ा हुआ हूँ शुरू से.
अंजना कश्यप सीधा आपसे सवाल पूछ रही हैं कि फांसी की सजा की मांग को लेकर आप, जिसके आप प्रोसिक्यूटर हैं एनआईए के, तो क्या आप लोग हायर कोर्ट में जाएंगे चुनौती देने के?
वी विल थिंक ओवर इट. इट विल बी, द इशू विल बी टेकन अप बिफोर द हायर अथॉरिटीज एंड इसको हर एंगल से देखा जाएगा. तो जो भी डिसाइड होता है सामने आ जाएगा कुछ दिनों में.
इनका कहना है कि सीधा जो भी चीजें हायर अथॉरिटी तय करेंगी वो सामने.
All right, Gaurav, so that was the NIA lawyer, the prosecutor, and very clearly stating that they had enough evidence. Listen into more reactions.
अब सजा की जरूरत थी, और खास करके बहुत से ऐसे केस पेंडिंग्स हैं. ये तो टेरर फंडिंग का मामला है, लेकिन जो अपहरण, हत्या, इस प्रकार के जो कई इन पर केस बने, उसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में इससे भी सख्त सजा इनको सुनाई जाएगी।
तो लगता है कि ये सही जस्टिस हुआ?
देखिए, न्यायालय पर सवाल खड़ा करना, उन्होंने सबूतों और दूसरे आधार पर ये काम किया है, उसका हिसाब से ही फैसला सुनाया है, तो मुझे लगता है हमें होना चाहिए। इसके साथ ही मैंने पहले कहा कि जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, ये सब चीज़ें पहले से तय हैं और इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए उन परिवारों को कम से कम न्याय मिलेगा जिनको कि आज तक 30 सालों में किसी ने पूछा नहीं, किसी का परिवार का कोई व्यक्ति चला गया, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया, ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए। जो तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है।
Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, BJP Neta Kavinder Gupta. But look at this man on your screens. Right now, he was walking out of prison. This is a short while ago. Yasin Malik, still managing to have a smile on his face because he felt he has got away for so long, but not anymore. The law has caught up. And the clock is ticking for Yasin Malik, the terrorist who's right now convicted of terror funding. Gaurav, finally the day has come. Nevertheless, a start today for waging war against the country, for brainwashing young men and women. Yasin Malik convicted today.
A very dangerous mind, a very dangerous terrorist, Yasin Malik, involved in active cases of terror in Jammu and Kashmir. He's finally been sentenced to a life in prison in 2 cases. They will run concurrently. So he will spend the rest of his living years in Tihar Central Jail. That's as of now. He's also been fined up to 10 lakh rupees in multiple cases and 10,000 rupees in other cases and 5 years in prison and 10 years. But let's listen into more reactions that are coming in.
ठीक है, मेरा नंबर ले लीजिएगा, आई विल प्रोवाइड द कॉपी। कोर्ट हैज ओनली प्रोनाउंस्ड द ऑर्डर ऑन सेंटेंस इन विच ही हैज गिवन सेंटेंसेस इन वेरियस सेक्शंस। कई धाराओं में सजा सुनाई है, उसमें 121 आईपीसी और 17 यूएपीए के अंदर उन्होंने उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई है।
मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस कुड हैव बीन डेथ सेंटेंस।
मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस, बट लेकिन कोर्ट हैज आल्सो लुक इनटू द पास्ट एंटीसीडेंट एंड आल्सो द probability of the reformation of any of the accused whenever any sentence is decided.
टोटल जुर्माना कितना होगा लगभग?
टोटल जुर्माना मेरे हिसाब से जो देख के समझ में आ रहा है 11 के आसपास आएगा।
11 लाख के आसपास।
हाँ जी,
11 लाख के आसपास। 11 लाख के आसपास कह रहे हैं।
हाँ।
क्या कुछ आज सर आज क्या कुछ एक मिनट क्या यार फिर आप ही कर लो फिर यार।
ये पहले जो
क्या हुआ सर आप पूरा डीडी का माइक आ रहा है, थोड़ा सा विस्तार में बता दीजिए। अरे आप नाराज ना कर लो, निकल लो, साथ करना था ना यार, एक साथ नहीं करना ना। पहले ले ले फिर आप
या फोटो ले लो ना आराम से।
सर आज
डबल सर आज नंबर दे दे
सर। आप केस क्यों रहे थे सर, आज क्या पूरा मामला हुआ
सर?
लाइव है,
आ रहा
क्या हुआ सर बताइए क्या हुआ
सर? आज कोर्ट में मैटर फिक्स था ऑन द पॉइंट ऑफ, इंग्लिश में बोल सकते हैं?
यस
ऑन द पॉइंट ऑफ quantum of sentence to be awarded in the judgment which was pronounced on 19th of May 2022 in State versus Hafiz Saeed, in which Yasin Malik was one of the accused as accused number 14. Okay. Both the party, the state which is NIA in the present case, and I as a amicus curiae appointed by the Honorable Court, both people argued regarding the quantum of the sentence. Under section 1921 IPC, the maximum sentence was death or the capital punishment, and the minimum punishment was life imprisonment. Both the parties, NIA asked for a capital punishment, and I, being a amicus curiae, I requested before the Honorable Court to award a life imprisonment, which was the minimum sentence in the sentences in which he has been convicted.
Sir, what was the matter of plea? What was the matter of plea? What Malik said?
What
was the matter of plea? I am asking. What Malik said when judge asked him? You have just said.
Malik has stated before the Honorable Court that he is totally satisfied by the Honorable Court decision, and he is fully satisfied with all the legal assistance he has been provided to him during the course of the on the point of the plead guilty and the sentence and also the judgment.
What will be the further process? Now the people can go to High Court also?
Sir, once the person plead guilty, then there is a very less chances that he can challenge the sentence order, because he himself stated that he has committed those crimes. So only the sentence or only the challenge will be regarding the quantum of the sentence, that not more than that.
हिंदी में बता दीजिए कितना जुर्माना लगाएंगे?
सर टोटल जुर्माना 11 लाख के आसपास लगा होगा।
थैंक यू सर। क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट में हुआ सर यासीन मलिक?
Gaurav, as we watch these proceedings of the court, as I watch this man walking out of the court, knowing he's convicted, knowing he has been exposed, it is a big day, because this reminds us that our courts are ensuring that terrorists like him will not get away easily.
And here was a man who actually confessed to all his charges. He pleaded guilty, and as the learned amicus curiae or the friend of the court was mentioning, to journalists, that once he's pleaded guilty, once he's been sentenced, he cannot go and appeal against the sentence to a superior court. Very little chance of that. But the NIA will take a call whether the NIA wants to appeal against life in prison and seek the death penalty, because the NIA sought capital punishment in both cases of terror funding, where he's one of the accused and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed, the Pakistani terrorist, is the main accused in the terror financing case. Remember, these are cases that are pertaining to 2016-17, where Pakistani money was used to fuel terror in Jammu and Kashmir, and Yasin Malik stands accused or now convicted of organizing those protests after terrorist Burhan Wani was killed, while claiming to be a peaceful Gandhian.
It is also important to understand how the national investigative agencies ensured that they gather strong evidence to be put in court, whether it was the conversations, whether it was digital evidence, whether it was accounts they managed, Gaurav. They ensured this is an opportunity. They had to be sure. They had solid evidence, and that is the reason that minimum, at least life imprisonment, is a quantum that has been given. NI prosecutors are likely to, of course, possibly take this further.
You know, you have the courts that are watching this very carefully. You have hostile elements from across the border who are already crying themselves hoarse given the sentencing, because they realize that one of the main conduits of Pakistan's state-sponsored terror in Jammu and Kashmir has been sentenced to a life in prison in one case. He's facing trials where charges have been framed in multiple cases, including the murder of 4 Indian Air Force personnel and the abduction of the daughter of then Union Home Minister of India Rubaiya Saeed, sister of former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti. So those cases, the trial is continuing and charges have been framed, and action is likely to be taken soon in them. And I want to quickly bring in Shreya Chatterjee for more, Pooja, in this conversation. Yes. Shreya, give us details of the kind of evidence NIA had gathered against Yasin Malik in terms of terror funding from Pakistan.
Well, Gaurav, when NIA was investigating the case, which it is registered in 2017, they had got digital evidences. They had also got transactions. Because remember, there were shell companies that were flouted, Hawala routes that were created, and then money was pumped in from UAE, from Pakistan, by ISI agencies into the valley to create an atmosphere of terror. Now, we also do know that during the raids from Yasin Malik's home, a note was also recovered where there was clear instructions given that the youth should be disengaged and then used for stone pelting. Remember, it's the same period of time when 89 cases of stone pelting was registered in the valley. So there is incriminating evidence against Yasin Malik. There is an establishment of the fact that money was indeed received by Yasin Malik, because Zahoor Batali, one of the Kashmir businessmen who was a Hawala conduit, who was helping in getting the money, there was a transaction detail that the NIA had recovered of 15 lakhs that was transferred from Zahoor Batali to Yasin Malik. So definitely there was incriminating evidences why the charges were framed, and then we also saw Yasin Malik plead guilty on the 10th of May, and finally today the court has pronounced the order, and life imprisonment is the maximum that Yasin Malik has got under the sections 121 and 17 UAPA.
And it is very important here as we look at these photographs coming in from Kashmir, from the protests against Yasin Malik taking place in Delhi as well, and of course him walking out of the court. Shreya, as we talk about the court proceedings, it is important to mention here, Yasin Malik pleaded guilty on all charges. He clearly realized his time is up, the clock is ticking for him. He tried to put as defense as much as possible, but courts ensuring he does not walk out a hero. He walks out for the crimes that he has been known for, and that convicted, and now a life imprisonment has been announced as a quantum of sentence. And do tell us at this point, Shreya, what are we expecting here on with regard to the court? Are we expecting the NIA prosecutors to take it further for a possible demand for a death penalty? Because we do know whether it is the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, Nirmal Khanna, or we know about the Kashmiri Pandits, all of them have been demanding a death penalty and no less for Yasin Malik.
Well, absolutely. So, Pooja, we'll have to wait and watch whether NIA actually mulls about appealing before higher courts for a death penalty, because indeed today NIA had sought for a death penalty in the matter under the section 121 IPC, which is waging war. However, the court has awarded a life imprisonment. So whether or not NIA would like to take forward is something that we will have to wait and watch out further. But that is very much possible, because even earlier today morning, the NIA had sought for death penalty. They use the very word that they want deterrent punishment in the matter, because they want to set an example what happens when people plan such a huge thing. Because remember, protest calendars were created. There was incriminating evidence how the youth was also engaged in creating an atmosphere of terror, in creating an atmosphere of unrest in the valley, which was absolutely planned from across the border. So we'll have to wait and watch whether NIA mulls further plans. But so far, a life imprisonment is what is awaiting Yasin Malik.
All right, Gaurav, as we listen to what Shreya is also telling us, remember, he tried to say, I've become a Gandhian. I do not use weapons anymore. The fact is, his repercussions of his actions are still felt. Young men are still taking up arms because of people like Yasin Malik.
This was such a facade, and such a carefully created facade by forces rather hostile. Here is an armed terrorist trained in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, carried out a series of terror attacks, then claimed that he'd given up the gun and claimed he'd turned a Gandhian. Another terrorist/separatist facing trial for terror cases called himself Nelson Mandela of India. So one guy calls himself the Gandhi of India. And what are they actually doing? They are arranging funds from Pakistan and other countries to create the next crop of terrorists. They are the ones who are funding terror in Jammu and Kashmir, like after the killing of terrorist Burhan Wani in 2016-17, and a large number of people, civilians and security force personnel, were killed in violence fueled by actions of these elements. They burned schools. You've been to Kashmir so many times. You've lived in Kashmir. They burned down schools so that school children are available as stone pelters. So it's a very carefully crafted radical Islamist terror mindset that these people cover up with this facade of being Gandhians.
And remember, right now, the victims, the survivors of those crimes must be watching with hope that there is still hope for them to ensure that he gets maximum punishment. We are talking about Doordarshan director Lasa Kaul. We're talking about Nirmal Khanna. We're talking about other armed forces. And just recently, the daughter of Saifullah Qadri, who is currently battling for her life. Let's go across now to Sunil Ji Bhatt in Jammu. All our reporters in Delhi also updating us. Sunil, Nirmal Khanna, the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, watched the husband got killed, but so much dignity and resilience, even today in her voice, it's incredible. What is she saying now, Sunil, if you can hear me, and how is she going to ensure that her fight continues?
Well, Pooja, we have been speaking to Nirmal Khanna ji right throughout the day, and even when the verdict was out, we were the first one to talk to her to get her reaction, and she has spoken exclusively to us, and she has said that she's satisfied with the verdict. In this case, she honors the verdict that has come out, but at the same time, she has said that she now hopes that the cases that are pending against Yasin Malik, whether it's the Air Force personal killing case or the other serious cases. Now there should be that trial should take place in an expedited manner, and day-to-day hearings should take place, and she is quite hopeful now that justice will be delivered in Air Force personal killing case. She's saying that the current dispensation has the political will. She's quite hopeful. She has appealed to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to ensure that there is speedy trial in other cases against Yasin Malik, so that he is punished soon, because he has been given a long rope and he has gone scot-free for last 32 years. Finally, justice has been delivered and he has been awarded life imprisonment in terror funding case. She says that now there is a ray of hope for her. She will continue her fight, and she's pinning her hopes on the judiciary. She had to fight a long legal battle for last 32 years, and she had to also go through mental trauma, because even for her pension she had to run from pillar to post. She says that she feels betrayed by the system at a time when the nation should have been standing with her. She was aghast and pained to see Yasin Malik being given VIP treatment by the civil society of the country, but she now hopes that justice will be delivered. And you can see that this has been a very long legal battle, and she has a smile on her face today. She wants now that the prosecution should pursue the cases against Yasin Malik with all seriousness now, whether it's the Air Force personal case or the Rubia Saeed kidnapping case. She has pinned her
as you very
hopes on
rightly
the
point
judiciary
out,
now.
she's actually a witness. And Pooja,
yes,
Mrs. Nirmal Khanna is actually a witness in her husband's murder case. And when you hear her, it is shocking. After her husband was shot dead by these terrorists, 4 Indian Air Force personnel were shot dead as they waited for the Air Force bus to take them to the Air Force station in Srinagar. The terrorists danced on the dead bodies. The terrorists danced around the dead bodies. And these are people who were for decades hailed as Gandhians in our society.
These
Those
Air
who were
Force
dancing.
personnel, Gaurav, were unarmed, and 28 bullets were fired into the body of Ravi Khanna. And the wife, that young woman, had to watch all this and has been fighting. And just listen even today to the dignity and resilience of that woman, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. I have Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu also joining Pooja and I on this special broadcast. Kamal, as far as the NIA is concerned, and you cover internal security better than anyone in our country, but give us details, Kamal, of the kind of investigations that went into it to secure a conviction of 2 lives in prison and 10 years in prison in other cases, and a penalty of 10 lakh in some cases and 10,000 in others. What kind of evidence was gathered? How was it gathered that it stood scrutiny in a court of law?
Well, this will require patience, because remember in 2017 when India Today did that sting operation where they really unraveled about how money was being pumped in and how this was being fueled used to fuel unrest in Kashmir Valley. That is when the government and the center, MHA, had actually started an investigation by the NIA, after which a first few arrests were made. In that, it was also Zahoor Watali, at one time very influential businessman. And thereafter, we saw it was Shabir Shah and Yasin Malik who were picked up, investigated, and finally, very meticulously, NIA put together the evidence. And the evidence was very clear, whether it was through technical evidence, mobile phones, that how money was really pumped in to fuel unrest, give the Hartal calendars, the calls, strikes, stone pelting, all these were done in a certain modus operandi. This is where post-2016, the killing of Burhan Wani, the HM commander, the entire system was used to ensure that there was unrest which was fueled in Kashmir Valley. So this is a more recent case, but remember there are concurrent cases in Tadar, the Rubia Saeed case, the killing of 4 personnel. So it should not be confused as a life imprisonment only. This is a terror funding case. This is a significant case in terms of crackdown on the ecosystem, about how even those who had actually claimed to shun away violence were involved in violence by using vicarious means, by using terror funding. And this is where the importance of this investigation is. And clearly, one of the lawyers that we spoke to, who was in the amicus curiae team, said if Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty, he cannot further go in for an appeal, which means that the life imprisonment will stand. But remember, he's one of the 24 accused. So one by one, once the conviction takes place, we'll see how it really proceeds.